Before we begin, take a moment to be fully present. This isn't just a book you listen to, it's a message your subconscious has been waiting for. In the next few minutes, you'll discover ideas that can reshape your reality. Not by forcing change from the outside, but by awakening something already inside you. The power of your subconscious mind is more than words. It's a toolkit for confidence, healing, success, and self-mastery. So take a breath, let go of distractions, and let this wisdom speak directly to your inner mind. Now, let's begin. Introduction: The Power of Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy. This book can change everything, if you let it. I've seen remarkable transformations in people from every walk of life. Artists who rediscovered their spark, entrepreneurs who overcame self-doubt and built thriving companies, professionals who finally broke through the anxiety and burnout holding them back for years. These aren't fairy tales. They're real people, just like you, who learned to tap into something extraordinary, the power of their subconscious mind. The methods in this book are not magic. They're not religious doctrine. They are grounded in a timeless principle. Your thoughts and beliefs shape your reality. When you begin to direct those thoughts, when you learn to plant the right ideas into your subconscious, you begin to shape a new world from the inside out. That's where your transformation begins. Why do some people thrive while others struggle? Let's ask the hard questions that too many people avoid. Why does one person seem confident and unstoppable while another can't shake constant anxiety? Why does your friend land the job, the partner, or the promotion effortlessly, while you feel stuck in place? Why do some people recover from illness, depression, or failure, while others sink deeper into it? Why are some people able to create success without ever meditating, going to therapy, or practicing gratitude, while you've tried all of that and still feel lost? The answer isn't luck. It's not even just strategy. It's mindset. More specifically, it's subconscious belief systems silently steering everything. Your decisions, your habits, your emotional reactions, and your outcomes. When you learn how to identify and rewrite these patterns, everything changes. Why this book was written and why it matters now. Let's be honest. The modern world is overwhelming. You're constantly bombarded with pressure to succeed, look perfect, stay productive, and stay sane at the same time. The noise never stops. It's no wonder stress, burnout, and imposter syndrome are epidemic, especially among driven people in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. That's exactly why this book exists. It's here to give you something solid, something foundational, in a world full of surface-level advice and 30-second hacks. You'll find no fluff here, just clear, powerful methods to tap into your subconscious mind so you can begin to reshape your internal world, and by extension, your external one. This is your permission to take back control. This isn't wishful thinking, it's mental rewiring. When we talk about miracles, we're not talking about supernatural fireworks. We're talking about the entrepreneur who overcame a deep fear of rejection and finally pitched her startup idea, leading to a $500 investment. The burned-out engineer who healed his insomnia by rewiring his subconscious beliefs about success and rest. The artist who, after years of self-doubt, finally broke through the creative block and produced his most powerful work. Each of these stories started the same way: a shift in thought, a moment of clarity, a decision to trust the power already within them. That's what this book is designed to do for you. You don't need to be spiritual to use this. Let's set the record straight. You don't need to follow a religion. You don't need to chant, fast, or attend a retreat in Sedona. What you do need is an open mind and a willingness to try something different. Because the truth is, everyone uses their subconscious mind, whether they realize it or not. Every time you feel like you're not good enough, your subconscious is echoing an old belief. Every time you procrastinate, even though you know better, your subconscious is protecting a fear. Every time you instinctively just know something is right, that's your subconscious giving you access to deeper intelligence. Once you learn how to consciously influence this powerful part of your mind, you stop reacting and start creating. This book gives you the tools to rewire your life. The real power of this book is in its down-to-earth simplicity. You'll learn how to use scientific visualization to influence your subconscious, how to repeat emotionally charged affirmations that actually stick, how to reframe anxiety, insecurity, or doubt and redirect them into confidence and calm, how to dissolve subconscious blocks that have been sabotaging you for years, and most importantly, you'll learn how to trust yourself again, to connect with that intuitive, creative intelligence that's always been within you, but has been buried under fear, conditioning, or trauma. This book isn't about theories. It's about results. It's designed to be used, not just read. What most people get wrong about prayer, or manifestation, or intention. Maybe you've prayed before, or made a vision board, or journaled your goals, and maybe it didn't work. Here's why. It's not the act, it's the belief behind the act. You can say 100 prayers or affirmations, but if your subconscious still clings to fear, shame, or unworthiness, you're broadcasting mixed signals, and the subconscious always wins. True transformation happens when your emotion, imagination, and intention align. That's when the subconscious listens and responds. This book teaches you how to align those pieces so you don't just wish for change, you create it. Sure, one mind, infinite access. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "There is one mind common to all individual men. You're not disconnected, you're not broken, you're simply blocked by fear, by belief, by conditioning." The subconscious mind is your connection to that one mind. Call it flow, intuition, inner wisdom, or the creative source. It's what gives you goosebumps at the right moment. It's what whispers answers in the silence. It's what fuels the greatest breakthroughs in science, art, and leadership. And you have access to it, right now. You just haven't been taught how to use it, until now. An invitation to start today. You don't have to wait until life breaks you down. You don't have to hit rock bottom to begin healing. Start today. Start with one small shift in how you think, feel, and speak to yourself. Start with one visualization, one affirmation, one moment of choosing faith over fear. Because your subconscious is already listening. The question is, what are you telling it? This book will show you how to speak the language of your own mind, clearly, intentionally, powerfully. If you commit to the process, if you truly engage with the practices inside these pages, you won't just read about miracles, you'll experience them. So turn the page. Let your new life begin. Chapter 1. The Treasure House Within You. 1. Untapped inner power. Infinite wealth, intelligence, creativity, power, subconscious mind, the vault. 2. Impact of subconscious. 3. Master secret of the ages. 4. How to unlock the vault. 5. Blueprint for miracles. 6. Constant programming. 7. Reprogram with purpose. 8. 10 beliefs to lock in. 9. Final truth. The treasure house within you. A modern interpretation for a new era of thinkers, creators. You've been sitting on gold all along. You're living in the midst of infinite wealth. Not material wealth necessarily, but something far greater. An untapped source of intelligence, creativity, and power buried deep within you. Imagine there's a vault inside your mind, a treasure chest packed with solutions, ideas, answers, and opportunities. It's been there all along, but most people never unlock it. Why? Because they've never been taught how. That vault is your subconscious mind, and right now you're either using it to quietly build your future or unknowingly sabotage it. Here's the truth. If you ignore the power within you, it doesn't go away. It turns inward, manifesting as fear, self-doubt, procrastination, anxiety, and chronic bad luck. But when you learn to command it, life starts working for you, not against you. Are you magnetized or drained? Think of two people. One is magnetized, full of confidence, purpose, and belief. Opportunities seem to chase them. The other is demagnetized, riddled with fear, indecision, and what-ifs. They hesitate, they stall, they stay stuck. The difference? Not education, not money. Mindset. Your subconscious becomes either a power source or a prison, depending on what you feed it. This is the fork in the road, right now. You can choose to live reactively, hoping for external change. Or you can choose to activate the master key within. The master secret of the ages is you. Forget nuclear physics, AI, or space travel. The most powerful force humanity has ever known is the ability to direct the subconscious mind. And it's hiding in plain sight. inside you. This is not self-help hype. This is mental engineering backed by generations of observation and now supported by modern science. Your subconscious will always reflect the blueprint you feed it through your thoughts, beliefs, and expectations. Your mind is not a mirror, it's a projector. Want a better job? More freedom? Stronger health? It starts with changing the programming behind the scenes, because nothing changes outside until something changes inside. How to unlock the vault within. You already possess the treasure, but possession is not the same as mastery. Just like electricity needs wiring, your subconscious needs direction. Here's what you must know. Your subconscious runs 24/7, shaping your health, relationships, income, and self-worth. It doesn't judge. It doesn't analyze. It simply accepts what you repeatedly believe and feel is true. Once programmed, it executes without hesitation, without delay. Want proof? Ever said, "I can't afford that"? Or, "I always mess this up"? Congratulations. Your subconscious just locked that in as an operating command. But here's the good news. The opposite is equally true. Say, "I am creating wealth." Say, "I am healthy, strong, and in control." Say, "The right people, ideas, and opportunities are drawn to me now." Do it with emotion, repetition, and expectation, and your subconscious begins to obey. The blueprint for miracles. The subconscious doesn't respond to logic. It responds to images, emotions, and beliefs. When you impress it with an idea and nurture it daily, that idea begins to take physical shape. This isn't just theory. It's how Caruso, the legendary singer, overcame paralyzing stage fright by commanding his subconscious to let the big me, his infinite self, sing. It's how a 75-year-old widow rewrote her reality, manifesting a loving husband and a European honeymoon by affirming it with clarity and belief. And it's how you, too, can rewrite the script. Your subconscious can heal emotional and physical pain, attract ideal people into your life, provide creative ideas and business breakthroughs, deliver confidence, purpose, and inner peace, break generational patterns, and rewrite your destiny. The urgent truth: you're always programming it, whether you mean to or not. Every thought is a seed. Your subconscious is the soil. You can plant hope or fear, prosperity or limitation, abundance or anxiety, but whatever you plant will grow. So here's the dangerous part. If you leave this process on autopilot, society, media, and past traumas will continue planting for you, and their seeds are rarely in your favor. Take control. Choose your thoughts. Train your mind. You are not a slave to your emotions or your past. You are the captain of your ship, and your subconscious is the crew. It obeys whatever command you give. Start now. Reprogram with purpose. Here's how to rewire your subconscious. 1. Use positive language. Never say what you don't want. Only affirm what you do. 2. Repetition is power. Repeat beliefs daily like mental training reps. 3. Feel it real. Visualization plus emotion reprogramming. 4. End and begin each day with intention. The subconscious is most impressionable before sleep and after waking. Use those moments to feed it powerfully. 5. Stop speaking in limitation. Replace "I can't" with "I'm figuring it out." Replace "that's not for me" with "why not me?" Your beliefs are not facts, they're decisions you keep repeating. Change the decision, and you change the future. 10 beliefs to lock in starting today. 1. I am the creator of my life experience. 2. My mind is a magnet for prosperity, peace, and purpose. 3. The answers I seek are already within me. 4. Every challenge contains the seed of growth. 5. I am worthy of love, success, and joy. 6. I think boldly, believe deeply, and act decisively. 7. My subconscious is aligned with my highest vision. 8. I command my mind to serve my goals. 9. Everything I desire is already moving toward me. 10. The treasure I've been searching for is me. Final truth. Your life can change as fast as you're willing to think differently. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not too late. You simply haven't been taught how to unlock your own infinite power. But now you know. And once you know, you can't unknow. The next move is yours. Open the vault. Change the thought. Watch your life transform. From Chapter 2, How Your Mind Works. 1. 2 levels of mind. Conscious mind, subconscious mind. 2. Core principle. What you impress on the subconscious is expressed in your life. 3. Impact of thoughts and beliefs. Thoughts shape beliefs. Beliefs drive behavior. Behavior creates outcomes. 4. Harnessing subconscious power, visualization, affirmation, emotional imprint. 5. Core takeaways. Your mind is a creative instrument. Align your conscious input with your desired subconscious output. How your mind actually works. You have one of the most powerful tools in the universe, your mind. But unless you learn how to use it intentionally, it will run on autopilot, often working against you without you even realizing it. Here's the simple truth. Your mind operates on 2 levels, conscious and subconscious. The conscious mind is logical, analytical, and driven by your present awareness. The subconscious mind is deeper, emotional, and incredibly powerful. It doesn't question, it just accepts and acts. Your subconscious is always listening. Whatever beliefs, thoughts, or emotions you consistently hold in your conscious mind eventually sink into your subconscious. Once there, they begin shaping your reality, quietly, automatically, and relentlessly. That's why self-talk, repeated patterns, and deep-rooted beliefs matter. If you continually think in fear, doubt, or anger, those emotional states embed themselves into your subconscious, and your life begins to reflect that negativity. But if you consciously feed your mind with confidence, clarity, and intention, your subconscious aligns your internal world to bring those thoughts to life. Here's the core principle. Your subconscious doesn't judge what's good or bad. It just acts on what it's told, consistently. Think of it like fertile soil. It will grow weeds just as easily as it will grow flowers. Your job is to plant what you want, then protect and nurture it. When your thoughts are aligned with clarity, hope, and purpose, your subconscious begins building a life that reflects health, success, love, and fulfillment. Not instantly, but inevitably, because it will pull from your lifetime of experiences, memories, and even your intuition to solve problems, open doors, and create new paths. You don't need to force success, peace, or confidence. You need to train your subconscious to believe it's possible and real for you. Here's how. Be intentional with your thoughts. What you repeat to yourself becomes internalized. Feel the belief. Your subconscious responds not just to words, but to emotions. Reinforce the vision. Visualization, journaling, and affirming ideas you want to live by helps anchor them in your deeper mind. Let the process unfold. Sometimes change is fast. Other times it's gradual. Trust the work you're doing. Your subconscious is not magic. It's biology and psychology working in concert. But once activated with purpose, it feels magical because it operates beyond conscious logic. The mind you're using right now is shaping your next week, your next opportunity, your next relationship, even your next failure or success. Train it wisely.
Part 1.
Understanding your mind. The 2 operating systems within you. Your mind isn't split into 2 separate parts. Instead, it's one powerful system with 2 distinct modes of operation, conscious and subconscious. Think of your conscious mind as your decision maker. It analyzes, reasons, and makes choices. What you read, where you live, who you spend time with. It's the part of your mind you're actively aware of. Your subconscious mind, on the other hand, runs silently in the background. It keeps your heart beating, your lungs breathing, and your food digesting, without you needing to think about it. But it does far more than just manage bodily functions. Here's the key. Your subconscious doesn't analyze or filter information like your conscious mind does. It simply accepts whatever you repeatedly tell it, whether helpful or harmful, true or false. It's like fertile soil. It will grow whatever seeds you plant. Those seeds are your thoughts, beliefs, and mental habits. If you constantly think negative thoughts about your worth, your future, or your capabilities, your subconscious will treat those as instructions and shape your reality to match. If you feed it empowering, positive beliefs, it will align your behaviors and outcomes accordingly. This is why your inner narrative matters more than you think. The subconscious doesn't argue, it executes. Once an idea is accepted, it starts working in the background to make it your lived experience. The subconscious in action. Why belief is powerful. Decades of psychological studies, including those involving hypnosis, have proven how responsive the subconscious is to suggestion. In controlled hypnotic states, individuals have been told they were celebrities, animals, or even inanimate objects. And without hesitation, their minds and bodies followed suit, completely believing the illusion. Why? Because the subconscious accepted the suggestion as truth. Someone might be told, your nose is bleeding, and they'll feel it. Another might be told, you're freezing, and they'll shiver, even if the room is warm. These experiments may seem extreme, but they reveal a universal truth. Your subconscious doesn't evaluate what's real or not. It acts based on what you deeply believe.
Part 2.
Clarifying the roles. Conscious versus subconscious mind. To tap into your full mental power, it's essential to understand the two parts of your mind: the conscious, objective mind and the subconscious, subjective mind. These aren't two separate brains, they're different modes of how your mind processes information and influences your reality. Your conscious mind, the decision maker. Think of your conscious mind as your day-to-day navigator. It's logical, analytical, and uses your 5 senses, sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell, to make sense of the world around you. It learns through experience, education, and observation. This is the part of your mind that helps you make decisions, solve problems, plan your goals, and analyze your environment. For example, if you're walking through downtown Los Angeles, admiring the architecture, or enjoying the vibe of a coffee shop, that's your conscious mind in action. It gathers input, compares options, and helps you make judgments. But while the conscious mind directs your attention, it doesn't run the whole show. Your subconscious mind. The silent powerhouse. Your subconscious mind operates behind the scenes. It doesn't analyze or question. It simply accepts and acts. It runs your emotions, habits, long-term memory, creativity, and intuition. And it doesn't rely on your 5 senses. It pulls from stored impressions, patterns, and beliefs that you've been feeding it, knowingly or not. Have you ever had a gut feeling about something before any facts presented themselves? That's your subconscious speaking. It's active when your conscious mind is at rest, like when you're dreaming, meditating, or in a deeply relaxed state. This is when your subconscious is most receptive to influence and suggestion. Your subconscious can't tell the difference between what's real and what's imagined. That's why visualizing success, speaking positively to yourself, and maintaining a confident mindset can actually change your behavior, and eventually, your outcomes. The subconscious doesn't argue, it obeys. Here's the critical truth. Your subconscious mind doesn't reason, it responds. It doesn't care whether a thought is helpful or harmful. If it hears something enough times, it treats it as truth. This means that negative self-talk like, I'm not good enough, or I'll never succeed, can become mental programming that drives your emotions and choices, without you realizing it. The good news? You can reprogram your subconscious through repeated, intentional, positive input. By consistently feeding it empowering beliefs, like, I am confident, I am capable, I am resilient, you reshape your mental habits. Over time, this rewiring translates into changes in how you think, act, and experience life. Habits are just repeated thoughts. What you think about most becomes who you are. Your conscious mind is the gatekeeper, and what you allow into it repeatedly will sink down and shape your subconscious responses. If your daily thoughts are focused on fear, anxiety, or failure, those patterns will root themselves deeply. But if you shift toward gratitude, hope, and purposeful action, those thoughts will create a more confident, fulfilled version of you.
Part 3.
The tremendous power of suggestion. Your mind has a built-in gatekeeper, your conscious mind. It's constantly filtering information, analyzing, making choices, and most importantly, deciding what ideas are allowed to influence your subconscious mind. Why does that matter? Because your subconscious doesn't argue, it accepts. It doesn't analyze whether something is true or helpful. It simply acts on what it's given, especially if that input is emotional, repetitive, or charged with meaning. Think of your subconscious as fertile soil. Whatever seeds, suggestions you plant, positive or negative, it will nurture and grow. That's why becoming aware of what you allow into your mental environment is not just helpful, it's life-defining. The real-world impact of suggestion. Let's look at a simple example. You're on a boat and you approach someone who already looks uneasy. You say, "You're looking pale. Are you okay? You might be getting seasick." If that person has even a slight fear of getting sick, your words become a trigger. You've activated their worry, and now their subconscious is running the show, amplifying nausea, dizziness, and unease. Why? Because the subconscious follows suggestion like a script. Now flip the scenario. You say the same thing to a seasoned sailor. His reaction? He laughs it off or ignores it. His subconscious has been trained with confidence. That suggestion didn't stick, it bounced right off. The same words. Two completely different outcomes. The difference? Belief systems. Inner assumptions. Mental programming. What this means for you. Every day, you're being influenced by suggestions from social media, the news, your friends, your own inner voice. And while you can't control every message, you can control how your conscious mind responds. A suggestion, no matter how powerful, can't take root unless you allow it. That means you have a choice in what you accept and what you reject. The stronger your self-awareness, the more intentional you become in shaping your mental environment.
Part 4.
How he lost his arm. Be careful what you say to yourself. Words are not just words, they're instructions to your subconscious mind. It doesn't understand sarcasm, hyperbole, or metaphor the way your conscious mind does. It simply listens and acts. Take this real-life example. A man, desperate to see his daughter healed from a debilitating illness, began repeating to himself over and over, "I'd give my right arm to see her cured." He didn't say it once. He said it for nearly 2 years, fueling it with emotion and sincerity. Eventually, after a tragic car accident, his right arm was severed. Strangely and almost simultaneously, his daughter made a full recovery. Her chronic conditions vanished without medical explanation. What happened? This wasn't a supernatural event. It was the raw, unfiltered power of suggestion in action. His subconscious took his words literally and delivered. It didn't evaluate the cost or logic. It simply acted on the repeated emotional command. Actionable insight. Be intentional with your self-talk. Your subconscious doesn't filter for your best interest. It follows your emotional cues and repeated thoughts. Instead of saying, "I'm so stressed I could collapse," reframe it as, "I'm learning to stay grounded under pressure." Words shape reality. Speak with care. How autosuggestion banishes fear. Autosuggestion is the practice of deliberately feeding your mind with thoughts you want it to act on. Whether you're aware of it or not, you're already doing it. Every time you say things like, "I'm terrible at public speaking. I always choke under pressure. This isn't going to work." These are mental rehearsals. Unfortunately, they're training you for failure. The singer who turned fear into confidence. A talented young singer kept freezing during auditions. Her voice was strong, but her inner dialogue was a loop of anxiety. What if they don't like me? What if I mess up again? Her fear became reality, not because she lacked talent, but because her subconscious was faithfully following her script. She changed the script. For 1 week, 3 times a day, and once before bed, she sat in a quiet room, relaxed deeply, and repeated to herself with calm emotion, "I sing beautifully. I am poised, confident, and calm." By the end of the week, her mindset had shifted. When her next audition came, she walked in steady, self-assured, and gave the best performance of her life.
Part 5.
Restoring memory. How she got her clarity back. At 75, a woman found herself repeating the same phrase every day, "I'm losing my memory." Her forgetfulness worsened, not just because of age, but because she kept reinforcing that belief. One day, she made a conscious decision to flip the script. Instead of focusing on loss, she practiced a daily habit of intentional self-suggestion, 3 times a day for just a few minutes. Here's what she repeated to herself. "Starting today, my memory is improving in every area. I easily remember what I need, when I need it. Everything I take in becomes clear, vivid, and easy to recall. My mind is sharp, focused, and getting better every day." Within 3 weeks, her recall noticeably improved. She felt mentally alive again, more confident, more engaged, more herself. Key takeaway: your brain listens to what you repeat. Positive reinforcement isn't just feel-good talk, it's mental training. When you shape your self-talk with purpose, you shape your reality with intention. Managing anger, how he rewired his emotional triggers. A man in his 40s struggled with irritability. He snapped easily at coworkers and family, and it was costing him trust and connection. Therapy helped him understand why he was reactive, but he needed something for the how. He began a daily ritual of emotional rewiring. 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and right before sleep, he said, "I'm becoming calmer and more grounded each day. Joy and patience are my default settings. I bring light energy to people around me. Being kind and understanding feels natural to me now. This is who I am." After a month, his temperament softened, not because he forced it, but because he trained his subconscious to expect a different emotional response. Key takeaway: you don't have to be a prisoner of your past reactions. Emotional change starts with consistent, intentional inner language. Repetition rewires your brain's emotional defaults. The power of suggestion. Your mind believes what you feed it. Suggestion is one of the most powerful tools of the mind. It can be empowering or destructive depending on how it's used. There are 2 types. Autosuggestion, thoughts or beliefs you feed yourself. Heterosuggestion, messages you receive from others, parents, media, friends, culture. Most people are influenced more by others' beliefs than their own. If you're told often enough that you're not enough, not smart, or not capable, your subconscious can start accepting those ideas as fact, even if they're completely false. But here's the truth. You can reprogram it. Constructive suggestions build you up. They sharpen your focus, enhance your health, deepen your confidence, and align your actions with your goals. Destructive suggestions chip away at your worth. Left unchecked, they create emotional noise, leading to self-doubt, fear, and sabotage. Key takeaway: protect your mind like it's your operating system, because it is. Be intentional with what you allow in, and even more intentional with what you tell yourself.
Part 6.
Unlearning the noise, reclaiming your mind from negativity. From the time we're born, we're flooded with suggestions, some empowering, many limiting. We're told what we can't do, who we're not, and how far we'll never go. These ideas don't always come from bad people. They come from a culture built around fear, control, and protection. But just because you heard something over and over doesn't make it true. Think about phrases you might have absorbed. You're not smart enough. Don't dream too big. You'll fail, just like before. You're too old for that now. This world's falling apart. What's the point? No one cares. Life is hard. Get used to it. These aren't just words. If left unchecked, they become mental programs, scripts you live by, often without even realizing it. They affect your confidence, your choices, your relationships, your money, your health, your entire sense of possibility. How do these beliefs take hold? As kids, we didn't know we had a choice. We absorbed whatever came our way: criticism, fear, doubt, without filters. And unless you've consciously rewritten that programming, much of it is still running in the background, quietly shaping your identity, your emotions, and your outcomes. This mental conditioning is called heterosuggestion, beliefs and assumptions pushed onto you by others. Parents, teachers, media, peers, even people who love you can pass on limiting messages, knowingly or not. Over time, those ideas become your default settings. But here's the truth. You can reprogram your inner world. You don't have to believe everything you've been told. The solution: conscious rewriting through autosuggestion. If you've ever updated your phone's software, you already understand the concept. Your subconscious mind is the operating system of your life, and autosuggestion is how you rewrite outdated or harmful code. Autosuggestion isn't some mystical trick. It's intentional self-talk with purpose. It's using language and emotion to overwrite limiting beliefs with constructive, empowering alternatives. Instead of, "I'll never succeed," say, "I'm learning, growing, and building momentum every day." Instead of, "I'm too old to change careers," say, "My experience is my edge. I bring wisdom, depth, and perspective." Do this daily. Repetition is key. When practiced consistently, constructive autosuggestion creates new neural pathways. It retrains your subconscious to support your goals rather than sabotage them.
Part 7.
The hidden danger of belief, how a thought became fatal. In today's world of constant opinions, influencers, and experts on every corner, it's easy to forget one important truth. No one's words have power over you unless you let them in. Let me share a real story that illustrates this, one that could have ended very differently if the person had understood the power of their own mind. A man I knew once visited a fortune teller while traveling. She told him that he had a weak heart and would die at the next new moon. This wasn't just a passing comment. He took it seriously. He believed it so deeply that he told his family, updated his will, and emotionally braced for death. He died on schedule. Was it the fortune teller's doing? Not even close. She had no real power, just words. But those words became deadly because he believed them. His subconscious accepted the prediction without question, and from that moment on, his entire system aligned with the expectation of death. His fear took root. His body followed his mind. That's not mysticism, it's psychology. We now understand that the subconscious mind doesn't analyze. It accepts what the conscious mind believes. When a suggestion is fully accepted, especially one loaded with fear or emotion, it starts to shape reality from the inside out. This man wasn't sick when he heard the prediction. He became sick by obsessing over it. He gave it life. His belief, fear, and emotional investment activated a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now here's the truth you need to remember. No one's opinion, prediction, or criticism has any actual power unless you accept it. Someone can tell you you're not good enough or that your dream will fail. That doesn't make it true. You make it true. If you accept it, dwell on it, and start acting as if it's reality. The subconscious doesn't judge, it simply responds. If that man had known how the mind works, he could have dismissed the fortune teller's words as nonsense. He could have laughed it off, stayed focused on living fully, and gone on with his life. Her words would have bounced off him like foam darts off a wall. This is your invitation to take your power back. You are not at the mercy of others' beliefs, fears, or projections. You are not your past. You are not a label. You are the thinker of your thoughts and the gatekeeper of what you allow into your mind. So be intentional. Protect your mind like you would your health. Reject harmful suggestions. Don't internalize every opinion. Choose beliefs that serve your growth, not your fear. Choose to believe in your vitality, your resilience, your future. You have the final say. Always.
Part 8.
The power of your mental premise. Your mind works like a logic engine. The assumptions you feed into it, what you consciously believe to be true, become the blueprint for how your subconscious responds and operates. Here's how it works. If you believe, I always make smart decisions, your subconscious starts aligning your behaviors, emotions, and attention in a way that supports this belief. But if your assumption is nothing ever goes right for me, your subconscious will build a reality that proves you right. The power of your assumptions. Think of your conscious mind as setting the premise, and your subconscious as following it to its natural conclusion. Just like in a logical argument, major premise, all change is inevitable. Minor premise, the pyramids are physical structures. Conclusion, eventually the pyramids will erode. Your subconscious follows the same structure, but with your personal beliefs. Case study. Rebuilding from rock bottom. In one of my talks, a college professor shared this with me. Everything in my life is upside down. I've lost my health, my finances, and my relationships. Nothing I try works. This wasn't just bad luck. It was a mental operating system built on a faulty premise. I helped him reframe the way he thought. Instead of repeating what was broken, he started repeating a new premise daily. One that empowered his subconscious to respond in a healthier, more constructive way. Here's the affirmation he used. I am guided by a deeper intelligence within me. My body is healing, my mind is calm, and my life is aligning with balance, love, and success. Right action and clarity shape everything I do. I trust the process, and I am supported. He repeated this multiple times a day, calmly, consistently, and it began to change him. Within weeks, his mindset shifted. He made better decisions. Opportunities opened up. His health improved. His words became his roadmap. Your subconscious is not your critic. Here's what's important to understand. Your subconscious doesn't argue. It doesn't say, wait, that belief is false. It just accepts whatever you repeat and begins to make it real, whether that's helpful or harmful. So when you tell yourself, I'm too old for this, I don't have what it takes, people like me don't get ahead, you're handing your subconscious a negative script, and it's going to run with it. You're not cursed or unlucky, you're just reinforcing thoughts that hold you back. Rewrite the code to get your subconscious working for you. Speak to it clearly and positively. Don't argue with yourself. Instead, affirm beliefs that open doors. Use statements like, there is a path forward, even if I don't see it yet. My subconscious is already guiding me toward clarity and success. I trust the process and I'm ready to receive answers. Don't beg. Don't force. State it, mean it, then let your subconscious do what it does best. Process, connect, and guide.
Part 9.
Core takeaways. How to harness the power of your subconscious mind. 1. Your dominant thoughts shape your reality. Think with intention. Positive thoughts lead to positive outcomes. Negative thinking creates unnecessary roadblocks. You become what you consistently think about. 2. Your subconscious accepts what you tell it without judgment. If you say, I can't afford it, your mind believes it and reinforces that limitation. Instead, try, I'm working toward that. I'm open to the opportunity. Choose empowering language. 3. You always have a choice. Use it wisely. You can choose optimism over doubt, connection over isolation, progress over procrastination. The energy you bring to the world is what comes back to you. Your mindset influences your personality and the way others respond to you. 4. Your conscious mind filters what reaches your subconscious. Actively choose beliefs that support your growth. Expect good things. Train your conscious mind to look for opportunity and possibility. This is your superpower. 5. Other people's opinions can't control you unless you let them. You get to decide what thoughts you accept or reject. External negativity only has power if you internalize it. Respond with strength, not fear. 6. Be intentional with your words. Statements like I'll probably fail or I always mess up become self-fulfilling. Your subconscious doesn't distinguish between sarcasm or fear. It takes everything literally. Speak to yourself like someone you care about. 7. Your mind is a tool. Use it to build, not destroy. There's no such thing as a bad mind. Your results depend on how you use your mental energy. Aim to uplift, heal, and inspire yourself and others. 8. Eliminate I can't from your vocabulary. It's a thought blocker. Instead, try, I'm learning. I'll figure it out. This is a challenge I can grow through. Your subconscious will work with whatever belief you feed it. 9. Base your thinking on truth and clarity, not fear. Don't outsource your thinking to others. Tune out fear-driven noise. Tune into wisdom, evidence, and your own inner compass. Think critically. Decide consciously. 10. You're in charge of your life. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You have agency. Choose growth. Choose connection. Choose health. Choose joy. Every choice shapes your path. 11. Belief is the starting point of reality. What you assume to be true, especially when backed by emotion, will eventually shape your life. Believe in progress. Believe in support. Believe that good things are working in your favor, even when you can't see them yet. From Chapter 3, The Creative Intelligence Within You. The Creative Intelligence Within You. 1. Nature and functions of subconscious. Acts as your inner operating system. Controls habits, emotions, healing, and creativity. 2. Historical and case evidence. Documented healing and transformation stories. Accounts of genius and innovation linked to subconscious insights. 3. Implications and personal impact. Your inner world shapes your external reality. Reprogramming the subconscious changes life outcomes. 4. How to engage and program subconscious. Repetition, emotion, visualization, affirmation. 5. Key takeaways. The subconscious is the source of infinite creative power. You must be intentional about what you plant in it. Creative intelligence within you. Your subconscious mind is quietly doing miracles every moment of your life, whether you're aware of it or not. It powers your heartbeat, your breathing, your digestion, even your immune system. Without any conscious effort, it transforms food into energy, thoughts into emotions, and intentions into actions. This isn't magic. It's biology, behavior, and neurochemistry working in extraordinary harmony. But here's what most people overlook. The subconscious doesn't just handle your bodily functions. It also influences your creativity, intuition, and problem-solving abilities. When you're stuck on a complex decision or trying to come up with a breakthrough idea, your subconscious continues working behind the scenes, often delivering an unexpected solution when you're relaxed, distracted, or asleep. It's the silent partner behind your flashes of insight and inner guidance. You're always tapped into power, even while you sleep. Your subconscious never sleeps. While you're resting, it's still processing information, regulating your body, and integrating everything you've seen, heard, or experienced. You can intentionally direct this power. A simple practice. Before going to bed, give your subconscious a clear, specific request. Whether it's a problem you want solved, an idea you're searching for, or an emotional block you're ready to release. Often, the solution will emerge the next day in a moment of clarity, calm, or intuition. This isn't wishful thinking. It's strategic use of how your brain filters, stores, and retrieves information. You're tapping into your brain's deeper processing centers, which are always active, even when you're not consciously aware of them. Your creative genius lives below the surface. Some of the greatest creators in history intuitively understood this. Shakespeare, Beethoven, Raphael, even ancient sculptors. They all accessed a layer of mind that goes beyond logic or linear thinking. They didn't just rely on their intellect. They followed a deeper impulse, something felt rather than calculated. That same creative intelligence lives in you. Whether you're an artist, entrepreneur, engineer, or simply someone trying to navigate life more intentionally, your subconscious holds the patterns, insights, and instincts you need to create something meaningful. You just need to learn how to access it and trust it. A case that shocks modern science. In the mid-1800s, long before anesthesia was invented, a Scottish surgeon named Dr. James Esdale performed hundreds of complex surgeries in India using only mental techniques, what we now understand as hypnotic suggestion. Patients experienced little or no pain. Even more impressive? The infection and mortality rates were incredibly low, despite the complete lack of sterilization or antibiotics. How was this possible? Dr. Esdale would speak directly to his patients' subconscious minds, suggesting they would not feel pain and would recover without infection. Their bodies responded accordingly. Modern science may debate the mechanisms, but the results speak for themselves. The subconscious, when engaged properly, has remarkable influence over the body's responses to trauma, healing, and recovery. This isn't just history. It's a reminder that your mind and body are connected in ways we're only beginning to fully understand. What this means for you. This chapter isn't about superstition or blind faith. It's about taking ownership of a powerful system already working within you. Your subconscious is a force capable of influencing not just your biology, but also your emotions, habits, and outcomes. To engage it, you don't need rituals. You need clarity. You need intention. You need repetition. And most of all, you need belief, not in something external, but in your own capacity to shape your life through conscious engagement with your subconscious mind.
Part 1.
Your mind writes the story you live. Every moment, you're writing the script of your life, whether you're aware of it or not. That script is being written directly into your subconscious mind, and whatever is stored there plays out as the reality you experience, in your relationships, health, work, and emotional state. Think of it like this. Your conscious mind is the writer, and your subconscious is the director and producer. What you believe, think, and emotionally accept becomes the blueprint your subconscious uses to shape your external world. You live in two worlds at once, the visible and the invisible. The external world is what you see and experience. The internal world is made of your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions. The second creates the first. If your inner world is disordered or self-critical, your outer world will mirror that. If your inner world is focused, confident, and aligned, your life will start to reflect that too. Your subconscious doesn't debate, it accepts. The subconscious doesn't reason or analyze like your conscious mind. It doesn't filter. It simply accepts what you repeatedly think and feel, especially when those thoughts are emotionally charged, and turns them into lived experiences. That's why self-talk matters. If you constantly tell yourself you're not good enough, your subconscious will take that as a directive and shape your life accordingly. But if you consciously choose beliefs that support your growth and worth, your subconscious will begin to shape a reality in alignment with those beliefs. As Emerson famously said, "A man is what he thinks about all day long." Your dominant thoughts aren't just noise, they're instructions. Impressions become expressions. William James, a pioneer in psychology, once said, "The power to move the world is in your subconscious mind." That power is real, and it's accessible. Your subconscious is like fertile soil. Whatever you plant, whether it's worry or confidence, fear or vision, it will grow and show up in your life. The real challenge? Most people never learn how this system works. They feed their subconscious random, fearful, or negative thoughts, then feel confused when their life reflects struggle and stress. But when your conscious mind and subconscious work together, when your actions match your beliefs and your beliefs support your goals, you unlock a level of harmony that shows up as better health, stronger relationships, clarity, joy, and purpose. As within, so without. There's an old saying. As within, so without. As above, so below. It's been echoed by thinkers and visionaries throughout history. What it means is simple. Your inner state creates your outer experience. Your beliefs about yourself shape everything, from your energy levels to your income, from your mood to your momentum. Your body reflects your mind. Your surroundings reflect your self-perception. The more aligned and clear you are inside, the more grounded and fulfilling your external life becomes. This is a natural law. Just like gravity or motion, it doesn't care whether you understand it. It's always working. So the more aware you are of what you're planting in your subconscious, the more control you have over what grows. Balance your inner equation. Every part of nature runs on balance. Inhale and exhale, effort and recovery, emotion and expression. Your mind is no different. When you suppress emotions or constantly repeat toxic thoughts, they find ways to leak out through stress, illness, anxiety, burnout. Every unresolved fear or grudge you hold on to adds tension to your system. That tension eventually needs a release, and if not processed consciously, it shows up as emotional breakdowns, physical symptoms, or toxic behaviors. If you want to live differently, start feeling differently. If you want to feel differently, start thinking differently. Ask yourself, what is my core belief about myself right now? Your answer is already visible. Your energy, your relationships, your finances, your mental state, all are reflections of that internal belief. Rewriting your inner script. The good news? You're not stuck with the script you've been handed. You can rewrite it. You can feed your subconscious new beliefs, deliberately, consciously, and repeatedly. Over time, these new beliefs replace old patterns. They become your new emotional baseline. They become the story your life begins to follow. Start small. Choose thoughts that empower. Repeat them until they feel natural. Visualize the version of you that's thriving, not struggling. Feed your mind thoughts that energize you, not paralyze you. You weren't born afraid, self-doubting, or angry. Those were learned, which means they can be unlearned. And as you rewrite your inner world, the world around you will begin to reflect those changes. Quietly at first, then unmistakably.
Part 2.
Your mind can heal your body. A personal story. There's nothing more convincing than a direct experience, especially when it comes to healing. Over 40 years ago, I faced a serious skin condition. It was diagnosed as malignant, and conventional treatment wasn't helping. The situation was getting worse. Then, I had a pivotal conversation with someone who helped me understand how the mind, particularly the subconscious, can play a powerful role in healing. He explained that the subconscious isn't just a passive background processor, it's the system that built every part of you in the first place. Every cell, every organ, every process in your body began with an invisible blueprint stored deep in your subconscious. His metaphor was simple but powerful. Just like a watch needs a watchmaker who first imagines and then builds it, your body was designed by the creative intelligence of your subconscious. And if something breaks, that same intelligence can fix it, but only if you give it the right instructions. So I did something radically simple. I gave my subconscious a clear, positive message of health. Here's what I repeated daily with intention and belief. My body was created by the intelligent wisdom within me. That same wisdom knows how to heal. Every organ, every cell, every function is being restored now. I trust this inner intelligence to make me whole. I'm thankful for the healing that's already underway. I spoke these words for just a few minutes, 2 to 3 times a day. Within about 3 months, the skin condition had fully cleared. No medication, no miracle cure, just consistent mental focus and belief in my body's ability to self-correct. So what really happened here? I replaced fear-based mental images with patterns of wholeness. I fed my subconscious a new blueprint, one built on health, not deterioration. The body simply followed the new instructions. Your body reflects your mental patterns. If you want physical change, start by changing your internal script. Healing doesn't always come quickly, and it's not about denying medical treatment. It's about activating the power already within you by aligning your thoughts with health, not illness. The deeper lesson here? Your mind has more influence over your body than you've been taught. Treat your subconscious not as a mystery, but as an intelligent partner waiting for direction.
Part 3.
How the subconscious mind regulates your body. Whether you're fully awake or fast asleep, your subconscious mind is constantly working behind the scenes, quietly managing every essential function in your body. It doesn't need your conscious permission to do this. Your heart keeps beating, your lungs continue breathing, your cells regenerate, and your digestion works, all automatically. Even while you sleep, your subconscious runs the show, regulating hormones, maintaining your body temperature, and keeping your immune system on alert. That's why your body heals even while you rest. The hair keeps growing, the skin repairs, sometimes even answers to creative or complex problems appear in dreams. Your subconscious never shuts off. It's your internal life support and creative engine. But here's the catch. Your conscious mind can disrupt this natural balance. Chronic stress, overthinking, fear, or anxiety can interfere with your body's optimal functioning. When you're mentally overwhelmed, your digestion may slow down, your sleep may suffer, or your heartbeat may accelerate unnecessarily. The solution is surprisingly simple, but powerful. Learn to pause, breathe, and let go. When you stop trying to control everything with your conscious mind, and instead trust your body's deeper intelligence, you allow healing, restoration, and calm to return. A few mindful minutes of stillness and intention can shift everything. You can even speak directly to your subconscious, like a trusted partner. With calm authority, affirm things like, "My body knows how to heal. I trust the process. Every system in my body works in harmony. I release control and allow peace." Say it like you mean it. Your subconscious doesn't respond to wishful thinking. It responds to clarity and belief. At its core, your subconscious is hardwired to protect and restore you. If you eat something harmful, it knows how to reject it. If you're exposed to illness, it mobilizes your defenses. If you're emotionally wounded, it begins the process of repair. The more you trust and align with this deeper intelligence, the more resilient, calm, and healthy you'll feel. Healing begins not with force, but with trust. Let your subconscious do what it was built to do.
Part 4.
How to get your subconscious to work for you. Your subconscious mind is always on. Whether you're problem-solving during the day or fast asleep at night, it's running in the background, processing, building, restoring, and responding to your dominant thoughts. You don't need to make it work. You just need to understand how to direct it. Think of your conscious mind as the input device. It feeds the subconscious the instructions, your beliefs, self-talk, fears, goals, and expectations. What you feed it consistently becomes the blueprint for how your subconscious builds your reality, health, creativity, relationships, and outcomes. Here's the key. Your job is to be intentional with your conscious thoughts. Think in the direction of what you want, not what you fear. Choose clarity over confusion. Choose solution-oriented thinking over worry. The subconscious will follow the emotional charge and consistency of your dominant thoughts. A practical analogy. You shape the flow. Water flows to fill the shape of the container it's poured into. Likewise, your subconscious flows into form based on the shape of your thinking. Feed it a belief about wellness, and it begins to support health. Feed it a steady stream of self-doubt, and it builds walls instead of doors. So, begin treating your subconscious like a creative collaborator, not a mystery. Assume it's always listening. Then choose what you want it to hear, and repeat. Here's a simple daily practice. Direct your attention toward positive expectations. Affirm what you want instead of what you're afraid of. Speak to yourself with care. Your subconscious responds more to feeling than logic. Let repetition do the work. Consistency is more powerful than intensity. Have real-world evidence. Healing starts in the mind. Let's bring this home with a powerful case from modern medical archives. Madame Bayer, a French woman once diagnosed as completely blind due to atrophied optic nerves, experienced a documented return of vision after visiting the healing site of Lourdes. Initially, doctors were baffled. Her optic nerves remained biologically dead, yet she was visibly seeing. A month later, medical exams confirmed that her seeing mechanism had regenerated. What changed? Not the water, not the location. It was her mind. She arrived expecting a transformation. That deep belief, her emotional certainty, activated the healing intelligence in her subconscious, and it responded, even before the biology had caught up. This wasn't magic. It was the natural result of belief operating at full capacity. The creative power within you. Here's what this means for you. Your subconscious doesn't ask whether your thoughts are good or bad, helpful or harmful. It simply accepts what you consistently believe to be true and acts on it. That means you can start today by shifting the way you talk to yourself. Instead of saying, "I'm always tired," try, "My energy is rebuilding every day." Instead of "I'm stuck," try, "I'm learning to move through this." Your subconscious will pick up those new signals and begin forming new realities accordingly. This isn't delusion, it's deliberate internal leadership. And your subconscious will follow your lead.
Part 5.
How to program your subconscious for health and healing. Your subconscious mind doesn't argue or analyze. It simply accepts what you consistently tell it, especially when you're relaxed and emotionally engaged. If you want to experience better health, you have to feed your subconscious clear, empowering instructions. Let's break this down with 2 real-life examples. Case 1. Healing through relaxation and mental rehearsal. A man battling lung cancer used a simple yet powerful method to communicate the idea of perfect health to his subconscious. Several times a day, he would close his eyes and intentionally relax his entire body, part by part. He'd say to himself, "My feet are relaxed, my legs are relaxed, my chest is relaxed, my lungs are relaxed, my whole body is calm." After a few minutes, his body would settle into a deep, calm state. While in that state, he mentally affirmed, "Health is flowing through me. My body knows how to heal. My subconscious is guiding my body back to its natural healthy state." This wasn't just wishful thinking. It was focused mental conditioning. Over time, his health significantly improved. Why it worked. When you're physically and mentally relaxed, your brain becomes more receptive to suggestion. It's like turning down the noise so the message gets through loud and clear. In this state, affirmations aren't just words, they're instructions. Case 2. Visualizing health in action. Another man had a form of paralysis that doctors said was functional. There was no physical damage, but his legs wouldn't move. Instead of trying to force his body to comply, he changed the script in his mind. He imagined himself back at work, walking around, answering the phone, touching his desk, feeling normal again. He repeated this mental scene daily. Eventually, one day when no one was around to help and the phone kept ringing, something remarkable happened. He got up and answered it. That was the moment his body caught up to the image he'd been impressing on his subconscious mind.
Part 6.
Key takeaways to remember. 1. Your subconscious runs the show. It manages every critical function in your body and often holds the solutions you're consciously searching for, if you learn how to ask. 2. Use sleep as a creative tool. Before going to bed, give your subconscious a clear problem or intention to solve. You'll be surprised how often the answer shows up the next day. 3. Your thoughts shape your reality. Whatever you consistently think about gets embedded into your subconscious and ultimately shows up in your life as circumstances, people, and events. 4. Your mind is a feedback loop. Every thought you have sets something in motion. The reaction, good or bad, comes from your subconscious carrying out the idea. Choose wisely. 5. Frustration is a signal. When your desires feel blocked, it's often because you're focusing too much on what's wrong. Shift your attention toward possibilities, not problems. 6. Belief unlocks momentum. A simple, empowering mindset. If I truly want this, something within me already knows how to create it. This belief removes inner resistance. 7. Stress disrupts your system. Anxiety and fear send mixed signals to your body. Instead, feed your mind calm, focused, and healthy thoughts. Your body listens and responds. 8. Expect good things. What you consistently expect tends to manifest. Keep your mind focused on the best possible outcomes. Your subconscious will take it from there. 9. Visualize success with feeling. Picture your goal already achieved. Feel the emotional relief, joy, or confidence that would come with it. That feeling is your subconscious signal to act. From Chapter 4, The Origins of Mental Healing. The origins of mental healing. 1. Origins of mental healing, ancient roots of healing through thought and belief. 2. Trusting inner power of belief. Belief activates internal healing responses. 3. Role of faith without dogma. Non-religious trust in healing outcomes. Faith as focused emotional certainty. 4. Real-world examples. Stories of spontaneous recovery, placebo effect, and personal transformation. 5. The universal healing principle. Mind-body connection as a universal law. 6. The method isn't the magic. It's not the ritual, but the belief behind it. 7. What the ancients knew. Wisdom traditions using visualization, mantras, and intention. 8. Science catching up to faith. Neuroscience and psychoneuroimmunology validating mind's influence on body. 9. Power of suggestion on the body. Thoughts directly influencing physiological responses. 10. Key takeaways. How healing actually works. Belief is the ignition. Subconscious is the engine. Repetition and emotion are the fuel. The origins of mental healing. Throughout human history, people have intuitively believed in a natural power within us, a force capable of healing the body and restoring balance. Long before modern science, cultures around the world recognized that healing wasn't just physical. It could also be influenced by the mind. From ancient Egypt to Greece, India to China, healing practices often involved spiritual leaders, shamans, or priests who performed elaborate rituals. These rituals might have included prayers, chants, sacred objects, or even potions. While the methods varied, the common thread was this: belief. Patients believed they could be healed, and that belief triggered profound changes in their mental and physical states. In ancient temples, patients were sometimes given mild sedatives and told that healing deities would visit them during sleep. Many reported recoveries. In other cultures, strange rituals were prescribed, mixing herbs under the moonlight or chanting mystical phrases. While these methods may sound unusual today, they served one powerful purpose: to engage the imagination and convince the subconscious mind that healing was possible. The real catalyst for change wasn't the ritual itself, it was the mental state the ritual created. By engaging the senses, emotions, and imagination, these practices activated the subconscious mind. And once the subconscious accepted the idea of healing, the body often followed. Even outside formal religions or medical systems, self-taught healers have achieved remarkable results. These healers weren't necessarily using proven medical techniques. What they offered was hope, belief, and often a compelling story that tapped into something deeper within the patient's mind. So what made these miracle healings possible? The key was belief: deep, emotional, unshakable belief. This belief bypassed skepticism and went straight to the subconscious, which then set the body in motion toward recovery. Here's the lesson for us today. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between what's real and what's vividly imagined. If you can truly believe in your ability to heal, grow, or overcome a challenge, your subconscious will begin to work in alignment with that belief. In the next chapter, we'll explore how you can use this understanding to intentionally guide your subconscious mind toward health, success, and inner strength, without rituals, relics, or superstition. Just your focus, your intention, and a willingness to believe in what's possible.
Part 1.
Trusting the inner power of belief. One of the most practical mental tools you can use comes from a simple but powerful idea. Act as if what you want is already yours. This isn't just about blind optimism. It's about understanding how your subconscious mind works. When you believe, fully, deeply, and without contradiction that something is already true, you begin to align your inner world with that reality. And your subconscious responds in kind. It starts to create the conditions, behavior, and focus necessary to bring it into your lived experience. Take this modern translation of an ancient insight. Whatever you ask for, believe you've received it, and it will show up. That principle rests on one key habit: mental rehearsal. You train your mind to accept your goal as real now, not someday. And this internal certainty begins to rewire your patterns, habits, and perceptions to match the outcome. Why this works? The subconscious doesn't respond to logic or timelines. It responds to belief, repetition, and emotionally charged imagery. If you want to lose fear, heal from burnout, or build a creative business, your first job is to hold the belief that it's already possible and that you're already on the path. This doesn't mean ignoring current reality. It means choosing to focus your mind on what you intend to create instead of what might go wrong. That choice shifts your mindset, which shifts your outcomes. Think of your belief like planting a seed. You don't dig it up every hour to check if it's growing. You trust the process. You keep watering it, giving it light, and allowing nature to do its work. The same applies to ideas planted in your subconscious. Once you mentally accept a future state as true, your subconscious begins organizing thoughts, behaviors, and decisions around that truth. But if you constantly second-guess or let doubt creep in, you interrupt that process. The role of faith without the dogma. In its most grounded sense, faith is just focused confidence. It's the ability to believe in something before the evidence appears. It's a creative act of choosing possibility over doubt. Whether you call it belief, trust, vision, or alignment, it's a way of thinking that transforms your internal operating system. Faith, in this context, is not religious. It's mental and emotional certainty. You don't need to pray in a traditional sense. Simply holding a firm inner conviction can activate real change. Your subconscious is always listening. A real-world example: healing through belief. There are stories, both ancient and modern, where people experience transformation simply through the power of belief. In one such story, two blind men asked the healer for help. Instead of offering a cure right away, the healer asked, "Do you believe this can happen?" When they said yes, their belief was met with action, and they experienced healing. The message is clear. Transformation happens when deep belief and emotional certainty are present. The healer didn't impose a miracle. He partnered with the belief of the individuals to activate their inner resources. Their healing wasn't magic. It was the result of their subconscious accepting a new possibility. Why silence matters. You might also notice something else. After their healing, the men were told not to talk about it publicly. Why? Because when you're in a fragile new state, mentally, emotionally, or physically, outside skepticism can disrupt your inner confidence. Doubt, especially when it comes from others, can be contagious. Your subconscious mind is sensitive to emotional influence. Protect your mindset like you would protect a fresh wound.
Part 2.
The power of belief in unexpected places around the world. Whether in Japan, India, Europe, or the US, countless people have experienced unexplainable healing and transformation at shrines, sacred landmarks, or through meaningful rituals. These experiences aren't just cultural traditions. They point to a deeper human truth. When belief is strong enough, the subconscious responds. On a visit to Japan, I witnessed a moment that perfectly illustrates this. At the base of a massive bronze statue of Buddha, known as Daibutsu, over 40 feet tall and seated in deep meditative stillness, I watched people of all ages present offerings: fruit, rice, candles, incense, not out of superstition, but from genuine belief and hope. A young girl approached with quiet reverence. She had reportedly lost her voice. After making her offering and lighting a candle, she bowed deeply, whispering a prayer. Her guide explained that she believed deeply that by following a certain ritual and showing gratitude, her voice would return. And it did. Was it the shrine, the fruit, the candle, or was it something far more powerful, her belief? When we engage in a ritual with sincerity and intent, we activate a deep emotional and psychological response. Her subconscious mind aligned with her expectation, and her body followed. Let's bring that closer to home. A relative of mine once battled severe tuberculosis. Doctors had few answers. His son, determined to help, returned home and presented him with what he claimed was a piece of wood from a sacred cross, something passed to him by a monk from a European healing shrine. In truth, it was just a sliver of wood from a sidewalk, dressed up in a jeweler's setting. But here's what happened. The father believed it was real. He held the ring to his chest, closed his eyes, and prayed. The next morning, his symptoms were gone. Medical tests confirmed the illness had vanished. It wasn't the ring that healed him. It was his belief in what it represented. The imagination, when fully activated and paired with confident expectation, can trigger a powerful shift in our mind and body. His subconscious accepted the suggestion of healing as real, and the rest followed. Interestingly, he never found out the truth about the ring. If he had, his belief might have collapsed, and with it, his recovery. The key insight here isn't about superstition or deception. It's this. When belief is genuine and deeply felt, your subconscious goes to work. Belief, when paired with intention and emotion, isn't just positive thinking. It becomes a neurological command, a mental blueprint that the subconscious begins to follow. You don't need a shrine, a relic, or a ritual, but you do need a clear mental image, a confident expectation, and an emotional connection to the outcome you desire. That's when healing, whether physical, emotional, or creative, can begin.
Part 3.
The one universal healing principle. Healing isn't exclusive to one method, philosophy, or belief system. Whether it's modern medicine, holistic practices, or even spiritual rituals, many different approaches report real, measurable recoveries. What's the common thread behind these diverse successes? It's your subconscious mind. Across all forms of healing, medical, therapeutic, or alternative, the consistent mechanism at work is the subconscious. The trigger that activates it, belief, or more specifically, the suggestion of healing backed by conviction. This isn't just theory, it's observable in both clinical and experimental settings. Your two minds, one powerful force. To unlock this potential, you first need to understand your mind's dual structure. Your conscious mind is logical, analytical, and aware. Your subconscious mind is emotional, automatic, and incredibly influential. It governs your body's systems and responds deeply to suggestion. Here's where it gets interesting. The subconscious doesn't distinguish between reality and vividly imagined belief. That's why hypnotic suggestion can create real physical reactions, fever, blushing, or sneezing, even when there's no physical cause. For example, under hypnosis, a person can be told they're touching something hot and develop a blister. Or they might be told they're allergic to a fake flower and start sneezing. The body reacts because the subconscious believes the suggestion. What this means for you. You don't need to be hypnotized for your subconscious to respond. Every thought you accept as true becomes a kind of suggestion. When you consistently imagine health, wholeness, and vitality, and emotionally believe in those outcomes, you're signaling the subconscious to activate healing responses in the body. That's why healing occurs across such different systems. Whether it's a chiropractor adjusting your spine, a naturopath recommending herbs, or a meditation teacher guiding you toward inner peace, your belief in the process matters. It's the belief that opens the door to healing, not just the method. Nature heals. But what is nature? When you cut yourself shaving, your body automatically begins the repair process. The doctor may dress the wound, but they rely on nature to do the healing. What we call nature is actually the subconscious following deep biological programming, what could also be called the law of self-preservation. This instinct to survive, repair, and restore balance is built into you. And your subconscious mind executes it with precision, often without you even realizing it.
Part 4.
The universal principle behind all healing. In today's world, we're surrounded by countless methods, modalities, and philosophies that claim to heal the mind or body. Everything from cognitive therapy to energy work, sound baths to medication, hypnosis to chiropractic care. Many of these methods come with bold claims, backed by personal stories or clinical evidence, and often each camp insists theirs is the one true solution. But here's the deeper truth. Behind all of these approaches is a single, unifying force, your subconscious mind. The method isn't the magic, you are. Let's rewind a bit. In the 1700s, Austrian physician Franz Anton Mesmer used magnets to heal patients. Later, he ditched the magnets and attributed his results to what he called animal magnetism. Eventually, even that theory evolved into hypnotism, or what we now call suggestion. Regardless of the props or process, what really mattered was the patient's belief in the treatment. That belief triggered the subconscious mind, which did the real work of healing. This pattern repeats across time and cultures. From traditional medicine to alternative healing, the underlying catalyst is the same: a confident expectation, faith, that change is possible. Whether it's a trained doctor, a placebo, or a prayer circle, healing tends to follow belief. You don't need to pick sides. Modern healers, psychologists, acupuncturists, coaches, shamans, surgeons, all use different tools, but the outcomes they facilitate often stem from a deeper shared mechanism, activating the subconscious through focused intention and emotional certainty. You don't have to choose one correct approach. Pick what resonates with you. The real question is, does it spark belief? Does it inspire confidence in your ability to change or heal? If so, it's working with your subconscious, and that's where the real transformation happens. Healing isn't about the method. It's about activating the mind's own power to restore balance. What the ancients already knew. Philippus Paracelsus, a brilliant Swiss physician from the 1500s, once said, "Whether the object of your faith be real or false, you will nevertheless obtain the same effects. Faith produces miracles." Even back then, thinkers like Paracelsus and his contemporary Pomponazzi understood something profound. People can experience real, measurable change based on belief alone. Whether someone believes in holy water, a relic, or a piece of metal, if their belief is deep enough, healing can follow. Why? Because the suggestion reaches the subconscious, which in turn mobilizes the body and mind's natural power to repair and regenerate. This isn't superstition. Today, we'd call it the placebo effect, and it's one of the most well-documented phenomena in medicine. Science catching up to faith. Fast forward to the early 20th century. Dr. Hippolyte Bernheim, a pioneer in hypnosis and psychology, showed that simple suggestion could activate dramatic healing responses. He once treated a patient with paralysis of the tongue. After other treatments failed, Bernheim simply placed a pocket thermometer in the man's mouth and said it was a special healing tool. The patient believed it, and within minutes he was able to speak again. In another case, a girl who had lost her voice was instantly cured when Bernheim applied what he said was an electric treatment, which was really just his hand and some suggestion. Again, belief triggered a subconscious response, and the symptoms vanished. Bernheim even documented that he could create physical effects, like a blister, through suggestion alone. These weren't tricks. They were demonstrations of how deeply the mind influences the body. What this means for you. If you're struggling, emotionally, physically, or creatively, don't get lost in the search for the perfect solution. Instead, understand this. The power to heal, grow, and thrive is already within you. Your subconscious is your most potent ally. Choose a method or practice that inspires you. It could be therapy, meditation, visualization, bodywork, affirmations, whatever makes you feel hopeful, centered, and capable. What matters most is your belief in the possibility of change. When belief becomes conviction, your subconscious begins working in your favor. Faith, in this sense, isn't about religion. It's about focused belief in your potential, a steady inner confidence that better is possible. And when that belief aligns with your subconscious, real transformation begins.
Part 5.
The power of suggestion on the body. In the late 19th century, researchers studying hypnosis uncovered something both shocking and enlightening. The human mind, when influenced by focused suggestion, could produce physical effects, sometimes dramatically so. One such case involved a doctor named M. Buru. He placed a subject into a deeply relaxed hypnotic state and told him, "At 4 p.m., after this session, you'll sit in my office, cross your arms, and your nose will begin to bleed." At the exact time, the young man followed the instructions, and drops of blood appeared from his nose. In another experiment, the doctor traced the subject's name lightly on his arms using a blunt instrument without breaking the skin. Under hypnosis, he then suggested, at 4 p.m., your arms will bleed along these lines, and your name will appear in red on your skin. Hours later, the patient fell asleep as suggested, and the letters of his name became visible, outlined in blood. Even months later, faint traces remained. These cases, while extreme, are well documented and serve a powerful point. Your subconscious mind accepts suggestions, especially repeated or emotionally charged ones, and can directly influence your body's physical state. Whether it's healing, stress responses, energy levels, or even your posture and skin, your body listens to your beliefs. Your internal dialogue doesn't just shape how you feel, it can shape what your body does. What this means for you. Your body responds to your beliefs. Whether positive or negative, your thoughts have a physiological impact. Suggestion is powerful. Repeated affirmations, visualization, and focused intention can shape your physical reality. Stress or fear can manifest physically, so can calm, confidence, and self-love.
Part 6.
Key takeaways. How healing actually works. 1. Your mind heals you. Healing isn't magic. It's a natural process, and it starts in your subconscious. The more you remind yourself of this, the more power you reclaim over your well-being. 2. Belief is like planting a seed. Think of belief as mental gardening. Plant a clear intention, water it with expectation, and protect it with focus. What you consistently believe tends to take root and grow in your reality. 3. Your ideas already exist. Act like it. If you can clearly imagine an idea, a project, a book, a business, it's already alive in your inner world. Treat it with the respect and belief you'd give something tangible. This mindset accelerates action and momentum. 4. You can support others silently and powerfully. When you hold a vision of someone's health, growth, or potential, even in silence, you're influencing them on a deeper level. Your clear, confident thoughts can help shift their inner patterns, even without words. 5. Faith and imagination unlock healing. Many so-called miraculous recoveries are sparked by intense belief and focused imagination. This combination activates your mind's healing potential, no matter where you are. 6. Most illness begins in the mind. Before it shows up in the body, disease often starts as chronic stress, fear, or emotional imbalance. Shift the mental pattern and you shift the physical outcome. 7. Your body responds to mental input. Hypnosis and suggestion have shown us this clearly. You can feel pain, nausea, or relief based purely on belief. That's how powerful your thoughts are. 8. Healing follows one rule: belief is mind. There aren't dozens of healing methods, just one principle. Healing happens when belief taps into the subconscious mind's power. That's the true source of change. 9. Faith works, even if it's misplaced. Your subconscious doesn't analyze whether your belief is rational or correct. It simply responds to conviction. So instead of obsessing over what's true, focus on what you deeply believe and how it makes you feel. Chapter 5. Healing with the Power of the Mind. 1. The mind-body connection. Thoughts influence physical health and biology. Emotional states impact healing and immunity. Healing is not exclusive. Everyone has the capacity to heal through the mind. No special background or belief system required. Mental therapy for 21st century. Self-directed healing tools, affirmations, meditation, visualization. Integrative and holistic approaches gaining credibility. 4. One principle, many methods. All healing methods work through belief and expectation. The subconscious responds to what it accepts as true. 5. The belief effect. Belief alone can trigger measurable physical changes. Placebo effect is scientific proof. 6. Science of mental reprogramming, neuroplasticity, autosuggestion, and repetition. Updating subconscious patterns for wellness. 7. Blind faith versus informed intention. Mindful belief is more effective than passive hope. Clarity, emotion, and repetition activate healing. 8. Power of remote absent healing. Healing doesn't require physical proximity. Intention and energy work across distance. 9. Kinetic power of subconscious mind. Once belief is accepted, subconscious moves into action. Healing is a dynamic inner response. 10. Mental framework for healing and wellness. A clear, calm, and focused mind fosters recovery. Create an inner environment that supports health. Healing with the power of the mind. The mind-body connection is real. Whether you're recovering from burnout, stress, illness, or emotional trauma, there's one universal question. What actually heals us? While medications, therapy, or surgery play their part, the real power behind all healing begins in the mind, specifically your subconscious. When a person experiences healing, what's actually happening is a shift in internal belief, emotion, or perception that allows the body to reset and restore itself. Doctors, therapists, and coaches guide the process, but they don't do the healing for you. They simply help remove the blocks so your body and subconscious can do what they're built to do: repair and restore. Your subconscious mind governs your physical and emotional well-being far more than most people realize. It responds to the beliefs you feed it, whether consciously or unconsciously. If you can shift your inner narrative and emotional state, you activate this powerful healing mechanism. Healing is not exclusive. This healing power isn't tied to religion, belief systems, or background. You don't need to belong to a certain group or hold a particular philosophy. You could be spiritual, skeptical, or even agnostic. Your subconscious doesn't care. If you cut your hand, it heals. The same applies to your emotional wounds, chronic stress, or energy levels. Healing is a biological and psychological process that responds to the signals your mind sends it. Mental therapy for the 21st century. Modern mental healing is based on this principle. Your subconscious responds to your dominant beliefs and expectations. When your internal focus shifts toward possibility, peace, or recovery, your subconscious aligns your physical and emotional systems accordingly. You don't need rituals or formal prayers to access this healing power. What matters is intention, focus, and emotional alignment. Quiet your mind, visualize the outcome you want, whether it's physical healing, calm, or resilience, and feel it as already real. When you consistently do this, you create conditions where healing can take place. This is more than wishful thinking. It's a scientifically backed principle known as psychoneuroimmunology, the way your thoughts, emotions, and nervous system influence your immune response and healing. One principle, many methods. Whether you're meditating, journaling, walking in nature, doing breath work, or repeating affirmations, you're working with one universal principle. Life responds to focus and intention. Everything in nature, your body included, is wired to heal, grow, and adapt. The trick is to stop blocking the process with fear, stress, and internal resistance. The method you use doesn't matter as much as the belief behind it. Healing flows through whatever channel you trust: therapy, visualization, creativity, or even silence. But the process is always the same. You believe change is possible, you act from that belief, and your subconscious follows. The belief effect. Belief isn't just a passive thought, it's a creative force. What you really believe about your body, your future, your energy, or your emotional state shapes your experience. Think of belief as the programming language of your subconscious. If you constantly feed it messages like, "I'm exhausted," "nothing ever works for me," or "I can't change," you lock your system into that state. But if you begin replacing those thoughts with "I'm healing," "this is temporary," or "my body knows what to do," you activate the parts of your mind and body wired for recovery and performance. Your outer world reflects your inner beliefs, physically, emotionally, and circumstantially.
Part 1.
The science of mental reprogramming, formerly prayer therapy. Harnessing the power of mental alignment. What we once called prayer therapy can now be understood as a conscious, deliberate collaboration between your logical mind and your subconscious mind, aimed at creating real change, whether in your health, habits, or emotional state. Think of it as a mental protocol, a focused, emotionally charged intention that aligns your beliefs with a specific outcome. Here's how it works. You begin by defining a clear intention, a healing, goal, or transformation you want to experience. You don't just wish for it. You engage your mind to visualize and emotionally connect with the reality you want to create. You feel it as already real. When done consistently and with conviction, this mental blueprint begins to rewire the deeper subconscious patterns that shape your life. The subconscious doesn't respond to logic or effort. It responds to emotion, repetition, and belief. So when you practice this form of mental alignment with emotional clarity and commitment, you're essentially programming your subconscious to accept a new version of reality. This isn't about superstition or blind hope. It's about working with your biology. The subconscious governs your autonomic systems, your immune response, your stress levels, your perception of pain, and it responds powerfully to mental imagery and emotional focus. When you change the story you tell yourself with clarity and repetition, your subconscious begins to follow. Releasing fear, installing a new internal script. Let's say you're dealing with anxiety or a physical health issue. First, recognize that fear and negativity often feed these conditions, quietly reinforcing the problem through repeated inner dialogue. Your task is to interrupt that pattern and replace it with something more empowering. Instead of focusing on what's wrong, direct your attention toward the internal intelligence that already knows how to restore balance. Remind yourself that your body is designed to heal and that your mind plays a central role in how that healing unfolds. This mindset alone, one of expectancy, not desperation, creates the conditions for change. When you mentally rehearse wellness, confidence, or peace and truly feel it, you're laying down new neural pathways. You're turning your attention from fear to trust. Over time, this shift builds emotional resilience, physiological balance, and often physical improvement. After mentally rehearsing your desired outcome, detach. Let go of the need to control the how. Trust that the subconscious is already working. This allows the mental and physical systems to operate in alignment without being blocked by worry or overthinking. Blind faith, informed intention. There's a long history of people experiencing miraculous healings under various methods, rituals, charms, magnetic fluids, or even touch. What these methods had in common wasn't the method itself, it was the belief of the person. The power was never in the ritual. It was in the subconscious mind, triggered by focused belief and emotion. Whether it was a tribal healer, a 19th century hypnotist, or a modern energy worker, the pattern remains the same. When someone truly believes they can get better, their subconscious often follows that script, even if they don't understand the science behind it. Blind faith can sometimes yield results. But informed intention, knowing why and how your thoughts shape your body and behavior, gives you much more consistent control. Let's take Franz Mesmer, a physician in the 1700s who claimed to heal people with magnets. He later abandoned the magnets and claimed the healing came from a universal magnetic fluid within him. While many of his patients did get better, later investigations revealed the magnets had no actual power. It was their belief in Mesmer and the emotional expectation of healing that drove the results. Later, Dr. James Braid discovered that these same miracles could be reproduced with hypnosis and suggestion. What mattered wasn't the tool. It was the mental state of the patient.
Part 2.
Subjective faith, what it really means. At its core, faith isn't just about belief in something external. It's about creating alignment between your conscious thoughts and your subconscious expectations. Whether you believe in a spiritual practice or not, your subconscious responds to direction, either from you or from others. When you stop resisting mentally, when you quiet the noise of skepticism and simply become open, you create space for your subconscious mind to receive new instructions. That's what subjective faith is. Not blind belief, but a relaxed mental state where your deeper mind is receptive to change. In practical terms, this means that healing or transformation often happens when you're in a calm, receptive state, like during meditation, hypnosis, or even when you're just deeply relaxed. This is when the subconscious is most open to suggestion. Real example: healing without agreement. A man once received healing from a minister, even though he didn't believe a word the minister said. He thought the idea that disease doesn't exist was absurd, but during the session, he was guided into a calm, quiet state. He didn't argue, he didn't try to analyze, he simply let go. In this passive, almost meditative state, the minister repeatedly and calmly affirmed health, peace, and harmony. The man began to feel better. Almost immediately, he eventually recovered fully. What happened? By letting go of conscious resistance, even temporarily, his subconscious absorbed the message. The minister's calm repetition bypassed the man's doubts and reached the part of his mind that governs bodily function and healing. That's the power of subjective faith. It's not about what you believe intellectually, but what your subconscious accepts when your guard is down. The power of remote, or absent. Healing. Let's say someone you love is sick, thousands of miles away. Can your thoughts actually help them? Surprisingly, yes. Not through magic or wishful thinking, but through the way your subconscious connects with others at a deeper, nonverbal level. There's no physical barrier between minds. Just like streaming a movie doesn't require physical film, influencing another's well-being doesn't require you to be in the same room. The mind doesn't operate in space the same way the body does. When you focus on someone with clarity, calm, and intention, your subconscious can connect with theirs. Example: healing across the country. A woman in Los Angeles learned her mother in New York was seriously ill. Instead of panicking, she visualized her mother surrounded by health, peace, and strength. She did this several times a day. She didn't try to send thoughts. She simply entered a calm, focused state and imagined wellness as already present. Here's the mindset she used. My mother's health is already unfolding. Her body is reflecting the peaceful image I now hold. The intelligence that built her body is restoring it cell by cell. Everyone helping her is guided to do exactly what's needed. I trust this process completely. Within days, her mother showed a dramatic improvement, something her doctor couldn't explain. What made the difference wasn't superstition. It was her deep belief, combined with a focused state of mental clarity. She didn't beg for a miracle. She mentally created a reality of health and aligned her thoughts with it. That alignment influenced not just her own emotional state, but also her mother's, through the shared subconscious field we all operate within.
Part 3.
Releasing the kinetic power of the subconscious mind. A friend of mine, a practicing psychologist, once shared a story that stuck with me. He had been diagnosed with a serious lung condition. The tests pointed to tuberculosis. But instead of spiraling into fear or obsessing over the diagnosis, he did something different. Every night before going to sleep, he repeated a simple affirmation, not about illness, but about health. Every cell, every tissue, every part of my lungs is becoming whole, strong, and perfectly healthy. My entire body is returning to balance. He didn't focus on the disease. He focused on healing. Within about a month, follow-up scans showed full recovery. His body had repaired itself. When I asked him why he repeated these affirmations at night, he said, "Because the subconscious mind keeps working while you sleep, so I give it something positive to work with." That insight is powerful. While your conscious mind rests, your subconscious continues to process, build, repair, and respond. What you feed it before sleep matters.
Part 4.
Your mental framework for healing and wellness. 1. Understand what actually heals you. True healing begins when your subconscious is given clear, confident instructions. It doesn't act on fear or doubt. It responds to clarity and consistency. 2. Create a mental routine. Build a daily practice to hand off your goals, health, peace, or strength to your subconscious. This could be through visualization, journaling, or a nightly reflection. 3. Visualize the outcome. See your desired result as already achieved. Feel it emotionally. When your mind accepts the outcome as real, it begins working toward making it happen. Reframe your belief system. Your beliefs shape your reality. Belief is just a repeated thought, so make sure your repeated thoughts align with what you want, not what you fear. 5. Stop feeding harmful beliefs. Don't give energy to sickness, misfortune, or lack. Focus instead on health, stability, peace, and progress. What you mentally nourish will grow. 6. Think bigger, live bolder. The thoughts you revisit daily become your behavior. Make sure they're big enough to shape the kind of life you actually want to live. 7. Use focused intention, aka mental rehearsal. Choose one outcome you want to see: health, calm, energy. Mentally and emotionally connect with that vision each day. Commit to it. Results follow consistent mental alignment. 8. Trust the process. Real healing power comes from understanding how your conscious and subconscious work together. This isn't mystical, it's mental training. With knowledge, your trust becomes certainty. 9. Don't discount the unexpected. Sometimes change happens even when you don't fully understand how. That's okay. The subconscious doesn't need your logic. It needs your permission. 10. Support the people you love mentally. Your calm, loving focus on someone's healing can make a difference. When your mind is quiet and grounded, your inner state can positively influence those you care about, even from a distance. From Chapter 6, Practical Techniques for Mental and Emotional Reprogramming. 1. Core Principles. Your mind is programmable by thought, feeling, and repetition. Reprogramming requires consistency, clarity, and emotion. 2. What is modern prayer? Not religious ritual, but focused intention, combining visualization, belief, and emotional alignment. 3. Practical techniques. Affirmations and autosuggestions, visualization exercises, journaling with emotional tone, pattern interruption, and emotional reframing. 4. Mindset manual for creators and achievers. Design empowering beliefs, daily rituals for mental clarity and emotional alignment. Build habits that support your highest goals. Practical techniques for mental and emotional reprogramming. Just as an engineer uses specific methods to build a bridge, you can use precise techniques to shape your life from the inside out. Engineers rely on calculations, design blueprints, and tested processes. Likewise, your subconscious responds to clear, intentional mental processes, not random wishes or vague hopes. This chapter introduces practical tools to help you influence your subconscious mind, manage your emotions, and move your life in the direction you truly want. These are not mystical rituals or abstract ideas. These are mental frameworks you can apply daily, just as consistently as an architect follows a building plan. Your mind works like a design system. Let's borrow the bridge metaphor. 1. An engineer understands the laws of physics. You, too, must understand the natural principles that govern your mind, especially how your subconscious accepts and acts on mental impressions. 2. The engineer envisions a finished structure. Likewise, you need a clear mental image of what you want. Vague goals lead to vague results. 3. The engineer uses proven methods to bring the design to life. The same applies to you. Consistent techniques activate your subconscious and translate ideas into real-world outcomes. Nothing in life happens by accident. Behind every change, success, or healing is a pattern, a process. Once you learn how to work with your subconscious deliberately, you unlock the ability to influence your health, relationships, and even financial path with greater clarity and control. What is a modern form of prayer? Forget the formal ritualistic definitions. Here, prayer means focused intention, a clear mental or emotional request sent to your deeper mind. Prayer is not begging. It's not tied to any religion or tradition. It's simply the emotional expression of your deepest needs and wants. When you hunger for peace, stability, or creative fulfillment, that hunger itself is your inner voice speaking. Your desire is a signal to your subconscious, and when delivered with clarity and repetition, that signal becomes a command. So instead of thinking of prayer as something external or ceremonial, start seeing it as a mental rehearsal, a powerful form of mental training that helps you rewire your internal responses and external results. Technique number 1, the passing over method. This method is about transferring a clear request from your conscious mind into your subconscious, which is where real change happens. Here's how to apply it. 1. Get calm. The best time is when your mind is quiet, right before sleep, after meditation, or during a relaxed moment. Your brain is more open and receptive in these states. 2. Focus on your desire. Think gently about what you want, not with tension or effort, but with calm assurance. Visualize it as if it's already happening. 3. Use simple language. Speak to your subconscious like a child might, honest, direct, and without overthinking. For example, my anxiety is dissolving now, or clarity is coming to me now. 4. Repeat with feeling. Like the little girl who kept saying, "It's passing away now," about her sore throat, you reinforce the message not through logic, but through emotional repetition. This technique works because your subconscious does not argue. It accepts what you repeatedly feel and focus on, especially in moments of stillness.
Part 1.
Designing the blueprint of your life. Imagine you're building your dream home. You wouldn't leave the plans to chance. You'd carefully review every detail of the blueprint. You'd choose high-quality materials, ensure the structure was sound, and regularly check on the progress. Why? Because the blueprint shapes the final result. Now shift that metaphor inward. Your life, your relationships, health, finances, and emotional well-being is also being built every day. But not with bricks and steel. It's shaped by your internal blueprint, your thoughts, beliefs, self-talk, and mental images. Your subconscious mind follows this blueprint exactly as it's drawn, whether you're aware of it or not. If that internal design is cluttered with anxiety, self-doubt, scarcity, or fear, don't be surprised when life reflects those elements back to you through stress, limited opportunities, or unfulfilling relationships. Your subconscious doesn't judge, it simply builds. But here's the opportunity. You can revise the blueprint. At any moment, you have the power to choose a new mental design, one rooted in confidence, purpose, health, and abundance. Every thought you repeat, every belief you reinforce, and every emotion you practice contributes to the structure of your mental home. Over time, this inner architecture shapes how you show up in the world and what the world reflects back. It's not magic, it's mental conditioning. Start consciously choosing thoughts that align with who you want to become. Visualize scenes of success, fulfillment, and joy, especially in moments of stillness. Imagine in detail how it feels to live the life you want. Think of this as rehearsal for your reality. The more clearly and consistently you practice it, the more your subconscious accepts it as the new blueprint to build from. This isn't wishful thinking. It's intentional design. The psychology of aligned intention, what used to be called prayer. In practical terms, prayer isn't about asking a higher power for favors. It's about aligning your conscious thoughts with a clear mental image and emotional belief, and doing so with conviction. That's how real change starts. Think of it as a two-part process. 1. The art. This is your ability to mentally and emotionally embody what you want before it physically exists. You visualize the outcome, feel it, and believe in it deeply. 2. The science. Your subconscious responds directly to this mental state. Like an internal GPS, it begins adjusting your emotions, perceptions, decisions, and behaviors to move you in that direction. But here's the key. You can't just hope or wish. You need to believe, emotionally and viscerally, that the outcome is possible and real. The clearer and more emotionally charged your inner vision, the more energy your subconscious devotes to making it real. This is why vague thinking produces vague results. Your mind needs a direction. Like a lens focusing sunlight, your thoughts become powerful when focused and sustained. When you fully accept a new possibility in your mind, with trust rather than tension, your subconscious goes to work. It draws insights, opportunities, and inner resources to support your vision. This is not blind faith. It's an inner agreement, an alignment between your conscious desire and subconscious acceptance. Want better health? Start seeing and feeling yourself as healthy. Want better relationships? Picture the connection, warmth, and mutual respect you desire. Want to succeed in your work? Visualize yourself already doing it with confidence and clarity. The process requires practice, not perfection. But it works, because your subconscious accepts the blueprint you consistently hand it and starts building from there. Bottom line, you're always building. Make sure the mental blueprint you hand over to your subconscious is the one you actually want constructed in your life.
Part 2.
The visualization technique, designing reality from the inside out. One of the most effective ways to bring an idea to life is to visualize it clearly and consistently. Think of visualization as mental prototyping, seeing something in your mind before it becomes part of your external world. Just as an architect sketches a building before it's built, you can sketch your future through vivid mental imagery. What you see in your imagination isn't just fantasy, it's mental architecture. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between a vividly imagined scenario and one experienced in reality. That's why the images you repeatedly visualize influence your beliefs, behaviors, and outcomes. When held with conviction, these mental pictures shape your focus and fuel the actions that make them real. This isn't about wishing things into existence. It's about training your mind to accept a new blueprint, one that aligns with your goals, values, and desired outcomes. Real-world example. The architect's blueprint. Imagine an architect planning a new building. Long before construction begins, she sees the structure in her mind, the materials, the layout, even the sunlight hitting the windows. This mental image guides every step of the process, from sketches to engineering to the final build. Without that clear inner vision, the project would lack direction and coherence. Your goals work the same way. The clearer your inner image, the more likely your actions will align to create it. Without direction, you're just reacting to life. With visualization, you're actively designing it. How I use it before public speaking. Before giving a talk, I mentally rehearse, not just the words, but the impact. I visualize the audience fully engaged, listening, smiling, nodding. I imagine people leaving inspired, energized, and changed for the better. I take 10 minutes to build that picture in my mind. Then I imagine the feedback. That really helped me. I feel lighter. I finally understood something I've been struggling with. I let those imagined reactions soak in, not as fantasies, but as expectations. This process grounds me, calms me, and primes my subconscious to support the outcome I want. How to practice the visualization technique. Here's a practical way to apply it to your own goals. 1. Define a clear outcome. Whether it's launching your startup, healing your body, or improving your relationships, be specific. 2. Picture it in detail. What does success look like? Feel like? Sound like? Engage all your senses. 3. Immerse in the scene. Imagine yourself already living that reality. Don't just watch it, feel it. 4. Add emotional energy. The more emotion you bring, excitement, gratitude, relief, the more your subconscious accepts it as real. 5. Repeat daily. Just 5 to 10 minutes in the morning or before bed can set a powerful tone for your mind and actions.
Part 3.
The mental movie method. Program your mind for what you want. We've all heard the phrase, a picture is worth 1,000 words. But what if the pictures you imagine in your mind could shape your reality? That's the foundation of what we call the mental movie method. A simple yet powerful visualization technique that uses your imagination to influence your subconscious and help you achieve real-world goals. Why it works. Your subconscious doesn't distinguish between reality and imagination. When you vividly see something in your mind and feel it as if it's already happening, your subconscious accepts it as truth. Over time, it begins working behind the scenes, shaping your thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and even external opportunities to make that mental image your lived experience. This isn't just theory. William James, a pioneer of American psychology, emphasized that what we focus on with emotional intensity becomes our reality. Athletes, performers, and entrepreneurs use this exact principle to boost performance, overcome fear, and hit goals faster. How to use the mental movie method. Here's a step-by-step approach you can try today. 1. Get clear on what you want. Whether it's landing a job, selling a property, finding the right partner, or launching a creative project, be specific. Visualize a clear scene that represents the outcome you desire. 2. Create the scene in your mind. Close your eyes and imagine yourself already living that moment. See the environment, the people, the conversation. Feel the emotions. Confidence, joy, gratitude. Make it as real and sensory-rich as possible. 3. Relax and let it sink in. This works best in a relaxed or drowsy state, right before falling asleep or just after waking. Your mind is more suggestible then. Let go of effort and simply enjoy the mental experience. 4. Act as if it's already done. Carry the energy of that visualization into your day. Act as if it's already true, not by pretending, but by aligning your mindset and actions with your desired reality. 5. Let it go. Trust the process. You don't need to force results. Once the image is embedded with belief and emotion, your subconscious will start connecting the dots. The right people, timing, and ideas will begin to align. A real-world example. Years ago, while traveling and speaking across the Midwest, I wanted to settle in one location that would allow me to work deeply with people. One night, I vividly imagined standing before a large audience, expressing gratitude and feeling at home. I didn't push or overthink it. I simply relaxed and let the image play like a movie. A few days later, I received a telegram inviting me to lead a local organization. That role became one of the most fulfilling chapters of my life. I've shared this method with thousands, especially those trying to sell property or attract new opportunities. Many have reported back with incredible success. Homes sold, dream jobs landed, creative breakthroughs realized, all by mentally rehearsing the end result and allowing their subconscious to guide the way. Quick recap. Visualize a clear outcome. Immerse yourself emotionally. Relax into the feeling, especially before sleep. Trust that your subconscious is at work. Act in alignment with the vision.
Part 4.
The Baudouin Technique, programming your subconscious through sleep-ready repetition. Sometimes the best way to influence your inner world is when your conscious mind is finally quiet. Charles Baudouin, a respected early 20th century psychotherapist, introduced a powerful method to do just that. His approach? Use a sleepy, relaxed mental state to gently and repeatedly deliver a focused suggestion to your subconscious. Here's how it works in today's terms. When you're deeply relaxed, right before you drift off to sleep or in a meditative, drowsy state, your subconscious is more open and receptive. Baudouin recommended condensing your goal or desire into a short, memorable phrase. Then calmly repeat it to yourself, like a soft mantra or lullaby. No straining, no forcing, just gentle repetition in a quiet, accepting state of mind. A woman in Los Angeles found herself stuck in a painful legal battle over her late husband's will. His adult children, from a previous marriage, were contesting everything he had left to her. She turned to the Baudouin technique. Each night, before bed, she relaxed fully in a chair, let her thoughts slow down, and repeated this phrase over and over again. It is finished in perfect order. That was her way of affirming trust in a fair, peaceful resolution. The words helped her let go of stress and fear, reinforcing her inner sense of calm and control. She repeated this simple statement each night for about 10 days. On the 11th morning, she woke up with an unshakable sense of clarity. It's done. That same day, her lawyer called. The other side wanted to settle. The dispute was resolved amicably. Why it works. Your subconscious responds best to clarity and repetition, especially when you're in a relaxed, emotionally open state. This is where change happens beneath the surface, where worry can be replaced with peace and chaos can be met with calm. How to use the Baudouin technique. Today, 1. Get relaxed. Lie back in bed or sit comfortably. Let your body fully relax. Turn off distractions. Breathe slowly. 2. Enter a drowsy state. You're aiming for the edge of sleep when the mind is calm and unfocused. This is when the subconscious is most open. Repeat your phrase. Choose a short, emotionally charged statement that aligns with your intention. It should be personal, positive, and present tense. Examples: I'm calm and in control. Opportunities flow to me. The right solution is on its way. 4. Say it softly and slowly. Repeat the phrase gently, like you're rocking your mind to sleep with it. No need to force emotion, just keep it relaxed and steady. 5. Let go and sleep. After a few minutes of repetition, let yourself drift off naturally.
Part 5.
The sleep state reprogramming technique. Your mind is most receptive just before sleep and right after waking up. In these moments, when you're relaxed and drowsy, your conscious mind steps aside and your subconscious becomes more open to suggestion. This is a powerful window for rewiring habits, beliefs, and behaviors. Let's say you want to break a habit that's holding you back. Doom scrolling, procrastinating, emotional eating, smoking, overthinking, you name it. Here's how you can use the sleepy state to your advantage. 1. Find stillness. Sit or lie down in a quiet, comfortable place. Let your body relax completely. Loosen any tension in your jaw, shoulders, and chest. 2. Drift into drowsiness. Let yourself enter that dreamy state between waking and sleep. You don't have to fall asleep, just hover near it. 3. Introduce your new pattern. Softly and with genuine feeling, repeat a simple present tense statement that reflects your new identity. For example, I am free from this habit. I feel calm, focused, and in control. 4. Repeat gently. Say it slowly, like a soothing lullaby, for 5 to 10 minutes. Morning and night are ideal. Speak to yourself with compassion and certainty. 5. In the moment of temptation, when the old habit surfaces, gently repeat your statement out loud. This anchors your new identity in real time and reinforces your progress. Every repetition is a signal to your subconscious. This is who I am now. This isn't magic. It's neuroplasticity. You're reshaping mental patterns by planting new instructions when your mind is most impressionable. With consistency, your subconscious begins to act on your behalf, making the new behavior feel natural and automatic. Remember, lasting change happens not through willpower, but through gentle, consistent reprogramming.
Part 6.
The thank you technique, activating gratitude as a creative force. Gratitude is more than good manners. It's a mindset that subtly reprograms your subconscious and shifts your internal narrative toward abundance. When you practice sincere thankfulness for outcomes you desire before they arrive, you build mental alignment with your goals and unlock the creative power of belief. The psychology behind it. Think of it like this. When you truly believe something is on its way, you feel thankful in advance. That feeling of pre-receipt signals to your subconscious mind that the goal is already real and integrated into your life. In turn, your mind begins filtering your reality, decisions, and energy through that lens. Gratitude becomes the emotional blueprint for what you're creating. This technique works because the subconscious responds more to emotional tone than logical reasoning. And gratitude is a powerful emotional tone. It carries trust, calm, and expectation, not desperation or doubt. A simple example. Imagine a father promises his son a car for graduation. The car isn't here yet, but the son walks around beaming with excitement. He's already emotionally received it. He's thankful in advance, confident in the promise. That's the mindset we're aiming for. How to use this technique? Let's look at how one man, whom we'll call James, used this approach during a tough chapter in his life. Out of work, deep in debt, and supporting a family of 5, James felt overwhelmed. But instead of spiraling into anxiety, he decided to experiment with gratitude. Every morning and night for 3 weeks, he quietly repeated the phrase, "Thank you for the financial stability and abundance flowing into my life." He spoke it slowly, peacefully, allowing himself to feel the emotional state of gratitude, even though his external situation hadn't changed yet. Whenever fear or doubt crept in, he'd gently replace it with another quiet thank you, resetting his inner focus. Over time, that repetition rewired his mental baseline from scarcity to possibility. His thoughts of lack lost power. His body relaxed. His mood lightened. And then, something unexpected happened. One day, James ran into a former employer he hadn't seen in 20 years. After a short conversation, the man offered him a high-paying job and even loaned him money to help him transition. Within a year, James was promoted to a leadership position, and he credits this turnaround to the consistent, quiet practice of gratitude. Why it works. Gratitude in advance isn't magic, it's mental conditioning. You're building a habit of emotional trust in the future you want to create. And when your subconscious accepts this emotional reality, your behavior, perception, and decisions begin to align with that reality. That's when external results start to follow.
Part 7.
The core idea. Affirm what you intend to experience. Affirmations work when they are grounded in clarity, intention, and emotional resonance, not just repetition. It's not about saying things over and over mindlessly. It's about choosing words that align with what you know to be possible and believe to be true. Think of affirmations like adjusting a math problem. If a child writes 3 + 3 = 7, the teacher doesn't yell or plead. They calmly state the truth. 3 + 3 = 6. The correction isn't up for debate. It's a fact. The child sees the truth and adjusts accordingly. That's what a good affirmation does for your subconscious mind. It offers a precise and confident correction to a limiting belief or mental pattern. And over time, your subconscious adjusts to match the truth you are consistently affirming. Health, harmony, and truth aren't wishes. They're your baseline. It's not normal to be sick, broke, or stuck in conflict. Those things may happen, but they're not the natural state of your mind or body. When you affirm health, peace, abundance, or confidence, not as wishful thinking, but as foundational truths, you start rewriting outdated scripts in your subconscious. The key is to stay aligned with those truths even when your external circumstances seem to disagree. Just like there's no principle of failure in math, only incorrect answers, there's no true principle of disease or lack. The real principles are health, harmony, intelligence, and abundance. Everything else is noise, temporary symptoms, not truths. A real example: healing from a distance. When my sister was diagnosed with gallstones and scheduled for surgery, she asked me to help, not with advice, but with affirmation. We were thousands of miles apart, but the subconscious mind doesn't operate on geography. There's no distance when it comes to thought. So I focused not on her symptoms, but on her wholeness. Here's the affirmation I used several times a day for 2 weeks. This message is for my sister Catherine. She is calm, grounded, and at peace. Her subconscious mind, which built every cell in her body, is now restoring her body according to its perfect blueprint. Every system, nerves, tissues, muscles, bones, is being renewed. Any distorted patterns are dissolving. Her body is realigning with vitality, harmony, and ease. Healing energy flows through her freely, washing away all imbalance. She is receptive. She is well. 2 weeks later, medical scans revealed no gallstones. The issue was gone. How affirmations actually work. To affirm something is to declare it as truth. When you do this with genuine belief, clarity, and emotional backing, your subconscious mind eventually accepts it and acts on it. Important: even if you deny something, I'm not broke or I'm not sick, you're still affirming the presence of the thing you don't want. That's why affirmations must be framed positively, clearly, and with conviction. Mindless repetition won't cut it. But intentional, emotionally connected affirmation, repeated until it feels natural, can rewire your inner world.
Part 8.
The argumentative method is a mental technique rooted in clarity, logic, and self-persuasion. It was originally developed by Dr. Phineas Quimby, a 19th century pioneer in mind-body healing, and it remains deeply relevant today, especially for those navigating stress, anxiety, or limiting beliefs in modern life. At its core, this method involves consciously challenging negative or limiting thoughts by arguing against them, much like a skilled attorney dismantling a faulty case. You don't accept fear or illness as final. Instead, you build a compelling mental case for wellness, strength, and inner intelligence. How it works. When facing a mental or physical challenge, whether it's burnout, anxiety, or even a health condition, you take on the role of an inner advocate. Here's the step-by-step breakdown. 1. Identify the false belief. Begin by spotting the core belief that's fueling your discomfort. For example, I'm always sick. Nothing ever works out for me. I'm not good enough. These are not facts. They're habitual narratives, often rooted in fear or past experiences. Your job is to challenge them directly. 2. Use reason to disprove the limiting thought. In your mind, or even out loud, argue against the limiting belief like you would in a courtroom. My body is designed to heal. It's done it before, it can do it again. There's no logical reason I can't succeed. Many people have started from less and achieved more. This thought is based on fear, not truth. You're not pretending, you're recentering your awareness on what's constructive, real, and empowering. Affirm the power of the subconscious. Remind yourself, your subconscious mind governs the body, and it knows how to repair, rebalance, and restore. It responds to clear direction. When you feed it fear, it amplifies fear. But when you feed it logic, clarity, and belief in possibility, it begins to align with that narrative. Tell yourself with conviction, my body and mind are wired to return to balance. I am aligning with that now. 4. Render a mental verdict. Once your inner argument is laid out, based in truth, not panic, declare the result. Healing is already underway. This situation is changing in my favor. I am free from this limiting story. This step is powerful because it closes the loop. You're not just debating, you're deciding. Why this works. The subconscious mind operates like soil. It doesn't judge. It simply grows what you plant. When you consistently argue for possibility, wholeness, and peace, your subconscious begins to internalize that as your new baseline. Over time, your beliefs, behaviors, and even your body start to reflect that shift. When to use it. When you feel overwhelmed by doubt or fear. During illness or emotional lows. Before high-stakes events like interviews, performances, or presentations. Anytime your inner critic gets loud.
Part 9.
The absolute method, creating healing frequencies through focused awareness. Imagine tuning into a frequency that instantly calms your body, dissolves stress, and promotes healing, not unlike modern sound therapy. The absolute method works in a similar way. It's a focused mental technique where you shift your awareness toward the highest qualities of life, love, harmony, wisdom, and vitality, and intentionally direct that frequency to yourself or someone else. Let's say you're thinking about someone, John, who is struggling. Instead of worrying or overanalyzing his situation, you pause, you get quiet, you center yourself. Then, instead of focusing on the problem, you focus on qualities like resilience, balance, peace, and strength. You visualize John immersed in that energy. No pleading, no forcing, just a calm and intentional alignment with health and well-being. This isn't about blind belief. It's about understanding that your focus has power. Just like high-frequency sound waves can break up physical blockages in the body, your mental and emotional frequency can influence the inner environment, yours or someone else's. When you elevate your own state, you're transmitting coherence instead of chaos. Healing isn't always instant or dramatic, but with consistency, this method creates real change. Whether you call it consciousness, life energy, or the power of focused attention, the mechanism is the same. Energy flows where attention goes. Case study: the cripple who walked doctor. Phineas Parkhurst Quimby, a pioneer in mind-body healing, used the absolute method with astonishing results. One of his most striking cases involved an elderly woman who had been bedridden and unable to walk. Her body had become a reflection of her inner state, trapped by fear, dogma, and limiting beliefs about herself and life. Quimby didn't treat her body. He treated her mind. He helped her reinterpret the stories she had been living by, particularly rigid, literal interpretations of religious texts that made her feel fearful and powerless. Instead of fighting her beliefs, he introduced a new lens, that life, intelligence, and healing were within her, not outside her. He didn't stay stuck in her fear with her. He mentally stepped into a vision of her as whole, free, and vibrant, and held that space with clarity. He described this as going to the place she could not follow, not physically, but mentally. His clarity helped her shift. In a moment of awakening, she stood up and walked, no longer imprisoned by fear or the identity of being broken. This wasn't a miracle in the supernatural sense. It was a shift in perception that unlocked dormant power within her. The decree method. Speaking with inner authority. There's a quiet power in declaring what you want. Not begging, not hoping, but decreeing with clarity and emotional conviction. The decree method is about stating your intention as if it's already true, then releasing it into the space of infinite potential. Think of it like programming your subconscious with a strong, clean command. But here's the key. It only works when it comes from calm certainty, not desperation or emotional force. Here's a real-world example. A young woman was dealing with an unwanted admirer who kept calling her, showing up at her workplace, and disregarding her boundaries. She had tried being polite, direct, even confrontational, but nothing worked. Then she used the decree method. She calmly said aloud, "I release him into his right path. I am free. He is free. I now declare that this situation is resolved through infinite intelligence. It is done." She didn't repeat it obsessively. She didn't dwell on it. She simply stated it with confidence and let it go. Within days, he stopped contacting her. She described it as if the ground swallowed him up. No struggle, just resolution. This method teaches us to take our inner voice seriously. When you speak with certainty and align it with belief, your subconscious takes it as instruction. Your environment begins to shift in response.
Part 10 that
Serve yourself with scientific truth, a mindset manual for creators and achievers. 1. Think like a mental engineer. Design your life using proven mental strategies, just like an architect uses blueprints. Your mind is the foundation for everything you build. 2. Desire is creative energy. When you clearly imagine what you want and feel like it's already real, you activate your inner systems to make it happen. 3. Make success easier. Real accomplishment doesn't always come from struggle. Align your goals with how your mind naturally works, and you'll unlock smarter, smoother progress. 4. Your thoughts shape your reality. Whether it's well-being, career, or relationships, everything begins with your inner dialogue. Craft it with care and intention. 5. Test the process. Treat your mind like a personal lab. Try visualizations, affirmations, and focus techniques and track how your results change. You'll find the mind really does respond. 6. Pre-feel the future. Imagine your goal is already complete. Let yourself feel the satisfaction and peace of it being done. This emotional rehearsal primes your subconscious for real-world action. 7. Visuals are powerful shortcuts. A clear mental image can cut through confusion. Your subconscious responds best to strong visuals plus belief. Together, they're unstoppable. 8. Let it flow. Don't force it. Straining or overthinking kills momentum. Instead, get into a relaxed, almost sleepy state before you visualize or affirm. This is when your subconscious is most receptive. 9. Gratitude unlocks more. When you think and feel appreciation, you open your mind to opportunity and shift into a powerful state of receiving. 10. Affirmations are commitments to self. When you declare something as true, even before evidence exists, you rewire your perception and behavior to align with it. That's how change begins. 11. Broadcast inner harmony. Thoughts are energy. When you focus on calm, health, and kindness, you influence not just your life, but the emotional atmosphere around you. 12. Speak your future into motion. Whatever you declare with conviction and emotion, your subconscious takes as a command. So speak success, peace, and abundance into your life daily. From Chapter 7, the subconscious moves you toward life. 1. Nature and function. The subconscious drives automatic actions and core behaviors. It stores patterns, beliefs, and emotional responses. 2. Subconscious and body connection. Mind-body feedback loop. Thoughts influence cells, organs, immunity. The body reflects what the subconscious believes. Disrupting and rewiring the subconscious. Interrupt habitual thought emotion cycles. Replace with new patterns through conscious intent and repetition. 4. Health as natural state. The subconscious strives to restore balance, remove internal blocks to allow healing. 5. Real-life transformations. Stories and evidence of spontaneous healing and habit change. Success through belief shifts and reconditioning. 6. Aligning mind for health. How-to. Focused attention, visual healing, and emotional alignment. Daily subconscious programming practices. 7. Key takeaways for application. The subconscious can move you toward life or limitation. Train it to align with health, vitality, and purpose. The subconscious moves you toward life. Most people are only using a fraction of their mind's true potential. More than 90% of your mental activity happens below the surface, quietly, automatically, and continuously. This hidden powerhouse is your subconscious mind. And whether you realize it or not, it's always working for your survival, healing, growth, and creativity. At its core, your subconscious is built to move you lifeward, toward well-being, evolution, and greater possibilities. It regulates your heartbeat, digests your food, restores your body during sleep, and nudges you toward people, places, and decisions that help you grow. It never shuts off. It never takes a break. It's a silent engine designed to keep you moving forward, even when your conscious mind feels lost, doubtful, or stuck. Your biggest dreams, your moments of sudden clarity, that deep sense of purpose you feel but can't always explain, those don't come from overthinking. They come from within, from the vast creative intelligence of your subconscious. You've already felt this. That gut instinct that saved you from a bad decision. The random idea that led to a breakthrough. The quiet urge to start something new, even if it scared you. That's your subconscious calling you to evolve. In moments of crisis or extraordinary stress, this part of you often awakens with unexpected strength. During the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, people who had been bedridden for years suddenly found the energy to rescue others from danger. They didn't think their way into action. They were moved by something deeper. That's the power of subconscious intention when it aligns with life itself. The subconscious is also where real artistry happens. Writers, composers, and creators across time have used it as a wellspring of inspiration. Robert Louis Stevenson, for example, used to give his subconscious a creative prompt before bed and wake up with fully formed stories. Mark Twain openly admitted he never worked a day in his life. His humor and genius flowed naturally because he learned how to listen to the voice within. You don't have to force brilliance. You have to allow it. The subconscious doesn't communicate with words and logic. It speaks through emotion, intuition, images, and instinct. It whispers ideas that feel too big for your current reality, and yet they feel right. These are not random. They are clues. Follow them.
Part 1.
How your body reflects the mind. Your body is not just a physical shell. It's a real-time reflection of your mind at work. Specifically, the way your conscious and subconscious minds interact is mirrored by how two core parts of your nervous system operate together. Two minds, two systems. Think of your conscious mind as the one in charge of decisions, logic, willpower, and perception. It corresponds to the central nervous system, which includes your brain and spinal cord, and operates through your 5 senses. It's the part of you that says, I want to do this, and then physically makes it happen. Your subconscious mind, on the other hand, runs beneath the surface. It keeps your heart beating, your lungs breathing, and your cells functioning, all without you needing to think about it. This aligns with the autonomic nervous system, particularly the solar plexus, sometimes referred to as your abdominal brain. It's intuitive, automatic, and incredibly powerful. How thoughts become physical. Here's the practical takeaway. When you consciously hold a belief or idea, especially one charged with emotion, it travels through your nervous system, eventually reaching your subconscious. Once the subconscious receives the signal, it treats it like an instruction and works to manifest it. This process is how thoughts begin shaping your physical health, habits, and even the outcomes you experience in life. Your subconscious doesn't evaluate or question. It simply responds to the emotional and mental blueprints it's given. That's why chronic stress, fear, or limiting beliefs can eventually show up as illness, fatigue, or destructive patterns. But the opposite is also true. Calm, confident, empowered thinking can strengthen your health and behavior at the deepest level. Intelligence beyond logic. Your body is incredibly intelligent. Every cell, organ, and system works in harmony through a kind of group coordination. Almost like a symphony. Even single-cell organisms with no brains or organs still know how to move, eat, adapt, and survive. That's subconscious intelligence in action. Letting this built-in intelligence do its job is one of the most powerful things you can do. But here's where we often get in the way. The conscious mind gets distracted by fear, comparison, social noise, and outdated beliefs. It often overrides the subconscious with constant worry and negative self-talk. Over time, these emotional patterns become deeply rooted and act like scripts the subconscious follows, regardless of whether they serve you or not.
Part 2.
Your inner intelligence is always on. Your subconscious mind never sleeps. It's always active, always working, quietly guiding your body, your instincts, and your behavior toward balance, well-being, and growth. You don't have to consciously command it. It operates beneath the surface, running vital systems, healing you sleep, generating ideas, and keeping your life moving in the direction of harmony. Think of it like the engine room of your life, unseen but essential. You might not feel it fixing, building, or adjusting anything, but it's always on, responding to the signals you send it. The clearer and more constructive those signals are, the more powerfully your subconscious works in your favor. At its core, your subconscious seeks order. Its natural tendency is to restore peace, clarity, and health. When you're not interfering with it through fear, anger, or self-doubt, it does its job with incredible efficiency. How we disrupt the system. The subconscious is like a powerful computer running a flawless operating system, until a virus, in the form of negative thinking, slows it down. When your conscious mind gets stuck in patterns of fear, resentment, or stress, you send distorted instructions to this inner intelligence. You unknowingly block its ability to do what it's designed to do, help you thrive. Modern science supports this. Every 11 months, your body essentially rebuilds itself on a cellular level. But here's the catch. If you keep feeding your system toxic thoughts, you're rebuilding the same emotional stress and physical tension into the new version of yourself. You're not a victim of circumstances. You're a participant in how your life unfolds. Rewire your mental defaults. You can't control every thought that pops into your head, but you can choose which ones you feed. The mind is like a room, fill it with light, and the darkness has no space to remain. Instead of fighting negative thoughts, replace them with constructive ones. Don't just try not to be afraid, lean into calm. Instead of not being angry, choose to focus on understanding, patience, or problem solving. Here's a simple daily practice. Notice when a harmful thought pattern starts. Pause, and recognize it's not aligned with your highest self. Replace it with a grounded, positive alternative, something you want to believe or feel. Repeat the new thought regularly to reinforce it. For example, instead of, "I always mess things up," try, "I'm learning to handle challenges with clarity and confidence." Over time, your subconscious will adapt to this new instruction and help turn it into your reality.
Part 3.
You were designed for health, not sickness. Health isn't a lucky break. It's your natural setting. From the moment we're born, the human body is hardwired for vitality, strength, and resilience. Our systems are programmed to grow, heal, and adapt. Illness isn't the baseline. It's a disruption. Your body constantly strives for balance, for energy, and for well-being. When we align our thoughts and habits with this natural drive, health becomes not only possible, it becomes expected. Your subconscious mind plays a vital role in this process. It's always working behind the scenes to preserve, protect, and rebuild, but it listens closely to the messages you feed it. If your inner dialogue is driven by fear, worry, or defeat, your body responds accordingly. If your thoughts reinforce life, confidence, and healing, that's the direction your system begins to move in. The law of life is growth. Where there is growth, there is health. And where there is health, there is harmony. When we fall ill, physically, mentally, or emotionally, it's usually a sign that something is out of sync. Often it's our thinking. Healing is not a miracle. It's a return to normal. Here's a truth that's both empowering and deeply human. Your body wants to heal. Your subconscious mind holds a blueprint for health, just as it once guided the formation of your organs and systems in the womb. When you remove the interference, negative beliefs, stress, emotional blocks, your body knows how to restore itself. It's not magic. It's biology plus belief. The body's self-preservation instinct is powerful, but your thoughts can either support or suppress it. When you're chronically anxious, bitter, or hopeless, these emotional states create stress chemistry that disrupts healing. But when you adopt thoughts that promote harmony, optimism, and safety, your subconscious starts working with you, not against you. A real-life transformation, from crippled to strong. Consider the story of Frederick Elias Andrews, a young man once diagnosed with Pott's disease, a form of spinal tuberculosis. Doctors told him he would never walk again, but he refused to accept that verdict. Instead, he rewired his internal belief system. His daily practice was simple but consistent. He repeated affirmations like, "I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy." He didn't just say the words, he felt them. He imagined the strength returning to his body. He visualized standing tall, walking freely. He made these affirmations the bookends of his day, his last thoughts before sleep and his first upon waking. When doubt crept in, fear, jealousy, or discouragement, he replaced those thoughts immediately with his affirmations. Over time, his body followed the new instructions. He healed, fully. His transformation was so dramatic that he later became a minister and motivational teacher. His story isn't about religious miracles. It's about mental discipline, emotional focus, and the healing intelligence of the subconscious mind. Your mind believes what you repeat. Another example. A man facing eye surgery attended a seminar on subconscious healing. He decided to test the idea that the mind can influence the body. Each night before sleep, he entered a calm, suggestible state and imagined his doctor saying, "A miracle has happened." He didn't argue with himself. He didn't analyze it. He simply repeated the phrase with calm confidence. 3 weeks later, his eye doctor examined him again and echoed the very words he had imagined. This is a miracle. What happened? The repetition, belief, and emotional engagement rewrote the subconscious script. His mind received new instructions, and his body followed through. The subconscious mind, which helped form his body in the first place, began correcting the issue, no surgery required. How to align your mind for health. Here's how you can start working with your body instead of against it. 1. Watch your inner language. Avoid thoughts like, I'm always tired, or I'll never get better. These are instructions your subconscious takes seriously. 2. Affirm health daily. Create short, powerful affirmations that speak in the present tense, like, I am healing, I feel stronger every day, or my body is returning to balance. 3. Visualize the result. Take a few minutes each night before sleep to mentally rehearse yourself at full health, walking, laughing, exercising, working, whatever matters most to you. 4. Replace fear with trust. When anxious or negative thoughts arise, don't fight them. Replace them. Think of it like changing the channel. 5. Act in alignment. Support your mental practice with healthy behaviors, rest, hydration, movement, real connection. This reinforces the belief that you are worthy of feeling good.
Part 4.
Key takeaways for real-world application. 1. Your subconscious works 24/7. Your subconscious mind is constantly shaping your physical and emotional state. Negative thoughts act like interference, disrupting this natural process. Guard your mindset the way you'd guard your health. 2. Use sleep as a problem-solving tool. Before going to sleep, ask your subconscious for help with a challenge. Phrase it clearly and positively. While you rest, your mind will go to work on it. 3. Your thoughts become physical reality. Every belief you accept as true gets encoded in your nervous system and body. That's how inner dialogue turns into real-world results, emotionally, mentally, and even physically. 4. You can redesign yourself. Just like an architect reimagines a space, you can reshape your life by offering your subconscious a new blueprint. Feed it new images, ideas, and intentions. 5. Your subconscious wants growth. Its natural direction is toward healing, progress, and life. Your conscious role is to give it healthy, empowering instructions, consistently. 6. Your body rebuilds constantly. Every 11 months, you've essentially built a new body. Use that fact as fuel. Consistent positive thinking can literally reshape your biology over time. 7. Health is your natural state. Being well, physically, mentally, emotionally, isn't a luxury, it's your baseline. Illness is usually a sign of inner misalignment, not your identity. 8. Emotions shape your physiology. Chronic stressors like jealousy, fear, and worry degrade your body's systems. Peaceful, confident thoughts are not soft. They're foundational to lasting well-being. 9. What you affirm with feeling becomes reality. Affirm what you want, not just with words, but with belief. What you emotionally invest in will eventually show up in your body, your work, and your relationships. Choose thoughts that build you, not break you. Chapter 8. How to get the results you want. Subtopics. 1. Common reasons for failure. 2. Subconscious mind principles. 3. Moving forward, key principles. 4. 3 steps to subconscious alignment, facing a challenge. 5. Stop forcing, start trusting. 6. Why trying too hard backfires. 7. Aligning desire and imagination. 8. Practical takeaway. 9. Key takeaways to remember. How to get the results you want. Most people fail to create meaningful change, not because they're lazy or unworthy, but because they either doubt themselves or try too hard. When you force outcomes with tension or let doubt take over, you're essentially working against your subconscious rather than with it. Here's the truth. Your subconscious doesn't need pressure. It needs clarity, belief, and emotional alignment. The moment it accepts an idea as real, it begins working behind the scenes, activating your focus, energy, creativity, memory, and even your physiology to move toward that outcome. This process is always running. If you're feeding it stress, fear, or negativity, it will amplify those too. Your mind is always listening. When you say things like, "There's no way out," "This never works for me," "I don't know what to do," you're unknowingly giving instructions to your subconscious to keep you stuck. It's like giving a taxi driver 10 conflicting destinations. You go nowhere. To move forward, your instructions need to be clear, consistent, and emotionally real. Start by affirming a simple truth. There is a way through this. I don't need to know every step right now, just the next one. Once you decide that a solution exists, Your mind will begin opening pathways toward it. You don't need to figure everything out at once. Just make space for answers to show up. Less force, more flow. A business owner once asked a repairman why he charged $200 for a 5-minute fix. The tech replied, "The bolt cost 5 cents. Knowing what to adjust, that's $199.95. Your subconscious is that inner expert. It knows how to restore balance, whether that's in your health, finances, relationships, or creative work. But it works best when you're relaxed. Don't obsess over how it will happen. Focus instead on what you want and how it would feel if it were already done. Relax into that feeling. Let your subconscious handle the mechanics. Think back to a time when you recovered from burnout, illness, or stress. You didn't overanalyze the recovery. You let it happen. That same intelligence is still within you, waiting to be directed with clarity and emotional conviction. Use imagination, not willpower. Working with your subconscious isn't a battle. There's no opponent. You don't need willpower. You need vision. Imagine your goal as already complete. See it. Feel it. Let yourself emotionally inhabit that finished state. Freedom, health, clarity, whatever it may be. That emotional experience is what triggers the subconscious to get involved. Willpower can create short bursts of change. Imagination sustained by belief creates transformation. Disciplined imagination, predictable results. Want to supercharge this process? Use disciplined imagination. Here's how. 1. Define the desired outcome clearly. 2. Visualize it daily in vivid detail. 3. Feel the emotional result as if it's happening now. 4. Detach from how it will happen. This isn't fantasy. This is brain science. Visualization rewires your neural circuits, primes your perception, and influences your behavior at a subconscious level. Believing something is true means you start showing up in alignment with it. You act as if it's real. And when your mind and emotions align, your external world starts to shift to match.
Part 1.
The 3 steps to subconscious alignment. When you're facing a challenge, whether it's health, work, relationships, or clarity, here's a simple yet powerful approach to help your subconscious mind work for you. Step 1. Acknowledge the problem. Start by being honest about what's not working. Define the issue clearly. Vague anxiety or wishful thinking doesn't activate change. Clarity does. Step 2. Redirect to the desired outcome. Shift your attention from the problem to the solution. Don't just focus on what's wrong. Imagine what it would look and feel like if things were right. This isn't about blind hope. It's about giving your subconscious a clear direction. Step 3. Let go with confidence. Trust that your subconscious is already working behind the scenes. Rest in a calm conviction that progress is happening, even if you don't see it yet. Release the urge to micromanage. Let go and allow insight, healing, or opportunity to emerge naturally. Stop forcing. Start trusting. Statements like, "I wish I could fix this," or "I'm trying so hard to make it happen," actually weaken your influence. The subconscious doesn't respond to desperation, it responds to conviction. When you truly believe something is possible, that belief sets everything in motion. Instead of efforting, try relaxing into certainty. Say to yourself, "This situation is shifting, something better is already taking shape." Your job is to get clear on the outcome and trust the process, not to force it. Why trying too hard backfires? French psychologist Émile Coué called it the law of reversed effort. When willpower and imagination are in conflict, imagination always wins. Let's break that down. If someone laid a wooden plank on the floor and asked you to walk across it, you'd do it without hesitation. But raise that same plank 20 feet in the air, and suddenly your imagination pictures you falling. Even though your desire is to walk safely across, fear dominates. Your will says go, but your imagination screams don't. Guess who wins? That's how it works with your subconscious. If your thoughts are filled with fear or doubt, even while you're trying to believe, you'll get more of what you fear. Why? Because your subconscious accepts the stronger of 2 signals. And fear is often more emotionally charged than weak, wishful desire. Real-life example. Test anxiety. You've probably experienced this. You sit down to take an exam and suddenly everything you studied disappears. The harder you try to force the answers, the more blank your mind becomes. But later, walking out of the test, the answers suddenly come rushing back. This is reversed effort in action. Trying too hard blocks the subconscious. Releasing the tension lets it flow.
Part 2.
Aligning desire and imagination. One of the biggest roadblocks to unlocking the power of your subconscious mind is inner conflict, specifically the clash between what you want and what you believe. You might consciously desire success, love, health, or freedom, but if your imagination is filled with fear, failure, or doubt, those desires will struggle to take root. In short, your subconscious can't act on a goal that your imagination is sabotaging. Trying to force your way through this conflict, mentally straining or pushing, only reinforces the idea that you're up against something bigger than you. Force signals resistance, and resistance sends a message to your subconscious that you're not aligned. Real change happens when both parts of your mind, conscious and subconscious, agree. Think of it like tuning two instruments to the same pitch. When your thoughts, what you want, and your imagination, what you expect, are in harmony, you're in a powerful position to create change. One of the easiest ways to bring these two parts of yourself into sync is through a deeply relaxed, almost sleepy state, right before bed or just after waking. In these moments, your mind is quieter, and your imagination is more open and vivid. Negative chatter fades, and the subconscious becomes more receptive to new beliefs and mental imagery. In this state, you can rehearse the outcome you want, not as a wish, but as if it's already real. Imagine it with detail. Feel it, hear it, see it. Make it sensory and emotionally engaging. You're not begging for something to happen. You're mentally and emotionally experiencing it as already done. Real-world example. Rewiring the outcome. A young woman once came to me, stuck in the middle of a stressful legal dispute. She desperately wanted a positive outcome, but her imagination kept replaying worst-case scenarios: bankruptcy, failure, defeat. Even though her desire was clear, her mental images were working against her. I encouraged her to try something simple yet powerful. Each night before bed, enter a relaxed state and vividly imagine the issue being resolved. She pictured her attorney enthusiastically telling her, "It's all been settled, and everything worked out beautifully." She didn't just hear the words, she felt the relief, the joy, the confidence. During the day, whenever anxiety crept in, she reran this mental movie in full detail: voice, gestures, tone, even facial expressions. After a few weeks of consistent practice, she received a call. The case had been resolved harmoniously and out of court, just as she had imagined.
Part 3.
Key takeaways to remember. 1. Stop overthinking. Let it flow. Forcing ideas or solutions often stems from anxiety, and that pressure blocks results. Calm focus works better than mental strain. Ease invites clarity. 2. Relaxed focus activates deep insight. When your mind is calm and you truly accept an idea, your subconscious begins solving in the background. Trust the process. 3. Think creatively, not conventionally. You're not limited to old systems. Believe that a solution exists, even if it hasn't been discovered yet. Original thinking opens new doors. 4. Don't obsess over your body. Your body knows what to do. Micromanaging your heartbeat or breath only creates tension. Instead, affirm your system is operating at its best. Confidence is powerful medicine. 5. Your emotions set the tone. Feeling healthy and abundant leads to more of the same. Check in with yourself. How do you feel right now? Your state is a self-fulfilling signal. 6. Your imagination drives your reality. Use your mind intentionally. Picture outcomes that are inspiring, not anxiety-inducing. Who you imagine yourself to be shapes who you become. 7. Leverage the sleep state. Right before sleep, your mind is most open. Visualize your goals as already fulfilled. Let that feeling carry you into sleep, and it will influence how you wake and move forward. Chapter 9. Wealth starts in the mind. Subtopics. 1. Mindset versus effort. 2. Shift from scarcity to abundance. 3. Invisible support systems. 4. What you believe you live. 5. Building a wealth mindset that works. 6. The real source of wealth. 7. Clear blockages. 8. Simple practice. Sleep with the word wealth. 9. Serve yourself with the power of your mind. Wealth starts in the mind. If you're constantly stressed about money or struggling to make ends meet, the issue likely isn't your ability. It's your mindset. Specifically, your subconscious hasn't been trained to believe in abundance. Many people grind endlessly without seeing results, while others seem to attract wealth with ease. What's the difference? It's not always effort, it's mindset. The old idea that financial success only comes through relentless hard work is outdated. Yes, discipline and consistency matter, but thriving financially isn't just about grinding harder. It's about aligning your inner beliefs with abundance. When you do what you love with enthusiasm and vision, and when you trust in your value, you tap into an easier flow of success. A modern example. Take the story of a Los Angeles executive who earns a high six-figure salary. Despite being away on a global cruise for most of the previous year, his income never paused. He told me that his real success came the moment he fully believed, deep in his subconscious, that he deserved that level of wealth. Interestingly, others in his company worked longer hours and had deeper knowledge of the business. But they lacked imagination, self-worth, and belief in their creative potential. They were stuck in survival mode, while he had trained his subconscious to expect and accept abundance. Shift from scarcity to abundance. Wealth is not just a number in your bank account, it's a state of mind. Reciting affirmations like, "I'm a millionaire," isn't enough if you don't believe them. Instead, gradually build a belief system that welcomes prosperity. Feed your subconscious with ideas that reflect abundance, self-worth, and possibility. Here's the truth. You grow into wealth consciousness through daily thoughts, intentions, and habits that support abundance. It's a slow rewiring process, but one that pays off. Invisible support systems are real. Many people panic when the economy dips, markets fall, or their job becomes unstable. Why? Because they have no internal foundation, no invisible means of support. They've never tapped into the infinite creative force inside them. They're subconscious. But once you realize that your subconscious is a vast reservoir of solutions, creativity, and resilience, you no longer rely solely on external circumstances. You become more stable, more resourceful, and more capable of turning challenges into opportunities. What you believe, you live. If your inner narrative is shaped by scarcity, money is hard to get, rich people are lucky, I'll never make enough, then your outer life will reflect those limitations. But if your mind is filled with ideas of opportunity, value, and generosity, your reality starts to shift. Poverty and abundance are reflections of mindset more than circumstances. You are not designed to live in lack. Your mind, when conditioned with empowering beliefs, becomes a magnet for solutions, opportunities, and wealth.
Part 1.
Building a wealth mindset that works. If you're struggling financially or simply want to create more abundance in your life, the first step isn't to hustle harder, it's to shift how you think about wealth. A powerful, practical way to start: take a few quiet moments, 3 or 4 times a day, and slowly repeat the words, wealth, success, for about 5 minutes. Not as a chant, not with force, just with calm focus. Let the words echo in your mind. You're not forcing belief, you're planting seeds. This method works because it bypasses mental resistance. Instead of saying, "I am wealthy," which your brain might instantly reject if you're broke or struggling, you're focusing on the feeling and energy behind the ideas of wealth and success. When done consistently, this practice begins to shift your internal narrative. You start to feel what it's like to be in flow with abundance. And that shift is what changes behavior and eventually outcomes. Why saying "I'm wealthy" doesn't work at first. You might have tried affirmations before, things like "I'm rich" or "I'm financially free," and felt nothing. Or worse, it felt like lying. That's completely normal. Most affirmations fail not because they're wrong, but because they create internal conflict. If your conscious mind says one thing and your subconscious deeply believes the opposite, it's like hitting the gas and the brake at the same time. You stall. For example, one entrepreneur told me, "I've said I'm prosperous for months, and my situation's only gotten worse." The truth? He never believed those words. His brain flagged the statement as false every time he said it, reinforcing his current lack instead. The subconscious doesn't respond to words alone. It responds to what you feel is real. How to speak to your mind without resistance. Here's a better approach. Use statements that your subconscious won't reject. Try this. Day by day, I'm being supported and prospered in all areas of my life. This kind of phrase feels believable and calming, and it doesn't trigger internal resistance. It's forward-moving, present-focused, and optimistic without pretending everything's perfect. One business owner I worked with was struggling with low sales. I asked him to sit quietly each morning and simply say, "My sales are improving every day." That small shift, done consistently, helped align his thoughts, energy, and decisions. Within weeks, things started to turn around. Stop writing mental blank checks. Every time you say things like, "I'm terrible with money," "There's never enough," "I'll never get out of debt," you're signing blank checks with your subconscious. You're essentially instructing your mind to keep creating those results. Negative self-talk isn't just bad for your mood, it programs your internal system to expect more of the same. Fear about the future, worry about money, and repeated talk of scarcity become self-fulfilling. Your subconscious doesn't judge, it just executes the dominant narrative you're feeding it. Your mind compounds what you feed it. Think of your subconscious like a financial institution that pays compound interest, not in dollars, but in habits, emotions, and outcomes. If you continually deposit thoughts of growth, abundance, and confidence, that becomes your operating system. If you deposit fear, lack, and stress, those too will grow. Start small. Each morning, as you wake up, take a few seconds to focus on ideas like, "Today is full of opportunity. I'm learning how to create financial freedom. Wealth is becoming part of who I am." Let those thoughts shape your day. Repetition creates familiarity. Familiarity becomes belief, and belief drives behavior.
Part 2.
Why nothing happened. You may be thinking, "I tried that and nothing changed." That's more common than you think, and there's a reason for it. Often we set a positive intention, but moments later, we undercut it with doubt or fear. Think of planting a seed. If you keep digging it up to check whether it's growing, you're preventing it from taking root. Your mind works the same way. So next time a limiting thought starts to surface, like, "I won't be able to afford that," catch it. Interrupt it. Replace it with something that reinforces possibility, such as, "Opportunities are always flowing to me, even if I don't see them yet." It's not about pretending challenges don't exist. It's about training your mind to look for solutions instead of shutting the door before they can arrive. The real source of wealth. Wealth doesn't start in the stock market, your job, or your bank account. It starts in your mind. Your subconscious holds limitless ideas, solutions, and opportunities. It doesn't care about market trends or currency fluctuations. It's constantly working to bring your internal beliefs to life. Money, investments, and income are simply expressions of value. They are not the source. If you condition your subconscious to believe that wealth is constantly circulating in your life, you'll find it showing up in forms you hadn't imagined, because your mind will be tuned to recognize and act on opportunity. Why trying to make ends meet isn't just about money. If you're constantly struggling financially, the real issue might not be lack of effort, but a mindset of lack. Many people unintentionally push wealth away by resenting those who have it. If you find yourself saying things like, "They probably cheated to get rich," or "They don't deserve it," you're creating internal resistance to the very thing you want. What you criticize in others, you subconsciously reject for yourself. Jealousy, blame, and resentment all close the door on opportunity. Instead, shift your internal dialogue. If they can do it, so can I. I celebrate their success, and I'm open to creating my own. The silent wealth blocker. One of the biggest subconscious barriers to wealth is envy. If you feel triggered when someone else succeeds, especially someone in your field, that's a red flag. Envy turns off your creative flow and tells your mind, "That kind of success is not for me." Instead, reframe it. "I love seeing what's possible. I'm excited for them, and I welcome even more success into my own life." This small mental shift keeps you in alignment with abundance instead of resistance. Remember, your subconscious doesn't respond to logic, it responds to emotion. And envy is a signal of fear, not possibility. Let go of resentment. It's not your job to judge. If you believe someone gained wealth dishonestly, let it go. It's not your job to balance their karma or call them out in your head. That kind of judgment only ties you up in negativity. And it's usually a distraction from your own goals. Release the mental friction. Let their path be theirs. Instead, focus on getting aligned with your own vision. You can't build wealth while mentally fighting someone else's. A simple practice: sleep with the word wealth. Here's a calming technique you can use each night before bed. As you lie down to sleep, repeat the word wealth, softly, slowly, and with feeling. Let it echo through your body like a lullaby. Don't force it. Just relax into it. This primes your subconscious while you're drifting into sleep when your conscious resistance is at its lowest. The goal isn't magic, it's alignment. You're gently programming your mind to expect and welcome abundance. With consistency, this simple habit can shift your inner compass, and that's where lasting change begins.
Part 3.
Serve yourself with the power of your mind. 1. Choose to build wealth intelligently. Decide now that your path to wealth doesn't have to be a grind. Leverage the power of your subconscious instead of relying solely on effort and hours. 2. Hard work alone isn't the answer. Working yourself into the ground may earn you a paycheck, but not a life of freedom. Strategy, mindset, and subconscious alignment create lasting abundance. 3. Wealth starts as a belief. Your subconscious reflects what you believe deep down. Train your inner world to expect and accept wealth as your reality. 4. Most people lack an inner financial foundation. They focus only on external hustle and ignore the powerful inner support system of the mind. Shift your foundation inward. 5. Use nighttime mental priming. Each night before bed, calmly repeat the word wealth for a few minutes. This plants the seed in your subconscious while you sleep. 6. Feel wealthy to become wealthy. Your emotional state broadcasts your expectations. Feel prosperous even before results show up, and your life will catch up. 7. Align belief with desire. Your subconscious responds to your true feelings, not your words. If you say you want wealth but believe in lack, you'll stay stuck. Make wealth your dominant belief. 8. Neutralize internal conflict. If part of you resists abundance, use affirmations like, "I am consistently supported and growing in all areas of my life, day and night." Repeat it often until it feels true. 9. Reinforce success in action. For sales, business, or career goals, repeat, "My results improve daily. I am growing, advancing, and becoming wealthier every day." 10. Stop speaking from scarcity. Phrases like "there's never enough" or "it's tough out there" sabotage you. They reinforce limitation. Choose words that expand your possibilities. 11. Feed your mind prosperity. Think of your subconscious like a financial account. The more you deposit thoughts of success and abundance, the greater the compound return. 12. Be consistent. Don't affirm abundance in the morning and then stress about money at night. Mixed messages cancel each other out. Stay steady. 13. Your greatest wealth is an idea away. $1,000,000 solutions come from within. Ask your subconscious for ideas and stay open. It's the best business partner you'll ever have. 14. Celebrate others' success. Jealousy creates mental roadblocks. If you want to attract wealth, cheer for those who already have it. That energy brings you closer to it. 15. Clear the blockages. If wealth feels distant, check your mindset. Let go of grudges, envy, or resentment. A clear mind is a fertile ground for prosperity. Chapter 10. You deserve to be wealthy. Path to wealth and financial freedom. Subtopics. 1. Redefining wealth. 2. Money, energy, and flow. 3. Inner path to financial freedom. 4. Blocks to wealth. 5. Overcoming blocks and attracting money. 6. Holistic wealth in life. You deserve to be wealthy. Let's be clear. Wealth isn't just about dollars in your bank account. It's about having the resources to live freely, fully, and meaningfully. It's your natural right to be wealthy, not in a greedy or flashy way, but in a way that supports your growth, your creativity, and your ability to contribute to the world. You're here to expand, not just in mind and heart, but also in your material world. You're meant to live in a way that reflects your inner abundance. That means having what you need and more, not just to survive, but to thrive. The desire to live well isn't shallow. It's a sign of life, of energy, of potential seeking expression. Wanting more is not selfish. It's aligned with your nature when it comes from a healthy, empowered place. Financial well-being gives you freedom to create, to give, to build, and to fully live. Money is energy, and it needs to flow. Money is simply a tool, a symbol of value, exchange, and circulation. In modern life, it shows up as cash, crypto, credit, or contracts, but underneath it all, it represents movement. Just like your bloodstream needs circulation for you to stay healthy, your financial life needs flow. When money is moving into your life and out through meaningful choices, you're economically vibrant. But when it's stuck, hoarded out of fear, or withheld by scarcity thinking, things begin to break down. Historically, money has taken many forms: beads, salt, livestock, paper bills. Today, it's mostly digital. The form doesn't matter. The principle is the same. When you align your mindset with abundance, money becomes a tool that flows toward you and through you with ease. The inner path to financial freedom. The real path to wealth begins inside your mind. When you understand how your subconscious shapes your reality, you unlock access to consistent inner wealth, no matter what's happening in the economy, markets, or world events. The foundation of lasting abundance is belief. The belief that you are supported, the belief that money can and does flow to you, the belief that your inner state creates your outer results. This is not magical thinking. It's psychological alignment. The moment you impress the idea of wealth on your subconscious, it starts organizing your thoughts, actions, and environment to reflect that belief. You start making better decisions. You see opportunities you used to miss. You act with calm confidence instead of panic. Let's be practical. Even if the financial system collapsed tomorrow, someone with an abundance mindset would rebuild. Why? Because true wealth isn't just external, it's internal. It's the combination of clarity, belief, and energy that keeps producing results regardless of circumstance.
Part 1.
Why you don't have more money. If you're reading this thinking, I deserve a higher income, you're not alone. Many talented, hardworking people feel underpaid or stuck financially. But here's the hard truth. The way you think and feel about money, often subconsciously, could be one of the biggest barriers to your financial success. The hidden beliefs that block wealth. Most people don't realize they carry negative beliefs about money. Maybe you've heard phrases like, money is the root of all evil. Rich people are greedy. It's selfish to want more. If any part of you agrees with those, even subtly, your mind is in conflict. You're working hard for success while quietly pushing it away. You can't attract what you secretly resent. Even worse, some people believe there's virtue in struggle, that poverty somehow makes you pure, humble, or morally superior. These ideas usually come from early conditioning, family, culture, or misinterpreted messages, but they're outdated and unhelpful. Let's be clear. There is nothing noble about struggling to survive. Money is a tool, not the goal. Money itself is neutral. It's a tool, like a hammer or a laptop. What matters is how you use it. Problems arise when money becomes the only thing you chase. If your entire focus is just get rich, you might succeed financially, but feel empty, stressed, or lost. True wealth includes more than money. It means having the freedom to express your creativity, live in alignment with your values, enjoy good health, feel secure, contribute meaningfully, and experience peace of mind. Aim for a balanced life, not just a big bank account. Poverty isn't a virtue, it's a symptom. Let's say you were physically unwell. You'd recognize something is off and seek help. Financial struggle works the same way. Chronic lack is a signal that something in your mindset or environment needs to change. Abundance is your natural state. Your life wants to expand, grow, and thrive, not shrink. You weren't born to live in survival mode. You're here to build, create, and enjoy a rich, meaningful life. Stop criticizing what you want. One of the fastest ways to push money away is to criticize it. If you constantly say things like, I hate money, money makes people selfish, I just want enough to get by, you're reinforcing scarcity. You lose what you condemn. You can't attract what you emotionally reject. It's like trying to grow a garden while cursing the soil. Start seeing money for what it truly is, a resource for freedom, contribution, and possibility. A simple practice to shift your mindset. To start reprogramming your subconscious mind, use this affirmation regularly. Say it aloud or write it down, multiple times a day if you can. I like money. I respect it and use it wisely. It flows to me easily and consistently. I use it to create good in my life and in others. I'm grateful for the abundance I have and excited for what's on its way. This isn't about wishful thinking. It's about replacing old mental scripts with more empowering ones. When your subconscious aligns with abundance, you start to notice new opportunities, make better decisions, and take actions that naturally lead to financial growth. A rational view of wealth. Let's strip away the emotional baggage for a moment. Money is made of atoms, just like everything else. Whether it's a dollar bill, a gold coin, or a digital transfer, it's simply a form of energy and exchange. To call money evil is like saying electricity is evil. It's not. It just depends on how you use it. We live in a world of possibilities. Scientific breakthroughs have even made it possible to change one element into another. With that kind of power in the universe, do you really think you were meant to stay broke? The truth is, wealth is more mental than material. Shift your mindset, and the results will follow.
Part 2.
How to attract the money you need. Let's start with a real story. Years ago, I met a young man in Australia who dreamed of becoming a surgeon. The problem? He had no money, no support system, and no clear way forward. What he did have was clarity of vision and the willingness to act on it. While doing odd jobs, cleaning doctors' offices, washing windows, handling basic repairs, he held a vivid image in his mind every single night. As he drifted off to sleep, he imagined his name printed in bold letters on a framed medical diploma hanging on the wall. It wasn't difficult. He saw real diplomas every day while cleaning, so the image was familiar and emotionally charged. He didn't force the dream. He simply nurtured it, patiently, consistently, quietly. He visualized that outcome night after night for 4 months. Then things began to shift. One of the doctors he worked for noticed his dedication. Impressed by his attitude and attention to detail, the doctor began mentoring him, teaching him how to sterilize tools, administer injections, and handle basic medical tasks. Eventually, this doctor paid for his education and sent him to medical school. That same young man became a respected physician in Montreal. What changed wasn't just luck. It was his internal state. He activated the natural law of mental alignment. See the result clearly and consistently, and your mind begins to attract the resources, people, and pathways to realize it. He didn't beg, chase, or wait. He believed, envisioned, and acted. This principle works not only for grand ambitions, but also for everyday financial goals. When you start with a clear mental picture, grounded in genuine desire and emotional conviction, you begin to influence your subconscious mind. From there, your thoughts begin shaping your actions, your focus sharpens, and opportunities start showing up. Sometimes unexpectedly, but never accidentally. Why you might be blocking your own financial progress. Here's another scenario to consider. Suppose you're working hard at your job, yet you feel undervalued and underpaid. Internally, you're frustrated. You keep thinking, I deserve more. They don't appreciate me. But you never voice it or take constructive action. You just hold on to that quiet resentment. What's happening here is subtle but powerful. That internal narrative, feeling unrecognized, unworthy, or bitter, starts to detach you emotionally from your role. Even if you continue to show up, your subconscious is pulling away. Without realizing it, you begin to disconnect from the team, the mission, and your own potential in that environment. Eventually, this inner withdrawal becomes visible to others through your energy, attitude, or performance. And then one day, your manager might say, "We've decided to let you go." It may feel like it came out of nowhere, but in reality, you unconsciously set it in motion. Your mental state created a trajectory that your external reality eventually followed. This is the law of inner cause and outer effect. Your thoughts and emotions are not passive. They're not invisible. They influence your behaviors, your relationships, your energy, and ultimately your results. What you can do differently. If you want to attract more money or anything else, you have to start within. Not with wishful thinking, but with clear, focused, emotionally charged vision. Here's how. 1. Picture your goal as already complete. What would it look like to receive the promotion, launch the business, or graduate with that degree? Visualize it in detail, daily, ideally before sleep when your subconscious is most receptive. 2. Feel the outcome. Don't just see the success, feel what it's like to already have it. Pride, peace, excitement, confidence. These emotions help lock the image into your subconscious mind. 3. Act in alignment. Keep showing up, keep learning, keep growing. This isn't magic, this is mindset coupled with motion. 4. Avoid dwelling on scarcity. If you're constantly focused on what's missing, time, money, support, you'll reinforce lack. Instead, anchor yourself to the outcome and ask, what's one small action I can take today to move closer to that vision? Money doesn't respond to desperation or resentment. It responds to clarity, conviction, and consistent action. That young man in Australia didn't wait for someone to hand him a scholarship. He visualized the outcome, trusted the process, took small jobs, and kept showing up. The universe didn't reward him for hoping. It responded to his alignment. You can do the same.
Part 3.
Clearing the mental blocks to wealth. 1. Stop resenting what you want. Have you ever caught yourself silently judging someone who's made it? Maybe you've thought, he must have cheated the system. She's just lucky. Or, I knew him when he was broke. What a scam artist. These thoughts may feel justified in the moment, especially if you're struggling financially and others around you seem to be thriving. But here's the hard truth. Resentment is a form of mental self-sabotage. When you reject or criticize someone else's success, you're programming your subconscious to believe that wealth is somehow wrong, unfair, or undeserved. And if you believe deep down that money is tied to greed, corruption, or deceit, your mind will actively repel opportunities to earn it honestly and confidently. What you resent, you unconsciously reject. If you're affirming, money is flowing to me, but then you silently say, rich people are corrupt, you're sending conflicting instructions to your subconscious, and that confusion creates stagnation. True abundance comes when you celebrate success in others as proof of what's possible for you. Action step. Whenever you catch yourself envying someone's success, reframe it. If they can do it, so can I, in my own way, with integrity. 2. Managing money with mental clarity. Worried about an investment? Confused about your financial decisions? Here's a simple mindset reset. Instead of spiraling in fear, start trusting your ability to choose wisely. Repeat this to yourself. My decisions are guided by clarity and long-term wisdom. I take thoughtful, strategic actions, and I adjust quickly when needed. This kind of inner dialogue trains your mind to stay calm, proactive, and receptive to helpful insight, whether through research, instinct, or timely advice. When you're grounded, you make better decisions. And when you're not acting out of panic, you're less likely to take impulsive financial risks. Action step. Before making any financial decision, take a breath and ask, am I moving out of clarity or out of fear? The myth of getting something for nothing, stealing, in any form, isn't just a moral issue. It's a mindset issue. Trying to get away with shortcuts or manipulation is rooted in a belief that there's not enough to go around. This scarcity mindset drains your confidence and blocks your creativity. Even if no one catches you, your subconscious does, and it quietly erodes your self-worth. Instead, real fulfillment comes from contribution. People who understand this know that value creation leads to income generation. When you focus on solving problems, helping others, or bringing something meaningful to the world, money becomes a byproduct, not a struggle. Action step. Build a habit of asking, how can I create or contribute something today that's worth being paid for? 4. Steady flow over sudden windfalls. True wealth isn't just about big paychecks or lucky breaks. It's about developing a mindset where money flows consistently, because you've built trust with yourself. This starts by accepting abundance as your default, not the exception. Picture yourself already living with financial freedom, not in fantasy, but in feeling. Your subconscious mind doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. The images you dwell on, especially those tied to emotion, shape the direction of your life. Daily practice. Visualize a life where money is no longer a source of stress. Feel what that version of you thinks like, acts like, spends like, earns like. Then take one action a day to align with that identity. 5. Modern affirmation for abundance. You don't need long rituals, but consistent self-talk rewires your inner beliefs. Use this affirmation to reset your mindset daily. I create value with integrity. I attract financial opportunities through clarity and action. Money flows into my life as a reflection of the problems I solve and the people I serve. I trust my ability to grow, adapt, and prosper. Say it out loud, write it down, speak it before tough decisions. Let it become your internal compass. The biggest obstacle to wealth isn't the economy, your background, or even your current bank balance. It's the hidden mental tension between wanting abundance and simultaneously doubting or resenting it. Clear that contradiction, and you'll unlock not just wealth, but peace, purpose, and confidence in how you create it.
Part 4.
Step up this way to riches. A practical path. 1. Claim your right to prosper. Be confident in knowing that it's not only okay to want wealth, it's your natural right. When you truly believe this, your subconscious mind starts aligning with that belief. 2. Think beyond bare minimums. You don't want to just get by. You want the freedom to live fully, travel, grow, build, give, and experience life without financial anxiety. That level of abundance starts by tapping into the vast potential of your subconscious mind. 3. Let money flow like the ocean. Financial health isn't about hoarding, it's about flow. Like the tide, money comes and goes. When it flows freely, you're economically alive. Trust that when it goes out, it can and will come back. 4. Understand the rules of the mind. When you understand how your subconscious works, you'll never fear scarcity again. Regardless of how money changes form, cash, crypto, clients, or opportunities, you'll know how to attract and retain it. 5. Don't criticize what you want. Many people unconsciously push money away by resenting it or those who have it. Criticizing wealth creates a mental block. What you judge negatively will quietly exit your life. 6. See money as a tool, not a master. Money is not the end goal. It's a tool to help you live with more freedom and impact. Real wealth lives in your mindset, skills, and creativity. A meaningful life includes both purpose and prosperity. 7. Aim for wholeness, not just wealth. Don't chase money in isolation. Pursue a life rich in meaning, love, health, and contribution. When you live with joy and generosity, your subconscious supports you in all areas, including finances. 8. Poverty is not noble. There's no glory in struggling financially. Chronic lack is often a symptom of limiting beliefs. You can shift this by healing the internal blocks that keep you stuck. 9. You deserve a fulfilling life. You were not born to scrape by. You were made to thrive, contribute, and enjoy life. Reject the idea that abundance is for other people. It's for you too. 10. Watch your words about money. Language matters. Stop calling money dirty or saying you hate it. Money is neutral. Your thoughts and beliefs shape your experience of it. 11. Use money consciously. Adopt empowering self-talk like, I respect money. I use it intentionally. I release it with purpose, and it returns to me multiplied. This kind of mindset reinforces healthy financial habits and energetic alignment. 12. Money isn't evil. Ignorance is. Money, like any resource, can be used for good or harm. It's not money that's the issue. It's how people think and act around it. Elevate your awareness, and your relationship with money will transform. 13. Visualize the outcome you want. See the financial life you want as already yours. Visual clarity helps your subconscious get to work creating the path to make it real. 14. Value exchange is real. There's no shortcut. You don't get something for nothing. You give your focus, effort, and belief, and the world reflects that back. Wealth comes from mentally and emotionally investing in your goals with consistency. Chapter 11. Your subconscious mind as a partner in success. Subconscious mind and true success. Subtopics. 1. Definition of true success. 2. Subconscious mind as a partner. 3. 3 steps to true success. 4. 3 essentials of real success. 5. Practical applications of subconscious power. 6. Modern success principles, mindset strategies. Your subconscious mind as a partner in success. Success isn't just about external achievements or financial wins. It's about building a life that feels aligned, fulfilling, and sustainable. Real success means living with purpose, inner peace, and joy. And while money and recognition matter, the true rewards, peace of mind, clarity, confidence, and meaningful relationships, are intangible and internal. These qualities arise from how well you've trained your inner world, your subconscious mind. Your subconscious is not just a passive storehouse of memory or habit. It's an active, responsive partner that helps shape your outcomes. When you align your goals with the power of this deeper mind, success becomes less of a grind and more of a natural flow. The 3 steps to true success. 1. Find what you love and build your life around it. Real success starts with doing work that lights you up. Ask yourself, what do I love so much I'd do it even if I didn't get paid right away? Once you have even a hint of the answer, follow it. Experiment, learn, iterate. But loving your craft isn't enough. You have to keep evolving. If you're a designer, stay ahead of trends. If you're in healthcare or tech, update your knowledge regularly. Continuous learning is part of honoring what you love. If you're not sure where to start, get quiet and ask, what am I uniquely built for? What energizes me? Your subconscious already holds the answer. When you repeat questions like this with patience and openness, insight will show up. Maybe as a feeling, a strong curiosity, or a sudden clarity. Don't chase certainty, follow direction. Action tip. Each morning for the next 7 days, write this. I'm open to discovering the work that lights me up. Then notice what thoughts, conversations, or experiences spark your energy. 2. Specialize and become uncommonly good. Once you find your direction, go deep, not wide. In a world full of generalists, mastery is magnetic. Choose a niche within your field and become the go-to person for it. This gives you both leverage and credibility. If you're a software developer, focus on a powerful language or problem space. If you're in marketing, master one channel and dominate it. Specialization makes you indispensable and positions you for real impact and income. Don't do it just for the money. The people who rise the fastest are those who genuinely want to serve others. Success built on helping others solve real problems is the kind that lasts. Remember, you're not just building a career, you're becoming someone people can trust, refer, and rely on.
3.
Make it bigger than you. This is the step that sets true success apart from empty ambition. Your goals must serve more than just yourself. Ask, how does my work improve someone's life, even in a small way? When your success becomes a vehicle for creating value in the world, your subconscious responds with far greater power. It's as if the energy you give to others loops back to you, with compound interest. People who chase success purely for ego, status, or accumulation often burn out, plateau, or self-sabotage. But those who genuinely want to contribute create a flow that sustains itself. That's the power of a complete success cycle. You give value, the world gives back. You grow, you give more. Practical reflection. Ask yourself weekly, who did I help this week? How did my work make someone's life better?
Part 1.
The real definition of success. Success isn't just about money, titles, or external achievements. True success is a balanced life, where your work aligns with your values, your health is strong, your relationships are meaningful, and you sleep well at night. You might hear stories about someone who made a fortune through unethical means, fraud, exploitation, or manipulation. Sure, they may appear successful for a time, but underneath the surface, they're often battling anxiety, fear of exposure, and deep inner conflict. Why? Because success built on deception creates instability, not just in the bank account, but in the mind and body. When you take from others dishonestly, you reinforce a mindset of scarcity and fear. And that inner environment inevitably spills over into your personal life, whether through stress-related illness, unstable relationships, or sleepless nights. The subconscious mind mirrors your core beliefs. If those beliefs are rooted in guilt, fear, or unworthiness, it will sabotage your outer success, no matter how well things seem to be going. Case in point, the pickpocket who had it all and lost it. A man I once met in London had made a fortune as a professional pickpocket. He lived lavishly between England and France, but beneath the luxury was fear. He constantly looked over his shoulder, expecting the police to catch up with him. That stress manifested as physical illness and emotional breakdowns. Eventually, he turned himself in. After serving his sentence, he sought counseling, found meaningful work, and rebuilt his life with integrity and peace of mind. That's real success. True success is expression, not just accumulation. You're successful when you love what you do and feel free to express yourself fully. When your work reflects who you are and helps others along the way, you tap into a deep well of energy, creativity, and satisfaction. This kind of fulfillment can't be faked or forced. It comes from alignment. Many of today's most effective entrepreneurs and leaders understand this. They use their intuition, imagination, and belief systems deliberately. They visualize outcomes, solve problems with creativity, and align their decisions with their inner values. Their subconscious mind works with them, not against them. The Flagler Principle. See it, feel it, create it. Take Henry Flagler, a pioneer in the oil industry. His success wasn't just strategy, it was vision. He mentally rehearsed the outcome he wanted. He imagined trains running, oil flowing, workers moving. He didn't just think it, he felt it. That vivid belief engaged his subconscious mind, which then went to work behind the scenes, organizing people, opportunities, and resources to make it real. That's how creative power works. What you consistently believe, especially when charged with emotion, becomes your reality. The 3 essentials of real success. 1. Clarity of vision. Know exactly what success looks and feels like for you, not just the outcome, but how it aligns with your life. 2. Emotional belief. Fuse your vision with real feeling. This activates your subconscious, which doesn't respond to words alone, but to emotion-driven belief. 3. Aligned action. Work consistently in ways that reflect your vision. When you express your strengths and give value, you stay in sync with your goals. And the foundation of it all? Understanding how your subconscious mind works.
Part 2.
How he turned imagination into reality. A well-known actor once shared with me how he turned a childhood dream into a successful career without formal education, industry connections, or a clear plan. As a boy working long days on a farm, he would vividly picture his name lit up on theater marquees. Whether he was herding cows or milking them, that mental image became his daily escape and his guiding vision. I imagined that marquee over and over again, he told me. And one day I made the leap. I left home, took background roles, and hustled in the film world. Years later, I saw my name in those big lights, just like I had imagined as a kid. His story isn't about luck. It's about the focused use of imagination and belief. What he visualized repeatedly, he eventually lived. The pharmacist who built his dream store. About 30 years ago, I met a young pharmacist working long hours for just $40 a week plus commission. He told me he planned to stick it out for 25 years, then retire with a small pension. I asked him a simple question: why not build something of your own? He hesitated. I don't have the money, he said. That's when everything started to shift. He realized that while he lacked cash, he wasn't lacking imagination or the power to change how he thought about his future. I introduced him to a powerful idea. Whatever you can clearly visualize and emotionally believe, your subconscious can begin to work toward. He took this seriously. Every day, he started imagining himself running his own pharmacy. He mentally stocked shelves, greeted customers, and reviewed imaginary bank statements. He rehearsed the feeling of ownership until it felt real. He didn't just daydream, he embodied the vision. He began to act the part in his mind until it influenced how he showed up in the real world. Soon after, he lost his job. But instead of falling apart, he saw it as a push forward. He quickly got hired at a large retail chain, climbed the ranks, and saved diligently. Within 4 years, he had enough to buy his own pharmacy. He called it his dream pharmacy. And when he opened the doors, he said, "It looks exactly like the one I've been walking through in my imagination all these years." He didn't just build a business, he built a life he was proud of. And it all started with a vision, consistently rehearsed, then backed by action.
Part 3.
Using your subconscious mind in business and performance. Imagination is not just creative, it's strategic. Years ago, I spoke to a group of business professionals about the underestimated power of imagination, not as fantasy, but as a tool for decision-making, confidence building, and intuitive problem-solving. During that talk, I shared a story about Goethe, the German writer and philosopher. When faced with personal or professional dilemmas, Goethe didn't rush for outside advice. Instead, he used an internal mental strategy. He would vividly imagine a trusted friend sitting across from him, responding with wise and helpful insight. He didn't just visualize this. He heard the tone, saw the gestures, and made the interaction feel completely real. This wasn't superstition. It was a form of subconscious rehearsal that shaped his perspective and actions. One attendee at that lecture, a young stockbroker, decided to put this method into practice. He began imagining conversations with a successful banker he admired, playing out scenarios where the banker praised his stock picks and applauded his insight. These mental rehearsals became daily rituals. The stockbroker didn't just fantasize success. He used his imagination to condition his subconscious mind to act in alignment with the success he was envisioning. The results? His performance improved. He made smarter investments. He gained confidence. Most importantly, his belief in his own judgment solidified, and that belief became his competitive edge. To this day, he credits this simple yet profound practice with a major part of his success. Actionable takeaway. Your subconscious responds to what you vividly imagine and emotionally believe. If you consistently rehearse your desired outcomes through inner dialogue, mental imagery, or visualization, you begin to align your thoughts, emotions, and decisions with those outcomes. From struggling student to straight-A scholar. At 16, a high school student came to me frustrated. His grades were slipping. He said his memory was terrible and he felt like a failure. But after a brief conversation, it became clear. His real problem wasn't memory. It was mindset. He carried resentment toward his teachers and had mentally checked out of school. He was going through the motions without belief or intention. I introduced him to a simple yet powerful routine, reconditioning his subconscious with specific affirmations twice a day, just before sleep and immediately after waking. Why those times? Because that's when the subconscious is most receptive. Here's what he repeated. My subconscious mind is a powerful memory bank. It retains everything I study and everything I hear from my teachers. I recall what I need with clarity and ease. I radiate respect and goodwill toward my teachers and classmates. I want the best for them and for myself. Alongside this, he started visualizing his teachers and his mom congratulating him on his improved grades. He wasn't hoping. He was training his mind to expect success. Within a few months, his attitude changed. His grades jumped. He regained his confidence. Today, he's at the top of his class because he stopped outsourcing motivation and took ownership of his inner narrative.
Part 4.
The subconscious strategy for successful buying and selling. Success in buying and selling isn't just about negotiation tactics or market trends. It's about internal clarity and subconscious alignment. Your conscious mind is the initiator. Your subconscious is the powerful engine that follows through. When both are in sync, outcomes often exceed your expectations. Step 1. Get mentally clear and calm before making a major purchase or sale. Quiet your mind. Step away from distractions. This calm, focused state helps bypass fear, second-guessing, and mental clutter. It also creates space for your subconscious mind to absorb and act on your deeper intentions. Don't rush. Take a few minutes to sit still, breathe deeply, and let your body relax. This isn't just for stress relief, it's the gateway to mental clarity and effective visualization. Step 2. Visualize with confidence. Once your mind is clear, begin imagining your ideal outcome with specificity and belief. If you're looking to buy, say, a home, picture the features that matter most to you: location, affordability, layout, environment. Then, mentally affirm something like, I'm now open and ready to discover the perfect home that meets my needs, fits my budget, and supports the life I want to build. I trust the right opportunity is already aligning. You're not pleading, you're planting a mental blueprint. Think of it as putting a request into motion and trusting that your subconscious mind, like a GPS, will help guide you toward it. You might stumble across a listing by chance, overhear something from a friend, or simply feel drawn to a place that turns out to be exactly what you need. That's the power of inner alignment. Real example: selling my own home. When I sold my home in Los Angeles, I didn't rely solely on strategy. I used visualization. I put a for sale by owner sign in the yard. Then, each night before sleep, I imagined myself taking down the sign because the house had sold. In my mind, I picked it up, carried it to the garage, and said, "I don't need this anymore." I felt the relief and satisfaction as if it had already happened. The next day, a buyer showed up with a $1,000 deposit and asked me to remove the sign. We were officially in escrow. What I'd visualized internally had mirrored itself externally. Principle. Inner image drives outer results. There's nothing mystical here, just a psychological truth. The thoughts you dwell on shape your behavior, your energy, and often the outcomes you attract. This principle holds whether you're selling a house, closing a business deal, or negotiating your next job offer. Selling with subconscious support. Here's a simple mindset affirmation you can adapt to your own selling process. The right buyer is already looking for what I offer. We're being guided toward each other now. This buyer sees the value in my offer, is ready to act, and feels aligned with the price, the timing, and the deal. Everything is working in our favor. Say it slowly. Say it with belief. Visualize the sale closing smoothly and feel the sense of completion. This isn't just wishful thinking. You're priming your subconscious to support effective, confident action and spot aligned opportunities. Let go of anxiety and competition. When you truly understand how your subconscious works, you stop operating from a place of fear. You're no longer obsessed with what others are doing or stuck in scarcity thinking. There's always someone who needs what you're offering. The market may fluctuate, but value speaks. And your subconscious can help you present that value with clarity and confidence.
Part 5.
How she manifested exactly what she needed. A young woman who frequently attended my workshops faced a daily challenge. It took her an hour and a half and 3 bus transfers to get to each session. But she was committed to personal growth. In one workshop, I shared a story about someone who had manifested a car using visualization. Inspired, she decided to try the same approach. Here's what she wrote to me later. After your lecture, I decided I needed a car to continue coming to the sessions. I chose a Cadillac. Every day, I imagined walking into a showroom, feeling the leather seats, and driving through the streets. I repeated the experience mentally over and over. 2 weeks later, my uncle passed away and unexpectedly left me his Cadillac and his estate. I drove to your next lecture in that very car. This isn't about magic. It's about mental alignment. She didn't just wish for a car. She embodied the experience of already having one. That emotional rehearsal sent a powerful message to her subconscious. This is my reality. The result followed naturally. The inner blueprint of success. Many top entrepreneurs and leaders use a similar principle. They don't just chase results, they condition their minds for success. Quietly, consistently, they repeat the word success to themselves, not like a mantra, but as a focused intention. Why? Because success isn't just a result, it's a mindset. When you plant the belief that you're capable, worthy, and moving forward, your subconscious mind starts organizing your thoughts, energy, and behaviors to match that belief. It doesn't matter what field you're in, design, tech, wellness, business, or art, this principle applies. So, start where you are. Ask yourself, what does success look and feel like for me? What would I be doing differently if I already felt successful? What kind of person would I become if I fully trusted my inner compass? Then act as if you're already there. Not to fake it, but to feel it. When you fall asleep, don't review your worries. Instead, imagine achieving what matters most to you, calmly, clearly, confidently. Let that version of you settle into your subconscious. Over time, your reality begins to catch up.
Part 6.
Modern success principles. Mindset strategies for real results. 1. Success is a state of alignment. You're truly successful when your work energizes you, your life feels meaningful, and you wake up feeling calm, focused, and fulfilled. 2. Do what lights you up. If you're unsure what that is, start by asking better questions. What would I do even if I wasn't paid for it? Your intuition will begin to guide you. 3. Be a specialist, not a generalist. Focus your efforts on mastering one area. Learn so deeply that your work becomes irreplaceable. Depth wins over breadth. 4. Success is built on service. Sustainable success comes from creating value, solving real problems for real people. The more people you help, the more you grow. 5. Peace of mind is non-negotiable. Hustle without inner peace leads to burnout, not true success. Prioritize mental clarity and emotional well-being. 6. Emotional intelligence is your hidden advantage. The most successful people are self-aware, emotionally grounded, and spiritually centered in their own way. They know who they are. 7. Visualize outcomes with emotional clarity. See your goal vividly. Feel it as if it's already real. This mental rehearsal primes your subconscious to take aligned action. 8. Belief shapes outcomes. When your thoughts are infused with genuine emotion, they become beliefs, and your beliefs quietly sculpt your reality. 9. Consistent imagination is powerful. Repetition of your vision, combined with emotion and clarity, activates your subconscious mind to create results you never thought possible. 10. Want that promotion? Rehearse it mentally. Imagine your boss congratulating you. Hear their voice, see their face, feel the excitement. Make it so real in your mind that it starts feeling inevitable. 11. Tap into subconscious memory. Your subconscious remembers everything. Use this affirmation daily. I trust my mind to reveal exactly what I need, when I need it. It's like giving your brain a search engine that never sleeps. 12. Selling something? Align your intention. Focus your thoughts on this. The right buyer who values this fully is already on their way. It's not just a mantra, it's a mindset shift toward attracting the right match. 13. The word success carries energy. Say it often. Mean it. Let the word rewire your self-image and attitude. Repetition creates momentum. Chapter 12. How top thinkers leveraging the subconscious mind. Subtopics. 1. Core concept. 2. Historical examples. 3. Practical applications and techniques. 4. Key principles for inner guidance. 5. Outcome and benefits. How top thinkers leverage the subconscious mind. The most groundbreaking innovations across science, technology, and creative fields often begin with a moment of insight that seems to come from nowhere. But those aha moments aren't random. They're the result of a powerful process, tapping into the subconscious mind. Visionaries like Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, Marie Curie, and Albert Einstein didn't just rely on logic or hard work. They also understood the value of stepping away, letting go, and allowing their deeper minds to process problems beneath the surface. Today, neuroscience confirms what these pioneers intuitively knew. When we pause conscious effort and trust the mind's deeper layers, we gain access to a richer source of creativity, clarity, and solutions. Case study: the benzene ring and the power of mental imagery. Friedrich August Kekulé, a chemist struggling to determine the structure of benzene, had exhausted all logical avenues. After months of frustration, he finally stepped back and released the problem to his subconscious. Then, while boarding a bus in London, a vivid mental image appeared. He saw a snake biting its own tail, forming a circle. That vision revealed the breakthrough structure of the benzene ring, a closed loop of atoms. This was more than a lucky dream. It was his subconscious returning a solution after prolonged engagement and release. Takeaway: when you've hit a mental wall, don't just push harder. Give your mind space. Walk away, rest, and let your subconscious work behind the scenes. Insight often comes when you're not looking directly at the problem. Nikola Tesla, building inventions in the mind. First, Nikola Tesla, one of the most prolific inventors in history, approached innovation differently. Before touching a tool or drafting a blueprint, he visualized every part of his invention in detail. He imagined the moving pieces, ran simulations in his mind, and refined the design mentally until it was flawless. He once said, "Invariably, my device works as I imagined it should. In 20 years, there has not been a single exception." By trusting the power of mental rehearsal and intuitive guidance, Tesla dramatically reduced trial and error. His inventions weren't lucky guesses. They were fully formed mental blueprints made real. Try this. Before jumping into execution, give yourself time to imagine the outcome. Use visualization to build, test, and refine ideas mentally. Your brain is capable of simulating reality more powerfully than most of us realize. Solving problems while you sleep. Professor Agassiz' discovery. Louis Agassiz, a respected naturalist, once spent 2 weeks studying a barely visible fossil imprint without success. Exhausted and frustrated, he put the task aside and went to sleep. That night, he dreamed of the complete fish, perfectly intact, but the image faded when he woke. The next night, the fish returned in his dreams, but again, it slipped away in the morning. On the third night, Agassiz left a pencil and paper by his bed. In the early morning hours, the dream returned, this time with vivid clarity. Half asleep, he sketched the fish blindly in the dark. When he examined his drawing in the morning, it revealed details he couldn't see in the fossil before. Using his dream-inspired sketch, he uncovered hidden parts of the fossil and identified the species. Lesson: your subconscious keeps working on challenges while you rest. Sleep isn't wasted time. It's often when your brain is most creative. If you're stuck, let it go before bed and be ready to capture what comes in the morning. Practical tools for activating your subconscious insight. To tap into the same powerful inner resources used by history's greatest minds, try these modern strategies. 1. Mental release before sleep. Clearly state your problem or goal before bed. Then let it go. Keep a notebook nearby. If something surfaces during the night or first thing in the morning, write it down immediately. 2. Visualization sessions. Spend 5 to 10 minutes a day imagining your desired outcome. Picture the steps, the environment, the people involved. Let the scene play out in your mind like a movie. This primes your subconscious to find ways to make it real. 3. White space time. Schedule regular periods without distraction. No phone, no agenda. Take walks, stare out the window, daydream. This open mental space allows deeper insights to surface. 4. Creative constraints. If you're stuck creatively or analytically, pose a specific question to yourself. Then do something unrelated, like taking a shower or folding laundry. Let the mind wander. The best ideas often show up during these in-between moments.
Part 1.
How the subconscious helps solve diabetes, and can help you solve what feels impossible. Scientific breakthroughs often begin with relentless curiosity, persistence, and something less obvious, surrendering to the mind's deeper intelligence. Dr. Frederick Banting, a Canadian physician and surgeon, was obsessed with solving one of medicine's most devastating problems, diabetes. At the time, no real treatment existed. He spent months immersed in scientific papers, experiments, and late-night thinking. Then one night, completely exhausted, he finally let go and fell asleep. That night, his subconscious mind offered something his conscious effort hadn't: a clear idea. Extract the residue from the degenerated pancreatic duct of dogs. That idea led directly to the discovery of insulin, which has since saved millions of lives. The takeaway isn't that sleep magically solves every problem, but that when we saturate our conscious mind with focused intention, the subconscious often connects the dots when we step back. Whether the solution shows up in a dream, a hunch, or a sudden insight, the key is to trust the process. You might not get your answer overnight. That's okay. Keep asking. Before you sleep, mentally frame your challenge and hand it over to your subconscious, without stress, without forcing it. The more you trust your mind's deeper intelligence, the more you'll start to notice subtle shifts, ideas, and inner nudges. And if you're thinking, but this is too big, it'll take forever, remind yourself, time is a construct. Your subconscious doesn't work in hours and days, it works in clarity and belief. Think as if the answer already exists. Train your mind to expect insight. It often shows up once you stop obsessing and start trusting. How a physicist used his subconscious to escape a Soviet prison camp. When everything is taken from you, even your freedom, the power of your inner mind becomes more than a tool. It becomes your lifeline. Dr. Lothar Blank-Schmidt, a brilliant physicist and member of the Rocket Society, was imprisoned in a Soviet labor camp after World War II. Trapped in horrific conditions, surrounded by death and despair, he made a decision. He would escape, and he would use the one power no one could take from him, his imagination. With nothing left to lose, he began mentally rehearsing his freedom. Every day and every night, he vividly imagined walking down Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles with the woman he loved. He pictured the buildings, the feel of the buses, the sound of the city. He imagined the California sun on his face and the steering wheel of an American car in his hands. To his subconscious, those scenes became real. They weren't fantasies. They were instructions. And then one day, it happened. A small clerical mistake during roll call allowed him to slip away unnoticed. He walked for hours, then days, surviving on instinct. He He jumped coal trains, traveled under cover of darkness, and eventually made it to Poland, then Switzerland. Weeks later, in a hotel lobby in Lucerne, he met an American couple. They invited him to California. As their chauffeur drove him through the city, he recognized the exact buildings, boulevards, and scenes he had imagined countless times. It was déjà vu with purpose. This wasn't luck. This was mental rehearsal in action. It was intention, vision, and belief aligning with opportunity. Here's what you can learn from this. When reality feels unbearable, your inner world becomes your training ground. Your subconscious mind doesn't distinguish between imagined and real experiences. It simply acts on what you feed it. If you can make a new future feel emotionally real in your imagination, you're more likely to spot the path to it, even if the path is unpredictable. No matter where you are today, mentally, emotionally, or physically, you can begin imagining a better version of your life. See it, feel it, make it vivid. Then trust that your mind will start working to make it happen.
Part 2.
Reconstructing the past with the mind's eye. Archaeologists and paleontologists don't just study bones and ruins, they bring the past to life. While digging through ancient sites or examining fossils, these scientists use more than tools and data. They use imagination powered by the subconscious. Through years of study and focused attention, their subconscious minds begin to fill in the blanks, rebuilding temples, restoring statues, and animating prehistoric creatures. Where others see fragments, they see living worlds. Their minds visualize scenes so vividly that the distant past becomes almost real. In doing so, they prove something extraordinary. Your mind is not limited by time or space. With focused imagination and trust in your inner intelligence, you can access deep insight, creativity, and innovation. Whether you're rebuilding ancient cities or designing your next startup, the same principle applies. Disciplined imagination unlocks unseen possibilities. How to receive guidance from your subconscious mind. When you're stuck on a decision, a creative block, or a life choice, it's easy to spiral into stress. But worrying is not real thinking. Productive thinking is clear, grounded, and free from fear. Here's a simple and powerful technique to tap into the deeper wisdom of your subconscious. 1. Slow down. Find a quiet space. Relax your body. Gently tell yourself to let go of tension. Your body will follow. 2. Clarify your question. Think clearly about the issue. Focus your attention on the outcome you want, not the fear or the problem. 3. Feel the solution. Imagine how it would feel to have clarity or a perfect resolution. What emotions would you feel? Calm? Excitement? Gratitude? Let that emotion fill you. 4. Let go. After a few minutes, let your mind drift. Then go to sleep or move on to something else. Often, the answer will show up when you're least expecting it, while you're walking, in the shower, or during a conversation. It may appear as a clear thought, a strong hunch, or a surprising comment from someone else. Trust it. A real example, I once lost a ring that had deep sentimental value. After searching everywhere with no success, I paused. Before bed, I calmly said to myself, "You know where it is. Help me find it." I imagined the relief of having it back. The next morning, I woke up with a sudden thought. Ask Robert. Robert was a neighborhood kid. Odd, I thought, but I followed the nudge. Turns out he had found the ring and left it on his desk, not thinking it was valuable. This is how the subconscious works. It speaks in impressions, symbols, and subtle nudges. When you learn to listen and trust it, you'll find that answers often come faster, and more naturally than through overthinking alone.
Part 3.
Trusting inner intelligence for practical solutions. A young man once shared a fascinating experience. After his father passed away, no legal will could be found. His sister, however, insisted their father had mentioned writing one that would be fair to all siblings. Despite their best efforts, nothing turned up. Frustrated but hopeful, he turned to a technique he'd learned from my lecture. Before falling asleep, he focused his mind on a single clear request. He told himself, "My subconscious knows where the will is. It will show me." Then he simplified that intention into a single word, answer. He quietly repeated this word as he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he woke up with a strong, almost undeniable urge to visit a specific bank in Los Angeles. He followed that instinct. There, in a safe deposit box under his father's name, he found the will. It resolved everything. The power of mental focus before sleep. This isn't magic. It's a process of mental alignment. Your brain continues working while you sleep, and your subconscious mind is constantly processing the information, problems, and desires you feed it. When you intentionally direct your thoughts before bed, especially around a decision, a dilemma, or something unresolved, you give your mind a job to do. Whether you're thinking about selling your home, ending a relationship, taking a job offer, or making a financial investment, try this. Sit quietly. Eliminate distractions. State your question clearly. Focus on right action, not fear or urgency. Engage your subconscious. Say something like, "Show me the right direction. I'm open to clarity." Condense your request into a trigger word. For example, clarity, next step, or direction. Repeat it softly to yourself as you fall asleep. The subconscious doesn't argue or analyze. It responds, and it responds in ways that often feel like sudden insights, strong hunches, or a quiet inner nudge that just feels right. The more you trust it, the sharper that inner guidance becomes.
Part 4.
The secret of inner guidance. How to make the right decision every time. There's a kind of clarity that doesn't come from thinking harder, but from tuning in. The most reliable guidance often arrives not through overanalyzing, but through quiet focus and intentional trust in your inner intelligence. When you place your attention on a meaningful question and let it simmer, your subconscious begins to work in the background, collecting clues, connecting dots, and eventually delivering an answer that feels unmistakably right. It often shows up as a gut feeling, a deep knowing, or a moment of sudden clarity. That's not magic. It's the subconscious at work. It's the part of you that processes beyond logic, beyond words. When you've learned how to listen to it, it feels as if life starts aligning with you. Decisions get clearer, paths open up, stress fades. You're not forcing your way through the world anymore. You're guided.
Part 5.
Key principles for inner guidance and right action. 1. Trust the deep work of your subconscious. Many breakthroughs in science, art, and business have come from this invisible process. The greats knew how to harness their subconscious by giving it a clear intention and then letting go. 2. Focus on the problem with full attention. If you're facing a challenge, gather facts, do your research, and immerse yourself in the issue. That primes your subconscious with the material it needs to work with. 3. Let go before sleep. Still don't have the answer? As you fall asleep, mentally hand the problem over to your subconscious with calm expectation. You might wake up with an unexpected solution or insight. This technique has helped countless creators, CEOs, and inventors. 4. Be patient. Answers come in their own time. Not every answer comes overnight. Stay consistent. Keep planting the question. The answer often comes when you least expect it. Number 5. Stop telling yourself it's hard. If you believe a problem is too big or complicated, you block the solution. Your subconscious doesn't get overwhelmed, it only responds to what you believe. 6. Feel the solution as if it's already arrived. Imagine how you'd feel if the right answer showed up right now. Relief, confidence, excitement? Step into that feeling. Your subconscious responds faster to emotion than logic. 7. Mental vision belief. Results. When you hold a clear inner picture and believe in it, your subconscious will work relentlessly to make it real. That's not fantasy. It's how goals come to life. 8. Your subconscious remembers everything. Every experience, lesson, or interaction you've ever had is stored in your subconscious. It can tap into this massive archive to help you solve complex challenges, even when you don't consciously remember the details. 9. Use it like scientists do. Paleontologists, historians, and inventors often make intuitive leaps by pondering deeply and then stepping back. Their subconscious connects patterns, fills in gaps, and brings the past to life or the future into view. 10. The subconscious is always on. Use it intentionally. If you're unsure about a decision, give it to your subconscious before sleep. Let it work while you rest. Trust that a deeper intelligence is handling the details. 11. Your thoughts start the chain reaction. Your job is to plant clear, thoughtful intentions. Your subconscious responds with aligned action, often through intuition, timing, or sudden inspiration. 12. True guidance feels like a deep inner yes. When you're aligned with the right path, doesn't always come with fireworks, but it does come with certainty. You feel grounded, clear, and calm. Follow that feeling. That's your compass. Chapter 13, Sleep, Your Mind's Secret Power Tool. Subtopics. 1. What happens during sleep? 2. Why you sleep? 3. How to use sleep with purpose? 4. Sleep and meditation. 5. Hidden cost of sleep deprivation. 6. Sleep is not optional, it's strategic. 7. Sleep isn't lazy, it's intelligent. 8. Actionable insights. 9. Listening to inner wisdom. 10. Your future in your mind. 11. Solving complex problems in sleep. 12. Writer outsourced to subconscious. 13. Sleep in peace, wake with purpose. 14. Sleep and subconscious, practical guide. Sleep, your mind's secret power tool. Sleep isn't just rest. It's a built-in system for creative problem solving, healing, and mental clarity. You spend about a third of your life asleep, and that time is more productive than you might think, especially for your subconscious mind. What really happens during sleep? Contrary to popular belief, your body doesn't shut down while you sleep. Your heart keeps beating, your lungs breathe, your digestive system works, and your brain, especially your subconscious, remains highly active. In fact, sleep removes the noise of your conscious thoughts, allowing your deeper mind to go to work behind the scenes. That's why people often wake up with new insights, sudden clarity, or creative breakthroughs. Whether it's solving a problem, resolving inner tension, or even healing from stress or illness, your subconscious mind continues its work long after your conscious mind checks out for the night. Researchers like Dr. John Bigelow discovered that even during sleep, your senses and brain remain responsive. His findings challenge the old belief that sleep's only function is physical rest. Instead, he suggested that sleep allows you to connect with deeper levels of consciousness, tapping into insight, intuition, and your body's natural repair mechanisms. In modern terms, sleep isn't downtime, it's deep processing time. How to sleep with purpose. You can actively use sleep to enhance your life. Just before bed, take a few quiet moments to focus on a question, intention, or area where you're seeking guidance. Instead of obsessing or overthinking, calmly suggest a solution to your subconscious, then let go. Example: I trust that my mind is working on a clear solution to my presentation challenge tomorrow. I'll wake up with clarity and calm. This simple habit primes your subconscious to keep working for you, even while you rest. Quieting the noise. Sleep and meditation. Sleep is one way to disconnect from external distractions, but you don't have to wait for nighttime. Taking short breaks during the day to pause, breathe, and tune out the noise can act as a mini sleep for your conscious mind. These mindful moments, whether it's a 5-minute meditation or simply stepping away from your phone, help you reconnect with your inner clarity and calm. The hidden cost of sleep deprivation. Burnout culture glamorizes hustle and all-nighters. But science is clear. Lack of sleep impairs judgment, weakens emotional regulation, and drains creativity. Dr. George Stevenson of the National Association for Mental Health said it simply: most adults need at least 6 to 8 hours of quality sleep, and those who claim they can get by on less are fooling themselves. Chronic sleep deprivation doesn't just make you tired, it chips away at your mental health, mood, and resilience. In extreme cases, it's been linked to anxiety, depression, and even psychosis. Bottom line, protecting your sleep isn't indulgent. It's essential.
Part 1.
Sleep is not optional. It's strategic. The real cost of burning out. A landmark study at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research revealed something most high performers ignore. Even the most disciplined minds can't function without sleep. In the experiment, over 100 participants, including soldiers and civilians, were kept awake for up to 4 days. The findings were sobering. After just a few hours without sleep, the brain began stealing micronaps, tiny involuntary shutdowns lasting fractions of a second. During these moments, the body slowed, eyelids drooped, and people literally checked out, even if they were in the middle of a task. Some experienced blank spots, others brief dream fragments. The longer they stayed awake, the more frequent and longer these microsleeps became. Even if one of them had been flying a plane in a storm, their brain would have taken that momentary nap anyway. The body always wins. More troubling, their ability to think clearly deteriorated. They couldn't hold on to instructions or juggle multiple variables. Exactly the kind of cognitive performance professionals need when navigating complex challenges or making fast decisions. In short, your brain will shut down on you, with or without your permission, if you don't respect its need for sleep. Sleep isn't lazy. It's intelligent. Sleep isn't just recovery. It's a performance tool. It's the time your subconscious mind works most powerfully on your behalf. Take the story of a young woman from Los Angeles. She was offered a prestigious high-paying role in New York, double her current salary. On paper, the decision looked obvious, but something didn't sit right. Instead of overthinking, she leaned into a nightly habit that worked for her. She set an intention before bed. Here's what she told herself as she drifted off. My subconscious knows what's best for me. It always guides me toward growth and alignment. I trust it to show me the right next step. By morning, she had a strong, inexplicable sense. Don't take the job. She declined the offer, trusting her gut. Months later, that company went bankrupt. Had she accepted, she would have moved cross-country for a dead-end role. This wasn't magic, it was alignment. Her subconscious picked up on cues she couldn't consciously process. And because she paused and listened, she avoided a major setback.
Part 2.
Saved from disaster. A lesson in listening to inner wisdom. Your subconscious mind has access to far more information than your conscious thinking self, especially when it comes to sensing danger or making high-stakes decisions. One of the most effective ways to tap into this inner wisdom is to intentionally ask for guidance before sleep. Your subconscious doesn't sleep. It processes, connects, and reveals, often through dreams or intuitive feelings. Let me share a personal example. Years ago, I was offered a highly attractive work opportunity in East Asia. On paper, it was a dream gig, high pay, travel, prestige. But I had a strange hesitation. So I asked myself a question before sleep. What's the right move here? What decision truly serves me in the long run? Each night before falling asleep, I quietly repeated a simple intention. The right path will reveal itself. I'll know it when I see it. One night, I had an unusually vivid dream. A close friend appeared and handed me a newspaper with a bold headline warning of war. He looked me in the eye and said, "Don't go." The dream was so powerful and specific that I woke up with absolute clarity. I had to turn the offer down. 3 years later, that region was engulfed in conflict. The dream had reflected a deeper awareness I couldn't consciously access at the time. It wasn't magic. It was my subconscious mind, quietly processing risk signals I wasn't fully aware of. Your inner alarm system. This kind of intuitive signal isn't unique to me. Psychologists like Dr. J.B. Rhine at Duke University spent years researching what's now called precognition, the ability to sense future events. His studies showed that people around the world have experienced dreams or gut feelings that later proved true. And here's the key. These inner signals often come in a form your conscious mind will accept. Sometimes that's a dream involving someone you trust, like a parent, or a voice in your head that sounds like a loved one. These aren't ghosts or mysticism. They're protective messages from your subconscious, expressed in the most emotionally persuasive way possible. Imagine hearing your mother's voice stopping you just as you're about to cross the street, only to see a car fly past the spot where you would have been. That's your subconscious mind at work. It pulls from patterns, emotional memory, subtle cues, and deeper knowledge to steer you out of danger.
Part 3.
Your future is already taking shape in your mind. What you consistently think, feel, and believe is shaping your future right now. Your subconscious mind stores patterns, expectations, and emotional blueprints, many of which are playing out automatically. Unless you consciously reprogram those patterns, your life tends to follow the path you've already mentally rehearsed. This doesn't just apply to you, it applies collectively. The mood, mindset, and beliefs of a group can steer the direction of an entire culture or country. It's why intuitive people sometimes sense what's coming before it happens. The subconscious can anticipate patterns well before your logical brain connects the dots. Here's the bottom line. Your future isn't fixed, it's flexible. You can shift it with intentional thought, inner clarity, and purposeful focus. The clearer your vision and the stronger your belief in it, the more your subconscious will organize your decisions, creativity, and energy to match that reality. What you plant mentally today, you will harvest tomorrow. Case study. A nap that paid $15,000. Ray Hammerstrom was a steelworker in Pittsburgh who had a persistent problem on his mind, a faulty switch at the plant that engineers couldn't figure out. They tried multiple times with no success. Instead of forcing a solution, Ray gave his mind space. One afternoon, he lay down for a nap, still thinking about the issue. In his dream, a completely new design for the switch appeared. When he woke up, he sketched what he saw. That drawing solved the problem. His company was so impressed, they awarded him $15,000, the largest payout ever given to an employee for an innovative idea. The lesson? When you give your subconscious a clear challenge, then step back and let it work, often in moments of rest or sleep, it can deliver surprising and powerful solutions. Solving complex problems in your sleep. Dr. H.V. Hilprecht, a respected professor of Assyrian studies, spent hours trying to decode two mysterious stone fragments. Frustrated and mentally drained, he finally went to bed and had a vivid dream. In the dream, a priest from ancient Nippur appeared and explained that the two fragments, thought to be separate, actually fit together and were not finger rings at all, but pieces of earrings used on a temple statue. When Dr. Hilprecht awoke and tested this, he found it to be accurate. His subconscious had quietly assembled the clues, analyzed the fragments, and delivered a precise answer, all while he was asleep. This is not mysticism. It's the power of the mind when it's not distracted or under pressure. The writer who outsourced to his subconscious. Robert Louis Stevenson, the famed author of Treasure Island, had a secret creative process. Before falling asleep, he would give his subconscious a direct assignment: bring me a thrilling, marketable story. While he slept, ideas came to life. Characters, plots, and entire scenes would unfold like a TV series in his dreams. He called these subconscious forces his little brownies, helpers that worked behind the scenes. Stevenson credited them not only for his ideas at night, but for inspiring his writing during the day as well. His conscious mind would often just take dictation from the deeper intelligence already at work.
Part 4.
Sleep and the subconscious, a practical guide. Your sleep habits don't just affect your mood, they shape your decisions, creativity, and emotional resilience. Here are 13 ways to work with your subconscious to get better rest and better results. 1. Set a mental alarm. Before bed, tell yourself what time you want to wake up. No need for alarms. Your subconscious can wake you precisely on time, yes, even without a nap. 2. Forgive to heal. Don't go to bed angry, with yourself or others. A peaceful heart leads to faster healing, less stress, and deeper rest. 3. Expect guidance. Your brain doesn't shut off at night. It processes problems, releases tension, and sometimes sends answers through dreams or intuition. Be open to insights when you wake. Pause the mental noise. If your mind is spinning from a tough day, ground yourself. Remind yourself that deeper intelligence is working below the surface. Trust it. Let it handle the noise. 5. Sleep is non-negotiable. Your brain needs 7 to 8 hours of real sleep to function well. It's not optional, it's foundational for emotional regulation, focus, and overall health. Sleep deficiency risk. Chronic insomnia can lead to burnout, depression, or worse. Take it seriously. Prioritize recovery. 7. Sleep recharge. Think of your body as a battery. Sleep is your only charger. No amount of caffeine can substitute for it. 8. Your brain will force shutdown. Sleep deprivation can be dangerous. Many car accidents and critical errors happen because someone underestimated their need to rest. Don't wait for your body to override you. Sleep sharpens your mind. Tired people struggle with memory, coordination, and decision-making. If you're feeling foggy, start with sleep. 10. Ask for solutions before sleep. Facing a tough problem or creative block? Before bed, quietly suggest to your subconscious, "While I sleep, guide me toward clarity." You may wake up with a new idea or a sense of what to do next. 11. Trust the process. Even when you're not conscious of it, your subconscious is working toward your well-being. It always leans toward growth, healing, and clarity, if you allow it. 12. Your future starts in your mind. Your consistent thoughts shape your subconscious. Think in the direction you want to grow. Expect good outcomes. Believe you're capable of handling what's next, and you will be. 13. Use sleep to unlock creativity. Writers, artists, and inventors have long used sleep as a portal to insight. Before you sleep, simply state, "Guide me to the next breakthrough in my project." Often, solutions arrive organically, sometimes in the middle of the night, or the moment you wake. Chapter 14, Your Subconscious Mind and Relationship Challenges. Subconscious Mind and Relationships. Subtopics. 1. Understanding mind's role. 2. Foundations of strong relationships. 3. Preventing relationship problems. 4. Attracting the right partner. 5. Breaking negative patterns. 6. Addressing relationship challenges. 7. Building conscious relationships. Your subconscious mind and relationship challenges. Marital or relationship issues aren't just about incompatibility. They often stem from not understanding how the mind shapes behavior, expectations, and communication. When both partners understand how their subconscious beliefs influence their actions and emotional patterns, many conflicts can be resolved at the root, not just the surface. Long-term connection thrives when there's shared purpose, emotional freedom, mutual respect, and clarity of intention. Relationships grounded in open-minded self-awareness, not just chemistry, lead to genuine harmony. Couples who learn to intentionally shape their inner world tend to navigate life together with more ease. A strong relationship isn't about perfection. It's about alignment. You don't need to agree on everything, but your values and vision must resonate. The best time to solve relationship problems is before they start. While separation or divorce can sometimes be necessary and healthy, prevention is always more powerful than repair. Ask yourself early on, what do I believe about love, trust, partnership, and myself? Many people enter relationships hoping to fix internal insecurities or escape loneliness. This usually backfires. Much of the frustration and misalignment in relationships can be traced to unconscious beliefs, often picked up from childhood, past partners, or societal pressure. These become silent expectations that sabotage connection. Knowing how your conscious and subconscious minds interact gives you the power to break patterns, set healthy boundaries, and attract partners who align with your truth. What makes a marriage, or any deep relationship, work? A real partnership begins with internal alignment. You don't need to be perfect, but you do need to be honest with yourself and the other person. Love isn't just passion or infatuation. It's built on integrity, kindness, openness, and the willingness to grow together. If someone chooses a partner based purely on financial security, status, or fear of being alone, that decision often leads to resentment and misalignment. These aren't partnerships of the heart. They're survival arrangements disguised as love. A woman or man who seeks a partner only for safety or support is operating from a limiting belief about their own power. You are your own source of stability, fulfillment, and purpose. A healthy relationship should add to your life, not complete it. When you understand how to work with your subconscious mind, you realize you don't need to rely on a partner for happiness, peace, confidence, or success. These qualities already live within you. The more you nurture them internally, the more naturally they'll reflect in your relationships. How to attract the right partner. Your subconscious mind doesn't respond to what you wish for. It responds to what you expect and believe. If you consistently dwell on fear, unworthiness, or never finding the right one, your mind will work to confirm that. Instead, use your subconscious to align with the kind of relationship you want. Here's a simple, practical technique. Nightly visualization practice. 1. Sit somewhere quiet before bed. 2. Close your eyes. Relax your body. Breathe slowly. 3. Bring your attention inward. Feel calm and open. 4. Speak to yourself, internally or aloud, with intention and clarity. I am now aligning with a partner who is kind, confident, emotionally intelligent, and supportive. I value their presence, and they value mine. Our connection is built on mutual respect, independence, emotional safety, and shared growth. I'm ready to give and receive love freely. I don't need to change them, and they don't need to change me. We empower each other to become more of who we are. I trust that this relationship is already forming in alignment with who I'm becoming. Feel the emotions of love, security, and confidence as you say these words. Let your subconscious absorb these beliefs as reality. As you continue this nightly practice, you'll begin to notice shifts in your thoughts, your energy, and the people you attract. This is not magic. It's your brain aligning your attention and actions with what you've already accepted as true.
Part 1.
How to attract the ideal partner. When it comes to relationships, most of us are searching for something meaningful. Someone who truly aligns with our values, personality, and life goals. But often, we search outside of ourselves before we've taken the time to get clear internally. The truth is, attracting the right partner begins within. Your subconscious mind responds powerfully to your deepest expectations, especially the ones you don't even realize you hold. The clearer your internal vision of the partner you want to attract, the more your behavior, energy, and choices align to make that connection possible. A practical visualization practice. Take a few moments each day, ideally right before sleep and upon waking, to affirm the kind of relationship you want to experience. Not with desperation or fantasy, but with clarity and calm confidence. You might say something like, I am ready to welcome a partner who aligns with me in values, energy, and love. We respect, support, and inspire each other. I give love freely, and I receive it fully. Together, we grow, laugh, and build something meaningful. This is not about wishing for someone. It's about rewiring the way you think and feel, so you stop settling, repeating past mistakes, or attracting misaligned dynamics. By focusing consistently on the emotional and character traits you seek in a partner, your subconscious begins to filter your experiences accordingly. You stop entertaining incompatible matches and start recognizing genuine ones. Breaking the pattern of choosing the wrong partner. A teacher once told me, I've been married 3 times, and each time I've ended up with a man who was emotionally dependent and indecisive. I don't understand why this keeps happening. After talking more with her, it became clear. Her subconscious was playing out a script. Although she consciously desired a strong, capable partner, her underlying self-image was dominant, controlling, and fearful of losing independence. Without realizing it, she was drawn to men who would let her take charge, even if that wasn't what she truly wanted long-term. The subconscious mind doesn't judge. It simply delivers what you've internalized as familiar, even if it no longer serves you. To break the cycle, she had to reprogram her inner expectations.
Part 2.
The answer to her inner clarity. She spent months dating different people, but none felt right. Though she occasionally felt frustrated or doubtful, she kept reminding herself, something aligned with who I am is on its way. Rather than forcing outcomes or obsessing over timelines, she trusted the process and focused on inner clarity instead of outer pressure. When her divorce was finally finalized, she felt a deep emotional release. It wasn't just legal freedom, it was mental and emotional clarity. Not long after, she took a job as a receptionist in a doctor's office. The moment she met the physician, she felt something click. So did he. Within a week, he proposed. It wasn't impulsive, it was aligned. Their values, personalities, and goals matched naturally. He was strong, grounded, and emotionally mature, a former athlete with a spiritual, non-dogmatic outlook on life. She hadn't just met someone by chance. She had internally prepared for the kind of relationship she truly wanted, and when it arrived, it fit without force. She aligned her subconscious mind with her desire until it became real to her. She didn't just hope. She practiced emotional certainty, and once that inner belief became unshakable, her outer world caught up. Should you get a divorce? This is deeply personal. There is no universal answer. Some marriages begin with mismatched values and were never healthy to begin with. Others can grow stronger with the right mindset and mutual commitment. Sometimes divorce is necessary. Sometimes it's a way of escaping problems that would resurface in the next relationship. No decision should be made from fear, guilt, or social pressure. One woman I spoke with had been staying in a toxic relationship. Her husband was abusive, emotionally manipulative, and addicted to drugs. Yet she believed divorce was wrong because of what others told her: religion, society, even family. We discussed a simple truth. Marriage is about emotional connection, not legal formality. If two people are emotionally abusive or disconnected, the paper doesn't change that. And no external promise should override self-respect or personal safety. When you're unsure, don't rush. Get still. Ask your inner self for clarity. Your intuition speaks in peace, not panic. When fear creates what we dread. I once met a couple who had been married only a few months but were already filing for divorce. The husband, driven by insecurity, constantly feared his wife would cheat or leave him. He obsessed over betrayal, and his behavior became controlling and anxious. What he didn't realize was that he was living from fear, and his subconscious mind was shaping that fear into reality. His beliefs created emotional distance. His wife began to feel suffocated, and eventually she walked away, exactly as he feared. This is how the subconscious works. Your dominant mental patterns create matching outcomes. The thought is the cause. The reaction is what life mirrors back. Healing starts in the mind. Before a marriage falls apart legally, it falls apart emotionally. The couple above was full of resentment, suspicion, and fear, all of which weakened their connection. But awareness changed everything. When they understood how their thinking had contributed to their emotional breakdown, they chose to try again with a different mindset. Instead of repeating blame cycles, they practiced quiet, intentional emotional healing. Each day, they made space for gratitude, respect, and calm. They visualized peace, spoke to each other with kindness, and reconnected with a deeper sense of love. Their marriage didn't just survive, it began to thrive. The real reason behind nagging. Nagging isn't usually about control, it's often about unmet needs. When a partner feels unseen or emotionally neglected, they may express it in frustration, criticism, or demands. Instead of reacting defensively, try listening deeper. When a wife nags, it could be her way of asking, "Do you still see me? Am I still important to you?" When a husband withdraws, it may be his way of saying, "I don't feel safe to open up." Attention, affection, and appreciation go a long way. Compliment what's good. Notice the small things. Affirm each other regularly. Relationships break down not just from big betrayals, but from thousands of tiny moments of neglect. The key is to stop focusing on each other's flaws and start amplifying each other's strengths.
Part 3.
Building emotional intelligence in your marriage. When resentment becomes emotional infidelity. When you silently carry resentment toward your partner, replaying arguments, holding grudges, or dwelling on perceived wrongs, you're not just hurting the relationship. You're disconnecting from the emotional foundation of your marriage. Emotional brooding is a form of internal betrayal. It breaks the commitment to love, respect, and grow with your partner, not just during the good times, but especially through the friction. Resentment distorts perception. The more you ruminate on what's wrong, the less you notice what's right. This mental fixation on negativity can lead to emotional distance, passive aggression, and even self-sabotage in other areas like your career or friendships. Here's the truth. Holding on to bitterness isn't strength, it's stress in disguise. If something's bothering you, address it with clarity and care. But if you're simply caught in a loop of silent judgment, pause. Redirect that energy into kindness, presence, and meaningful communication. Action step. Interrupt resentment with intention. Choose one positive, respectful gesture each day, whether it's listening without interrupting, offering appreciation, or letting a minor irritation go. Emotional maturity leads to emotional connection. Venting to others isn't processing, it's poisoning. One of the most common mistakes people make in relationships is airing private issues in public spaces. Talking to neighbors, coworkers, or even family about your partner's flaws might feel validating in the moment, but it chips away at the trust you're supposed to be protecting. Even worse, it keeps you locked into the problem instead of working toward a solution. When you repeat your frustrations out loud, you reinforce them in your subconscious. You train your brain to focus on everything that's wrong. It also invites bias. Friends and family want to protect you, not challenge you. Their advice may come from a place of love, but it often lacks objectivity and can pull you further away from your partner. Action step. When conflict arises, process it with a therapist, coach, or journal first, not with people who aren't trained to help you grow. Venting without intention can sabotage what could have been repaired. Stop trying to fix your partner. Trying to reshape your partner into a version of yourself isn't love, it's control. It says, "I'll love you more when you become who I think you should be." But real connection comes from respecting differences, not erasing them. Every person brings their own background, habits, and personality into a relationship. Expecting perfect alignment in every area is unrealistic. Constant correction, however subtle, damages self-esteem and creates defensiveness. Of course, growth matters. But you can't demand change in others while ignoring the areas where you need to evolve.
Part 4.
Review your actions, building conscious relationships. 1. Lack of self-awareness causes relationship struggles. Relationship unhappiness often stems from not understanding how your thoughts and emotions shape your experiences. Learning to work with your inner mindset helps build real connection. 2. Start before you commit. The best time to protect your future marriage is before it begins. Get clear on your values, emotional patterns, and intentions. Emotional alignment attracts the right partner more than luck or timing. 3. Marriage is a partnership, not a cure. A healthy relationship is two people growing together, emotionally, mentally, and purposefully. Love isn't static, it deepens when both people evolve together. 4. Happiness is an inside job. Marriage won't magically fix loneliness or dissatisfaction. When both individuals are rooted in personal purpose and emotional balance, the relationship becomes a source of shared joy, not a dependency. 5. Attraction follows intention. Your subconscious responds to what you repeatedly focus on. Instead of obsessing over a checklist, visualize and emotionally align with the kind of connection you want. Your mind works to bring that into reality. 6. Be who you want to attract. If you want a kind, authentic, loving partner, start there within yourself. Your behavior and mindset set the tone for who and what you draw into your life. 7. Break the cycle of repeating past mistakes. You're not bound by your past. If you believe you deserve a conscious, connected relationship, your subconscious will align your actions to match that belief. The shift starts when you accept this as truth. 8. Trust the process. Stop stressing over how or when you'll meet your ideal partner. Your subconscious knows the way. Focus on emotional clarity and let things unfold naturally. 9. Emotional separation comes before physical separation. Grudges, silent resentment, and emotional neglect slowly break the bond. Instead of replaying conflict, return to your shared commitment. Honor the emotional agreement you made to support and respect each other. 10. Project love, not fear. If you're constantly expecting conflict or betrayal, you'll start to notice more of it. Shift the pattern by consistently choosing love, calm, and understanding, even during disagreement. 11. What you send out, you get back. Feelings like trust, affection, and respect are mirrored between partners. When you consciously offer these, they tend to return stronger than before. 12. Behind complaints is a need. A partner who nags may simply feel unseen or unappreciated. Instead of reacting defensively, pause and ask, what is she really needing right now? Genuine attention can often change the tone entirely. 13. Love is a practice. Real love isn't just a feeling, it's shown through actions. Respect, kindness, and empathy should be consistent, especially when it's hard. 14. Seek professional guidance. When problems arise, talk to someone trained in relationship dynamics. Well-meaning friends or family can give biased or unhelpful advice. An expert offers tools, not just opinions. 15. Don't try to fix your partner. Trying to mold your partner into your version of right damages trust. Celebrate who they are. Growth should be mutual, not forced or one-sided. 16. Visualize the relationship you want. When you mentally picture your partner as joyful, kind, and whole, your behavior starts to reflect that belief. Shared rituals, like intentional conversations or weekly check-ins, can align your visions and strengthen your bond. Chapter 15. Your subconscious mind and your happiness. Subconscious mind and happiness. Subtopics. 1. Understanding the subconscious. 2. Nature of happiness. 3. Happiness as a choice and habit. 4. Obstacles to happiness. 5. Practical steps, practices. 6. Core principles. your subconscious mind, and your happiness. The psychologist William James once said that the greatest discovery of the 19th century wasn't technological. It was the realization that human beings can transform their lives by changing their thoughts. The real breakthrough wasn't in machines, but in understanding the inner power of the mind, especially the subconscious. Inside you is an incredible force, a reservoir of energy, clarity, and potential that can solve problems, heal wounds, and unlock real, meaningful happiness. And the moment you realize that you're not at the mercy of your thoughts or circumstances, but that you can train your subconscious to support your best life, everything changes. Real happiness is built from within. We all have moments that feel like pure joy: landing a dream job, falling in love, watching a child take their first steps, traveling to a new place. These are beautiful and unforgettable experiences, but they're also fleeting. They pass. Lasting happiness is something deeper. It's not tied to events. It's a mindset, a mental posture, a daily choice. It's the quiet confidence that you can handle whatever life throws your way because you're connected to something powerful within yourself. Happiness is a choice, one you can make today. Here's the truth. You can choose to be happy. That might sound too simple, even unrealistic, but it's powerful. The problem isn't that happiness is complex. It's that we often overlook how simple it can be. Every day, you get to choose what you focus on. You can focus on what's working, what's beautiful, what's possible. Or you can focus on fear, lack, and resentment. The direction you choose, again and again, becomes your default state. Your subconscious listens to your dominant thoughts, and it shapes your reality accordingly. Want more happiness? Feed your mind with what's good, hopeful, energizing, and uplifting. The subconscious absorbs these thoughts like seeds, and over time they grow into a life that reflects them. A simple practice to rewire your mind for joy. Try this each morning as you wake up. Today is a brand new day, and I choose to meet it with calm, clarity, and joy. I trust myself to handle what comes. I'm grateful for my mind, my body, and the opportunities ahead. I'm guided by wisdom, and I act with purpose. I choose to see the good, create something meaningful, and share my energy with others. I expect great things today. Say it, feel it, mean it, repeat it daily. This small mental routine will start to shift your emotional baseline and train your subconscious to expect positive outcomes. Happiness is a habit, and you can build it. Years ago, I met a farmer in a small Irish village who radiated warmth and cheer. He was always singing, whistling, and cracking jokes. I asked him, "What's your secret?" He smiled and said, "I just made it a habit to be happy. Every morning and night, I give thanks for my life, my family, and the land. It's how I start and end my days." What he was doing, without formal training, was reprogramming his subconscious mind. His daily expressions of gratitude and joy became deeply ingrained, shaping how he thought, felt, and experienced life. This isn't magic. It's neuroscience and consistency. Your brain adapts to what you repeat. So if you practice happiness daily, even in small ways, you'll build emotional resilience, peace, and clarity from the inside out.
Part 1.
You must want to be happy. Happiness begins with a choice. Let's start with a fundamental truth. You have to want to be happy. It sounds obvious, but it's more complex than it appears. Many people are so used to feeling down, anxious, or stuck that happiness feels unfamiliar, almost uncomfortable. For some, the idea of genuine joy threatens their identity, which has become tied to struggle or sadness. Change, even positive change, can feel like a loss of control. Take the case of a woman I once knew in England. She had struggled with joint pain for years and would often say, "My rheumatism is acting up today. I can't go out." It became a part of her narrative, her daily identity. She received care, attention, and a sense of importance because of her condition. When I suggested a mindset shift and offered her a way forward, she wasn't interested. Deep down, she wasn't ready to let go of the pain because it gave her something. This isn't unique. Many people resist happiness because it asks them to step into unfamiliar territory. They cling to discomfort because it's what they know. Why some people choose unhappiness? Let's be honest, unhappiness can feel easier. It's passive. It doesn't require change. It lets you blame external circumstances. You might recognize some of these thoughts. Today's just going to be awful. No one ever supports me. I always mess things up. Success is for other people, not me. These aren't just passing comments. They shape your reality. If you start your day with these thoughts, you're setting your mind to expect and find evidence that supports them. The world you experience reflects the mindset you bring to it. Marcus Aurelius put it plainly, "A man's life is what his thoughts make of it." Emerson echoed the same. "A man is what he thinks about all day long." In other words, your mind isn't just interpreting your world, it's helping create it. So ask yourself, what kind of mental environment are you living in? What patterns are you reinforcing? Stop outsourcing your happiness. A common trap, thinking happiness lives out there, in a bigger paycheck, a nicer car, a more prestigious title, a relationship, $1 million. It doesn't. I've met people who were wealthy on paper but deeply miserable inside. Some were institutionalized, convinced they were broke or unsafe despite having everything money could buy. Others spent endlessly, new gadgets, homes, status symbols, trying to fill an emotional void. The truth? Lasting happiness can't be bought. It can't be earned through titles or status either. Those things may bring temporary pleasure, but not sustained well-being. Happiness isn't in the thing, it's in the state of mind. That means you don't need to wait for external validation, a raise, or a relationship to begin cultivating joy. You can start now by shifting your mental habits and retraining your focus. Your inner operating system. The path to happiness lies in understanding and working with the subconscious mind. Your subconscious governs your emotions, your expectations, your self-image, often without you realizing it. If your internal script is filled with self-doubt, fear, or resentment, those feelings will color your reality. But here's the good news. You can reprogram your subconscious. You don't need to ignore reality or pretend everything is perfect, but you can develop a new pattern, one rooted in hope, possibility, and confidence. That begins with awareness and consistent action. Here's how to start.
Part 2.
Happiness is the result of a calm and focused mind. A few years ago in San Francisco, I spoke with a business executive who felt trapped. He was running operations for a major company, but found himself overwhelmed with stress, resentment, and a growing sense of failure. He believed the company's president and vice president were actively working against him. The tension between them was affecting morale, and his division was suffering. But instead of quitting, or continuing to stew in frustration, he took a different path. Every morning, before diving into his day, he started with a simple mental routine. Here's what it looked like. Everyone in our company is honest, capable, and cooperative. Together, we create value and grow stronger. I bring calm, clarity, and goodwill into every interaction, especially with my team and leadership. I trust my inner wisdom to guide each decision. We move forward with integrity and purpose. Today, I lead with confidence, trust, and peace of mind. He repeated this reflection 3 times each morning, slowly and deliberately, letting it sink in. And any time resentment or anxiety popped up during the day, he had a short, grounding phrase he'd repeat to himself. Peace, focus, and clarity guide my thoughts. Within 2 weeks, something shifted, not just in his mind, but in the way others responded to him. The same executives he once resented called him in to commend his leadership and praised his new initiatives. What changed? Not them. Him. He had rewired his mindset, and with that his world started to change around him. The turning point wasn't some grand external event. It was his decision to take control of his inner life, to move from blame and fear to peace and intention. That decision became the seed of his happiness. Sometimes the problem is just a memory. There was a story in the paper about a farmer's horse that would always shy away at a certain spot on the road. Years ago, a tree stump had scared it. The farmer had removed the stump long ago, but for the next 25 years, the horse still flinched at the memory of where it used to be. The horse wasn't reacting to reality. It was reacting to a past experience. We're no different. Sometimes what holds us back isn't a real obstacle, but a memory of failure, fear, or pain. We shy away from growth opportunities, conversations, or risks, not because the danger is still there, but because we haven't updated the mental map. But here's the truth. You can change your mental script right now. Are fear, doubt, or past mistakes keeping you stuck? Dig them out. Replace them with belief in your ability to rise again. You're not defined by past outcomes. You're empowered by what you choose to believe now. I once met an entrepreneur who had just gone through a major business failure. Instead of wallowing in it, he said, "I made some mistakes. I've learned from them. I'm going back in, and this time I'm going to win." He didn't let the old stump control him. He pulled it out, burned it, and paved the way forward. You can do the same. Remove the mental blocks, reframe the past, believe in your ability to thrive, and you'll unlock the happiness that's already waiting for you. The happiest people aren't the luckiest, they're the most aligned. Real happiness doesn't come from circumstances. It comes from how aligned you are with your core values, your strengths, and your inner truth. The happiest people aren't those who chase perfection or constant pleasure. They're the ones who practice what matters most to them: kindness, growth, courage, purpose, curiosity. They express what's best in them, and they do it consistently. You don't need to be extraordinary to feel fulfilled. You just need to tap into your best self more often and more intentionally. Greek philosopher Epictetus once said, "There is only one path to peace of mind. Stop treating external things as if they belong to you or define you. Instead, center yourself in what you control: your thoughts, your values, your responses." Take that seriously. Start each day by returning to what's yours: your power to think clearly, act with intention, and respond with purpose. Let that be the foundation of your happiness. Because when your mind is calm and your values are clear, the outside world has far less power over your joy.
Part 3.
Practical steps to a happier life. 1. The real power within you. One of the most important discoveries of modern psychology is this: your subconscious mind, when aligned with deep belief, can change your life. 2. Confidence creates momentum. Confidence in your inner potential fuels happiness. When you trust your inner power, you unlock the energy to pursue and achieve what matters most to you. 3. You can bounce back from anything. No setback is final. Your subconscious mind can help you rebuild, refocus, and realize your goals, if you trust it and give it clear direction. 4. Choose to be happy. Happiness isn't something you stumble into. It's a decision. Make it a habit to focus on what's honest, uplifting, creative, and true. What you focus on grows. 5. Start every morning with intention. When you wake up, choose your mindset. Today I choose happiness. I choose clarity. I choose compassion. I choose peace. Say it, mean it, live it. 6. Gratitude builds joy. Practice gratitude throughout your day. Appreciate what you have. Also take a moment to wish well for your loved ones, co-workers, and even strangers. It lifts you too. 7. Desire fuels progress. Happiness begins with genuine desire. When you imagine your life as you want it to be and believe it's possible, you start moving toward it. 8. Your thoughts shape your mood. Worry, anger, fear, and resentment create misery. Train yourself to shift focus when these thoughts appear. What you think about consistently becomes your emotional reality. 9. Happiness isn't about wealth or status. Money doesn't buy happiness, and neither does relationship status. Some wealthy people are miserable. Some with little live joyfully. Happiness is internal. It's about mindset, not materials. 10. A calm mind is a powerful mind. Inner stillness is fertile ground for joy. Prioritize moments of quiet. Focus on thoughts that bring calm, stability, and creativity. 11. External circumstances don't control you. You're not at the mercy of your environment. What happens around you is secondary to what you believe and focus on inside. Shift your thoughts, and you shift your experience. 12. The best version of you is the happiest. When you tap into your highest potential, your creativity, empathy, and vision, you feel fulfilled. True happiness is expressing the best in you from the inside out. Chapter 16. Your subconscious mind and harmonious human relationships. Subtopics. 1. Subconscious mind nature. 2. The internal golden rule. Creative power of thought and relationships. For mind keeps score and pays it forward. 5. Your reactions are powerful. 6. Unpacking workplace conflict. Case study. 7. Inner voice and career. 8. Emotional maturity is your superpower. 9. Real meaning of love in relationships. 10. From rejection to radiance. 11. Handling difficult people. 12. Why misery loves company. 13. Power of empathy to disarm envy. 14. Real-world habits for better relationships. Your subconscious mind and harmonious human relationships. Your subconscious mind is like a high-fidelity recording system. It absorbs and stores not just your words and actions, but your deeper thoughts, emotions, and intentions. What you consistently think and feel, especially about other people, gets imprinted into your subconscious. Over time, this internal programming shapes how you perceive the world and how the world responds to you. This is why healthy relationships don't start with how you treat others on the surface. They start with how you think about them when no one is watching. Let's be honest. It's easy to be polite on the outside while harboring resentment or judgment on the inside. You might smile in a meeting, then silently criticize a colleague afterward. But those internal reactions aren't harmless. They quietly become emotional toxins. Your subconscious absorbs that negativity and reflects it back into your experiences through stress, anxiety, miscommunication, and unnecessary conflict. The internal golden rule. What you think about others, you teach your mind to expect. There's a timeless principle often called the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. But in terms of your subconscious mind, a more accurate version might be, think about others the way you want them to think about you. Feel toward others the way you want them to feel toward you. Act as you'd want them to act toward you. This isn't just about ethics, it's about alignment. When your inner world matches the values you want to receive from others, your subconscious becomes a powerful magnet for those same experiences. If you want respect, you must truly respect others, not just in your words, but in your thoughts. If you want to attract collaboration, think collaboratively. If you want more kindness, let that become your emotional default. The creative power of thought in relationships. Every judgment you make is a message you send to your own mind. When you form a mental opinion about someone, good or bad, you are reinforcing a pattern within yourself. And because your subconscious creates from those internal patterns, you eventually experience the emotional consequences of your own thoughts. This is why it's said that how you judge others is how you'll be judged, not by some external force, but by the reality your subconscious builds from your internal state. If you consistently expect the worst in others, your mind tunes itself to notice disappointment. If you assume people are dishonest, you'll subconsciously gravitate towards situations that confirm it. But if you practice generosity in thought, even silently, your subconscious begins to attract more generous, understanding, and fulfilling relationships. Your mind keeps the score and pays it forward. Your subconscious doesn't play favorites. It's not sentimental, and it doesn't respond to who's right or wrong. It simply mirrors the dominant patterns you feed it. Whether you're encouraging trust or cultivating resentment, your mind multiplies what you give. When someone wrongs you, it's tempting to judge, retaliate, or withhold kindness. But holding on to that anger only imprints pain into your own subconscious, and that pain finds its way back to you, often in ways you don't expect. The same goes for acts of kindness, forgiveness, and emotional generosity. The good you send out, whether or not it's immediately returned, builds a mental environment of peace and strength. It makes you mentally resilient, emotionally magnetic, and far less reactive to negativity.
Part 1.
Your reactions are more powerful than the news. Start paying close attention to how you respond to the world around you, especially the news, social media, or other people's opinions. Your reaction is more important than what's happening. Even if you're objectively right and everyone else is wrong, if your peace is disturbed, you're the one who suffers. A woman once told me that her husband would explode in anger every morning after reading the newspaper. Certain columnists drove him into such a state of rage that he developed bleeding ulcers. His doctor eventually diagnosed him with a stress-related condition and recommended emotional intervention. When I met with him, I explained something simple but powerful. Getting upset over other people's opinions is a sign of emotional immaturity. It's not weakness, it's just a mental habit that can be changed. He learned to give others the same freedom of expression he wanted for himself. Instead of reacting with hostility, he practiced detachment. He realized that disagreeing doesn't require being disagreeable. What others say or write is never the real issue. It's how you respond that determines your mental state. With this awareness, he trained himself to pause, breathe, and let go of his habitual outrage. A few weeks later, his wife told me he had started laughing at the very same articles that used to ruin his day. His emotional health improved. The ulcers healed. He took back his power, not by changing the world, but by changing his reaction to it. I hate women, but I like men. Unpacking workplace conflict. A private secretary once confided in me that she couldn't stand working with women. She felt targeted, gossiped about, and treated unfairly by her female coworkers. I hate women, but I like men, she told me without hesitation. As we talked, I noticed she spoke to her team in a sharp, condescending tone. It wasn't hard to imagine why others responded defensively. Whether she realized it or not, she was projecting her own inner bitterness into her environment, and it was bouncing back at her. This is a powerful but often overlooked truth. People often respond to your unspoken emotional state more than your words. Just as animals sense fear or aggression, people pick up on subconscious hostility. If your world feels hostile, part of it may be a reflection of your own emotional posture. Instead of blaming others, she began working on shifting her mindset. I gave her a practical inner dialogue, what you might call a mental reset, to use daily. It went like this. I choose to think, speak, and act with calm and kindness. I send out peace, tolerance, and understanding toward everyone, including those who have judged me. I center myself in harmony and goodwill. If I start to react negatively, I remind myself I act from the part of me that chooses peace, not drama. I am guided by clarity and balance. She committed to practicing this mindset daily. Over time, her tone softened, her energy shifted, and her relationships at work improved. The gossip stopped. Her coworkers became collaborators. She learned a life-changing lesson. The only person you truly need to change is yourself.
Part 2.
Your inner voice can make or break your career. A seasoned salesman once came to me, frustrated and stuck. He had spent 10 years with the same company, outperformed his peers, and yet not a single promotion. His boss, the sales manager, seemed to ignore him at best and humiliate him at worst. He was angry, demoralized, and convinced that he was being unfairly treated. But when we dug deeper, the problem wasn't just his boss. It was his internal dialogue. Every morning as he walked into work, he played out imaginary arguments in his mind. He mentally criticized his manager, mocked him, replayed old frustrations, and imagined confrontations. His inner monologue was charged with resentment. Even though none of this was said aloud, it shaped his energy, his attitude, and inevitably, how his manager responded to him. Here's what he didn't realize. Your inner speech creates your emotional tone, which silently broadcasts into every interaction. People pick up on that energy, even if you never say a word. Rewriting the script. I helped him understand this simple truth. What you mentally rehearse, you emotionally become. If you want others to see you differently, you must first change the way you see them, and yourself. So, instead of fueling bitterness, he began a new mental practice. Every day, he repeated a new kind of affirmation, not out of denial, but to reset the emotional tone of his mind. I'm the thinker of my own thoughts. I choose how I see others. My boss isn't responsible for my attitude. I am. I send him thoughts of goodwill, clarity, and success. I release old resentments. I focus on growth and progress. He didn't stop there. Each night before bed, he visualized his boss shaking his hand, praising his performance and promoting him. He imagined the smile, the words, the tone, the full experience of recognition and appreciation. This wasn't fantasy. It was mental conditioning. The shift within weeks, something began to change. Not just in his own mood, but in how others responded to him. Eventually, the very manager he once resented called him in, praised his work, and promoted him to division sales manager. New title, new team, significant pay raise. No more friction. What changed? Not the boss. The salesman changed his mindset, his emotional script, and the world around him responded. Emotional maturity is your superpower. Here's the hard truth. No one can upset you unless you allow it. Yes, people can be rude, critical, dismissive, but your emotional response is yours to own. It only unfolds if you give it permission. Think about it. Before you feel anger or irritation, you go through a series of internal steps. You interpret the situation, choose a reaction, stir up the emotion, then respond. But once you become emotionally mature, you interrupt that loop. You recognize your triggers without being dominated by them. Instead of reacting, you stay grounded in your higher goals. Emotional maturity is learning to respond instead of react. It's choosing peace when others choose conflict. It's knowing who you are and not needing someone else's behavior to confirm it. Align yourself with your deeper purpose. Refuse to give anyone the power to knock you off center. The real meaning of love in everyday relationships. Freud once said, "When love is absent, the personality sickens and dies." But here's the thing. Love isn't just about romance. It's about empathy, respect, and treating others with genuine humanity. When you interact with others, recognize this universal truth. Everyone wants to feel seen, valued, and respected. People carry their own invisible wounds, and how you treat them either helps them heal or deepens their pain. If you humiliate someone, even in subtle ways, cutting remarks, sarcasm, ignoring their input, you create defensiveness, not cooperation. But when you treat someone with warmth and goodwill, even when they're difficult, you open the door to mutual respect. The energy you radiate becomes the experience you attract. Speak with kindness, even when it's hard. Lift others up, even when you don't feel like it. Not because it's easy, but because it's transformative.
Part 3.
From rejection to radiance, healing your relationship with others. He used to hate the audience. Early in his career, an actor faced a brutal reception during his debut performance. The script was weak, his delivery off-mark, and the audience responded with boos and jeers. The sting of public rejection lingered for months. Embittered, he labeled audiences as ignorant and gullible, and abandoned the stage entirely, taking a job at a local pharmacy. Then, one evening, a friend brought him to a lecture titled, "How to Get Along with Ourselves." Something clicked. Instead of seeing the audience as the enemy, he began to view them as people, just like him, wanting to connect, to feel something, to be moved. He returned to acting with a different mindset. Before each performance, he took a moment to center himself and send out genuine goodwill to the audience and to himself. Instead of fear, he chose connection. Instead of resentment, he cultivated warmth. Over time, his energy shifted, and so did his career. He became a respected performer, known not just for his talent, but for his presence. What changed? Not the audience, but his attitude toward them. Lesson: when you change the way you view others, you often change how they respond to you. How to handle difficult people without losing yourself. Let's be honest, some people are tough to deal with. They're argumentative, negative, or emotionally stuck. Maybe they're deeply insecure, or maybe they're reacting to pain you can't see. Either way, their behavior can be exhausting. It helps to remember, people act out from unprocessed pain. Think of emotional dysfunction the same way you'd think of a physical illness. You wouldn't be angry at someone with a broken leg for walking slowly. The same logic applies to emotional wounds. Some people are dealing with invisible fractures. This doesn't mean tolerating abuse or enabling toxicity, but it does mean responding from clarity, not from reactivity. Compassion isn't weakness, it's strategy. Understanding others helps you stay grounded and protect your own peace. Mindset shift. See difficult behavior as a reflection of inner pain, not a personal attack. Why misery loves company, and how to rise above it. You've probably encountered someone who seems irritated by your joy. They mock your optimism, question your success, or belittle your goals. What's happening? Often their bitterness isn't really about you. It's about the contrast you represent. Your peace makes their pain more noticeable. Your growth reminds them of where they feel stuck. Unconsciously, they want to pull you down to avoid feeling left behind. When you understand this dynamic, you don't take it personally. You don't match their energy. You rise above it, with self-respect and emotional maturity. Key principle: your happiness can trigger someone else's insecurity. Don't shrink. Just stay grounded. The power of empathy to disarm envy. A woman once told me she deeply disliked a colleague. The reason: the colleague was attractive, confident, successful, and had just married the company's CEO. Jealousy clouded her perception. But one day she witnessed a touching moment. Her colleague's daughter from a previous relationship ran into the office, hugged her mother, and showed her a toy gifted by her new stepfather. The joy was pure, the moment sincere. Something inside her shifted. For the first time, she saw the colleague not as a rival, but as a human being. A mother, a woman who had built a life, who was loved. Her heart softened, the envy dissolved. She wished her well, and she meant it. This is the practice of empathy, not just understanding someone intellectually, but emotionally stepping into their world. When you see through their lens, you feel differently, and when your feelings shift, your reality changes.
Part 4.
Real-world habits for better relationships. 1. What you think, you project. Your subconscious mind reflects your repeated thoughts. When you think kindly of others, you create a mental atmosphere that nurtures respect, and it reflects back on you. 2. Negative thoughts are emotional toxins. Resentment, hate, and judgment harm you first. These thoughts echo in your body, behavior, and energy. Let go, not for them, but for your own well-being. 3. Your mind is a mirror. How you think and feel about someone will eventually shape how they respond to you. This is why empathy, even in disagreement, is powerful. 4. What you send out comes back. If your mindset is rooted in manipulation or deceit, expect turbulence. Your subconscious doesn't lie, it records intent, not appearances. 5. Kindness is a boomerang. Every act of goodwill, every generous thought comes back in surprising and multiplied ways. Be generous in thought and spirit. 6. You own your perspective. No one controls how you think about them. Your mental story about others shapes your emotional world. Choose stories that bring peace. 7. Respect differences. Emotional maturity means letting others have different opinions without needing to win, fix, or judge. You can disagree without hostility. 8. People feel your vibe. Just like animals sense fear or warmth, people respond to your inner state. Be grounded. Your calmness often disarms conflict before it starts. 9. Your inner dialogue matters. What you silently say to yourself about others shows up in their responses. Clear the bitterness. Shift your tone inside, and you'll shift what you attract outside. 10. Wish well, live well. Want happiness, growth, and peace? Wish it for others too. This mental habit harmonizes relationships and lifts your own life. 11. Change starts with perception. See your boss, coworker, or client as someone capable of fairness and respect. Often that belief alone invites better behavior from them. 12. You control your response. No one can truly make you upset. Your reaction is your responsibility. Even when someone tries to pull you into chaos, you can choose calmness. 13. Love is a verb, not a feeling. Love means choosing patience, respect, and curiosity. It's less about liking everyone, and more about treating them with dignity. 14. Lead with compassion, not contempt. You wouldn't blame someone for a physical disability. Don't judge those with emotional wounds. Respond with empathy, not anger. 15. Celebrate others. When you cheer for someone else's success, you raise your own vibration. Envy closes doors. Joy opens them, for you too. 16. No more doormat mentality. Don't reward manipulative behavior by giving in. Be kind. Be direct. Protect your boundaries. Inner peace comes from choosing what's right, not what's easy. 17. Love was wishing well. At the core of all healthy relationships is one simple principle. Wish others what you sincerely wish for yourself. Health, success, peace, and happiness. Chapter 17, Forgiveness is a Mental Reset. Forgiveness and Emotional Freedom. Subtopics. 1. What forgiveness is. 2. Benefits of forgiveness. 3. What forgiveness is not. 4. Holding on, negative impacts. 5. Guilt and self-forgiveness. 6. Life's principles in your subconscious. 7. Dealing with criticism. 8. Compassion and others' negativity. 9. Inner resilience and self-worth. 10. Forgiveness practice. 11. Key truths for freedom. Forgiveness is a mental reset. Forgiveness isn't about letting someone else off the hook. It's about freeing yourself. When you hold on to anger, resentment, or blame, it's like installing a filter in your subconscious that distorts how you experience life. It clogs up your inner flow and creates emotional friction, often leading to mental stress or even physical symptoms. Your subconscious doesn't care who's right or wrong, it simply reacts to the emotional charge you give it. If you're angry, bitter, or stuck in the past, those emotional patterns will echo in your habits, decisions, and health. That's not punishment, it's programming. And the good news? You can rewrite it. Life isn't out to get you, it wants to work with you. It's easy to get stuck blaming something bigger, fate, life, God, the universe. When things go wrong, loss, pain, illness, or injustice often leave us asking, why me? But when we hold life responsible and nurture that bitterness, it's like driving with one foot on the gas and the other on the brake. Forgiveness begins when we stop seeing life as something happening to us and start seeing it as something responding through us. You don't need to believe in a higher power to understand that your mind and body are wired to heal, grow, and move toward balance. But that natural healing process only works when you allow it. Your subconscious responds to your beliefs. If you believe you're cursed, unlucky, or fated to suffer, your subconscious will find ways to validate that story. On the other hand, if you believe life is supportive, healing, and forward-moving, even when it's tough, your subconscious will work to match that too. The first step is letting go of blame. Whether it's directed at yourself, others, or life itself, blame keeps you trapped. Forgiveness isn't weakness. It's an act of power, a conscious decision to clear the emotional clutter and reclaim your focus. Nature already shows you how to forgive. Think about how your body responds when you cut your finger. Your subconscious doesn't get angry or hold a grudge. It immediately goes to work, clotting, repairing, rebuilding. That's built-in forgiveness. Eat something toxic? Your body expels it. Burn your skin? New cells start forming. Your body doesn't punish you. It protects and restores you. That's how life operates when you don't interfere. You have access to this same intelligence emotionally and mentally. But when you hold on to guilt, regret, or bitterness, you're jamming the system. Forgiveness clears the path so your subconscious can get back to what it does best, restoring harmony, building resilience, and moving you forward.
Part 1.
The hidden cost of guilt-driven success. I once met a man who worked late every night, often until 1 a.m., chasing success at the expense of his health and family. He ignored his wife, barely acknowledged his 2 sons, and justified it all by saying, "I'm doing this for them." But underneath the surface, something deeper was driving him: guilt. His blood pressure was dangerously high, and despite his hard work, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was failing as a husband and father. It wasn't just overwork, it was self-punishment. He was unknowingly trying to atone for something he hadn't emotionally processed. When we talked, I said to him, "You're not just working late. You're punishing yourself. What are you trying to make up for?" Eventually, he admitted the truth. Years ago, he had betrayed his brother in a financial matter. The guilt had never left him. Even though his brother had passed, the unresolved guilt stayed alive, manifesting as stress, overwork, and disconnection. The lesson: guilt doesn't serve you unless you learn from it. Here's the core truth. You're not being punished by some external force. You're feeling the natural emotional consequence of your own subconscious beliefs and self-condemnation. When you act in conflict with your own values, your subconscious mind doesn't forget. It stores those experiences and continues to respond to them. Guilt is not a divine punishment, it's feedback. It's your mind saying, "Something isn't aligned here. Fix it." You don't need to carry guilt forever to prove you're sorry. You need to change and forgive yourself. Ask yourself, would I make the same decision today? Do I understand why I did what I did back then? Am I committed to living differently now? If your answers show growth, you're no longer the same person. Stop punishing the current version of you for the mistakes of the past version. Self-forgiveness isn't letting yourself off the hook. It's setting yourself free. The man finally understood. He wasn't condemned by some higher power. He was trapped in a loop of shame that he had built himself. Once he forgave himself, acknowledged his growth, and committed to being a present father and husband, something changed. His health improved. His energy returned. And most importantly, he reconnected with his family. His healing didn't come from a doctor. It came from releasing himself from internal judgment. Part 2. Even the worst mistakes don't define you. Another man I spoke with had a much darker past. He had killed his own brother during a moment of rage, sparked by betrayal. At the time, his brother had been having an affair with his wife, and in a moment of fury, he pulled the trigger. The incident haunted him for over a decade. Despite rebuilding his life, marrying again, and raising children, he lived with the belief that he must eventually be punished. He carried this guilt like a scar he believed could never fade. But here's the truth I shared with him, and now with you. You are not the same person who made that mistake. Science shows that nearly every cell in our body renews itself every 11 months. But more importantly, our identity is also constantly evolving. Mentally, emotionally, spiritually, you grow. If you've genuinely transformed, why keep sentencing yourself for something your current self would never do? When this man finally let that idea in, something shifted. He no longer saw himself as a murderer. He saw himself as a man who had made a tragic mistake and who had since devoted himself to growth, love, and service.
Part 2.
Criticism only hurts when you let it. A high school teacher once shared how shaken she was by a colleague's blunt critique of her public speaking. The feedback? She spoke too fast, her enunciation was poor, and her message was hard to follow. Her initial response was anger and defensiveness. Understandable. But after a moment of reflection, she realized the critique wasn't personal, it was accurate. Instead of staying stuck in resentment, she enrolled in a public speaking course, improved her delivery, and even thanked her colleague for the honest feedback. That's emotional maturity in action. She could have ignored the message and stayed bitter. Instead, she took charge of her own growth. Criticism, when viewed objectively, is a mirror. It reflects not who you are, but what you can become if you're willing to listen and evolve. Compassion is a superpower. Now, what if the criticism hadn't been valid? Imagine the same teacher receiving a hurtful letter that stemmed not from truth, but from someone's personal bias or emotional baggage. In that case, the most powerful response isn't defensiveness, it's compassion. Often people lash out not because you're wrong, but because something you said or did triggered their unresolved emotions. Understanding this doesn't mean you excuse harmful behavior, but it does mean you don't let it poison your peace of mind. You always have a choice. You can internalize others' negativity, or you can recognize that their reaction says more about them than you. Emotional freedom begins the moment you realize you are not obligated to carry other people's projections. When things fall apart, and you stay whole. I once officiated a wedding where the groom never showed up. After waiting 2 hours, the bride, calm and composed, quietly said, "Maybe this was the answer to my prayer for clarity." She didn't break down. She didn't rage. She simply let go. That's the power of inner resilience. While someone else might have spiraled into emotional chaos, she leaned into trust, not the blind kind, but a deep confidence that the right path doesn't require force. When your sense of self is rooted in inner awareness, disappointment doesn't destroy you. It redirects you. You remain whole even when things fall apart. From shame to self-worth, rewriting the script. A 22-year-old woman once came to me with a painful story. Raised by an extremely controlling mother, she'd been taught that dancing, dating, even wearing makeup were sins. She believed men were dangerous and sex was evil. Guilt consumed her anytime she tried to live a normal life. At her core, she felt broken. She wasn't. She was just carrying someone else's outdated beliefs. Through regular sessions, she began to understand how her subconscious had been shaped by fear, shame, and emotional manipulation. Slowly, she unlearned those beliefs and gave herself permission to live freely. She started dressing in a way that reflected her true personality. She danced, swam, learned to drive, and opened herself up to connection. Most importantly, she stopped apologizing for being human. Eventually, she met someone who resonated with her newfound sense of self, and they built a healthy relationship together. Her transformation didn't come from outside validation. It came from reclaiming her power to choose her thoughts, her values, and her life.
Part 3.
Forgiveness is a shortcut to emotional freedom. Forgiveness isn't about being virtuous. It's about being free. Holding on to anger, resentment, or betrayal is like carrying emotional debt. It weighs down your nervous system, poisons your thoughts, and often shows up in ways you don't expect. Chronic stress, anxiety, burnout, even physical illness. In fact, modern medicine is catching up with what ancient wisdom always suggested. Unresolved emotional pain can make you sick. Studies in psychosomatic medicine show clear links between suppressed anger or resentment and conditions like high blood pressure, heart disease, ulcers, and autoimmune issues. So why forgive? Not because it's noble, because it's smart. Forgiveness clears your mind and body so you can move forward with peace, energy, and clarity. Why forgiveness matters to your well-being. You can't fully heal if you're still emotionally entangled with someone who wronged you. That doesn't mean you excuse their behavior. Forgiveness doesn't require trust, reunion, or even contact. It means you decide to stop carrying their emotional residue. You cut the cord for your own sanity and health. Think of it as emotional hygiene. Just like you shower to clean your body, forgiveness is how you detox your nervous system. You don't forgive because they deserve it. You forgive because you deserve peace. The truth about forgiving yourself. Many people say, I can't forgive myself. But here's the truth. You can't truly forgive yourself until you've forgiven others. Why? Because the mental patterns of guilt, resentment, and judgment operate in the same psychological loop. If you're harsh with others in your mind, you're probably harsh with yourself too. When you release them, you simultaneously release you. Forgiveness begins as a decision, then deepens with practice. Start with others. The inner healing will follow. Forgiveness is an act of emotional intelligence. You don't need to like someone to forgive them. You don't even need to keep them in your life. Forgiveness simply means you stop wishing them harm. You let go of the mental drama and free up your emotional bandwidth. Here's what forgiveness can sound like inside your head. I choose to release you. I'm no longer investing energy in this story. I wish you peace, and I reclaim my power. Simple, clear, empowering. Forgiveness is not weakness, it's a power move. It means you're no longer a hostage to what happened. You're the one in control now. A practical forgiveness practice, 5 minutes a day. 1. Find a quiet space. Sit comfortably and close your eyes. 2. Think of someone who hurt, disappointed, or betrayed you. 3. Feel the emotion. Don't suppress it. Name it. Anger, sadness, betrayal, guilt. 4. Say silently or out loud. I release you. I forgive you. I set you free. I reclaim my peace. 5. If guilt or self-judgment arises, add, I forgive myself. I did the best I could with what I knew then. I'm learning and growing now. Repeat daily for 7 days, or until the emotional sting starts to fade. Don't be surprised if you feel lighter, more focused, or even physically better. The real test of forgiveness. Here's how you know if you've truly let go. When you hear something good about that person and it doesn't sting, you've made it. If you still cringe, feel tight, or get defensive, there's more healing to do. That's not a failure. It's feedback. Go back to the process. Keep releasing. True forgiveness feels like remembering a scar without reliving the pain. The memory stays, but the emotion doesn't control you anymore. The deeper truth. Your life is yours to shape. When you really understand that your thoughts and emotions shape your reality, you stop blaming others for your story. That doesn't mean you ignore injustice, but it means you no longer hand over your power. You don't need the world to change to be at peace. You just need to change how tightly you grip old stories. You have the right and the ability to choose healing over hurt, not once, every day. And that choice starts with forgiveness.
Part 4.
Your Forgiveness Toolkit. 14 Truths to Set You Free. 1. Life doesn't play favorites. The world responds best when you align with values like integrity, empathy, peace, and purpose. When your inner life is in sync with these, things tend to work for you, not against you. 2. Pain doesn't come from life. It comes from misalignment. Suffering often begins with the way we think. When we hold on to anger, fear, guilt, or resentment. Healing starts when we shift our mindset. 3. Your beliefs shape your reality. What you believe about life, the world, or a higher power directly impacts how your subconscious behaves. If you believe you're supported, you'll find support. Choose beliefs that empower you. 4. Life doesn't hold grudges, you do. Your body naturally heals when injured. In the same way, your mind and emotions can heal if you stop reopening old wounds. Forgiveness is that emotional healing process. 5. Guilt is a mental habit, not a universal law. You're not judged by life. You judge yourself. Guilt, when prolonged, is simply unprocessed emotion fueled by harsh self-talk. Choose growth over punishment. 6. What you do with power is what counts. Everything, money, sex, influence, emotion, is neutral. The meaning and impact come from how you choose to use them. You are the one directing the energy. 7. You are not being punished, you're playing out a pattern. Life reflects your inner patterns. Change your beliefs and your experiences will shift. Self-awareness and forgiveness allow you to break the cycle. 8. Feedback isn't an attack, it's a mirror. If someone criticizes you and it stings, ask yourself why. If there's truth in it, you've just found a growth opportunity. Use it. 9. Your reactions are within your control. Criticism only hurts when you give it power. When you control your thoughts and emotions, even negativity becomes a chance to grow and even to show grace. 10. Guidance comes with challenges. Welcome them. When you ask for clarity or healing, life might not hand it to you in a gift box. Sometimes the answer comes as a challenge. Trust it's leading you somewhere better. 11. There is no evil, only misused energy. Desires like love, sex, money, and expression aren't bad. They're human. It's how you express them that defines whether they bring connection or chaos. 12. Holding grudges makes you sick. Literally. Bitterness, resentment, and suppressed anger can manifest in your health. Don't carry it. Forgive others and yourself. Replace hostility with intention. Send love, mentally and emotionally, until you feel peace. 13. Forgiveness means replacing, not erasing. To truly forgive, you have to give something back. Peace, kindness, closure, understanding. It's not passive. It's a conscious act of emotional generosity. 14. Your reaction is the real signal. Think of an old physical wound. It hurt then, but doesn't now. Emotional pain should follow the same path. If you still feel anger or bitterness when you think of someone, it's not healed yet. Visualize sending them peace. Do it every time they come to mind, until your emotional response softens. That's real freedom. Chapter 18. How your subconscious breaks through mental blocks. Subtopics. 1. Breaking mental blocks. 2. How habits are built and broken. 3. Rewiring the mind for results. 4. Case studies and applications. 5. Key principles and practice steps. 6. Core learnings and review. How your subconscious breaks through mental blocks. Every challenge contains the seed of its own solution. When you're stuck, it's not because answers don't exist. It's often because your conscious mind is too stressed or cluttered to see clearly. The breakthrough usually happens not by forcing it, but by trusting that your subconscious has access to more information than you consciously realize. When you're facing a difficult situation, pause. Shift your mindset. Believe that the clarity you're seeking already exists within you. This belief isn't naive optimism. It activates your creative mind to work behind the scenes. That subtle shift in mental attitude often leads to new ideas, inner peace, and fresh momentum. How habits are built or broken. You are the sum of your habits, good or bad. Habits live in your subconscious. You didn't consciously think through every move when you learned to ride a bike or drive. You repeated the motions until they became automatic. That's how your brain conserves energy. The same goes for behavioral habits. Repeating a thought or action wires it into your subconscious. Eventually, your mind runs the pattern on autopilot, even if it's something harmful. This is why breaking bad habits can feel so hard. You're going up against mental programming. But here's the key. Since habits are built through repetition, they can also be unbuilt and replaced. Case study. A destructive pattern. A man named James, name changed, once told me, "When the urge to drink hits me, I lose control. It ruins weeks of my life at a time." He had started drinking by choice, but over time it spiraled into compulsion. Even when he tried to quit using willpower, he'd relapse, making him feel powerless and ashamed. The belief that he couldn't stop became the biggest obstacle. That belief embedded itself in his subconscious, reinforcing the cycle. We worked together to shift that story. James began to understand that the subconscious isn't the enemy. It's programmable. If he had built this habit once, he could build a new one. Instead of trying to overpower the urge, he began to focus on what he wanted: clarity, self-respect, connection with his daughter. By visualizing these goals and practicing mental calm, he started reconditioning his mind from the inside out. The power of a mental image. James created a powerful daily ritual. He'd sit quietly, close his eyes, and relax his body. In that stillness, he pictured his daughter smiling and hugging him, saying, "Daddy, it's so good to have you back." This wasn't just wishful thinking. It was emotional fuel, real, vivid, and deeply personal. That mental image became his anchor. Whenever he felt tempted, he returned to that scene in his mind. Over time, it reshaped his identity from someone who was powerless to someone who had something worth staying sober for. It wasn't a quick fix, but he stayed consistent. Eventually, that new image became stronger than the old compulsion, and the habit lost its grip. Think of your conscious mind like a camera, and your subconscious like the film. It captures whatever you focus on. What you repeatedly visualize becomes your inner reality. And just like film develops in the dark, your deepest beliefs are shaped in the quiet moments when no one else is watching.
Part 1.
Focused attention. How to rewire your mind for results. Your conscious mind is like a camera. It observes, frames, and focuses. That's all it needs to do. When one man realized this, he stopped trying to force change and simply practiced mental focus. No internal battles, no pressure, just deliberate attention on what he wanted. He began visualizing a powerful mental scene, being safe, happy, and at home with his family. He practiced this mental movie daily, especially when old habits like drinking tried to creep back in. Over time, that new image felt more natural, more real than the old temptation. His subconscious responded in kind. The results? He overcame his addiction and eventually became the president of a multi-million-dollar company. More importantly, he was genuinely fulfilled. This is the quiet power of focused imagination. Breaking the bad luck loop. Mr. Block used to make $20,000 a year. Then suddenly nothing worked. Deals fell apart at the last second. Clients bailed. He felt cursed, like a jinx was shadowing him. When we dug into it, he realized it started after a frustrating deal with a dentist who bailed last minute. That one moment triggered a mindset of fear and expectation of failure. He unknowingly rehearsed that disappointment in his mind over and over, so his subconscious began delivering more of the same, deals that collapsed at the finish line. The fix wasn't magic, it was mental reconditioning. He began every morning with a new intention, repeating something like this: I align with the creative intelligence within me. I expect success and forward motion. I trust that everything I begin, I complete. I focus on delivering real value, and people respond to that. My efforts lead to meaningful results. He made it a daily habit, before client meetings, before bed, and soon his results began to reflect that shift. His confidence returned, his deals stuck, his income and momentum rebounded. This isn't about positive thinking. It's about retraining the patterns your brain expects and responds to. How badly do you want it? A student once asked Socrates how to gain wisdom. In reply, Socrates took him to a river, plunged his head underwater, and held it there. When the boy emerged, gasping, Socrates asked, "What did you want most just now?" "Air," the boy said. Socrates nodded. When you want wisdom that badly, you'll have it. That story holds a deep truth. Whatever mental block you're facing, fear, anxiety, burnout, self-doubt, your desire to overcome it must be stronger than your habit of tolerating it. If you're clear about what you want, peace, clarity, confidence, and you're unwilling to keep feeding thoughts that contradict that, things begin to change. It starts internally, with fierce decision and unwavering attention. Even if you've been mistreated or misunderstood, you don't have to keep carrying the emotional weight. Make peace your new baseline. Let inspiration drive you instead of resentment. Feel the shift inside you, like a river of calm beneath the noise. Your thoughts are powerful tools. Use them with intention.
Part 2.
When guilt blocks healing. Take the story of a man with a successful career, a family at home, and a secret life. During business trips, he was living with another woman. Outwardly, he held it together. Inwardly, he was falling apart. He couldn't sleep without medication. He was anxious, irritable, and physically unwell. His blood pressure was dangerously high, and even doctors couldn't explain his persistent pain. He turned to alcohol to cope, but it only made things worse. At the root of it all, unresolved guilt. Raised with strong moral values, he knew deep down that he was betraying those principles. He didn't talk about it, but his subconscious was holding on to the guilt like a silent alarm. The drinking wasn't just a habit, it was his attempt to numb emotional pain. Guilt can quietly sabotage your mental and physical well-being. It drains energy, undermines confidence, and manifests as stress, illness, or destructive behaviors. In this man's case, his mind was at war with itself, and it was losing. Facing the truth. The start of healing. Everything changed when he decided to stop hiding from himself. He acknowledged the emotional conflict, ended the double life, and took ownership of his choices, not as a punishment, but as a path to healing. He also learned something essential. Real transformation happens when you address the root cause, not just the symptoms. You can't drug or drink your way out of emotional wounds. You have to rewire how your subconscious responds to life. So he started using a simple but consistent practice, a daily statement designed to retrain his mind. My mind is calm, focused, and balanced. I trust my inner wisdom to guide me. I meet life with clarity, courage, and peace. I am free from the past. I forgive myself and choose growth. I am moving forward with strength and confidence. He repeated this multiple times a day, fully present, speaking it aloud with purpose and belief. This wasn't magic. It was a strategy. By giving his subconscious consistent, empowering input, he began to rewrite the narrative that had been controlling his life. Within a month, his health improved. The drinking stopped. He slept better. He became more centered, emotionally grounded, and fully present with his family. The real first step: radical honesty. If you're struggling with alcohol, drugs, or any self-destructive habit, start by telling yourself the truth. Denial keeps people stuck. The longer you avoid the issue, the more power it gains. The moment you stop pretending and start observing your patterns with honesty, you take back control. Addictions often stem from inner instability: stress, fear, guilt, or trauma. You may say, I can stop anytime I want, but if you could, you probably would have by now. It's not about willpower alone. It's about accessing the part of your mind where habits are formed, your subconscious. You've built a prison of thought, conditioned by your past, your environment, your beliefs. But if your mind can build a prison, it can also build a door. Building mental freedom. You can reprogram your subconscious. How? Through repetition, emotional engagement, and a clear vision of what you want instead. Start with one powerful idea. I am free. Speak it, write it, feel it. Back it with imagery. See yourself sober, healthy, fulfilled. Don't just say it. Believe it, as if it's already unfolding. Over time, your subconscious accepts this new identity and starts working in your favor. When you want change, you're already halfway there. The moment your desire to change becomes stronger than your desire to stay the same, you're over the tipping point. That's 51% of the battle won. Focus your mind on freedom, peace, and healing. Not on resisting the old habit, but on building a new way of being. Your attention is energy. Wherever it goes, that area grows. So choose deliberately. Anchor your thoughts in freedom, emotionally charge them with desire and clarity. Your subconscious will listen, and your life will begin to reflect the change.
Part 3.
The law of substitution. Rewiring the mind for recovery and growth. Suffering isn't meaningless, but it shouldn't become your identity. Pain can be a wake-up call, a pivot point. But continuing to suffer when you have the power to shift your reality, that's avoidable. If you're stuck in a destructive habit like alcoholism, know this. The deterioration is not just physical. It's mental, emotional, even spiritual. But the same force that led you into the spiral, your imagination, can also lead you out. This is the law of substitution. Replace what you don't want with a clear vision of what you do want. If your imagination led you to the bottle, it can also lead you to freedom, clarity, and peace of mind. Yes, healing may hurt a little. Change often does. But like a mother enduring labor to bring new life into the world, you too can give birth to a new version of yourself, a sober, empowered, self-led version. And your subconscious will support this transformation, once it's given the right instructions. Understanding the real cause. Alcoholism isn't just about genetics or environment. At its core, it often stems from patterns of self-defeating thought, feelings of inferiority, failure, or frustration. Many who struggle with addiction carry a silent weight, a sense that they're not enough. They drink not to escape reality, but to escape themselves. But the truth is, the problem began in the mind, and that's exactly where the solution lives too. A 3-step practice to rewire your inner programming. This is a simple but powerful process to help reshape your inner narrative using the law of substitution. Practice daily for meaningful results. Step 1. Quiet the mind. Find a calm space. Let your body relax. Close your eyes. Take a few deep breaths. Let your thoughts slow down, like ripples fading from still water. This calm state makes your subconscious more open to new instructions. Step 2. Plant a new thought. Choose a phrase that's short, believable, and emotionally powerful. For example, sobriety and peace of mind are mine now. I'm grateful. Repeat it slowly, for 5 minutes or more, out loud or mentally, even moving your lips if it helps you focus. Let the words sink in, not just as ideas, but as feelings. Picture how life will feel when that statement is fully true. Step 3. Rehearse the win. Just before sleep, imagine someone you love, someone who believes in you. In your mind, see them smiling, congratulating you. You did it. I'm proud of you. Feel their presence, hear their voice, shake their hand or hug them. Make it real in your imagination. This moment of success, visualized vividly, programs your subconscious to accept it as a possibility and then a reality. When fear shows up, refocus fear. Doubt, cravings, they'll visit. That's normal. But don't fight them. Replace them. Every time one of these emotions surfaces, bring your focus back to your vision, your goal, the life you're building. Your subconscious is always listening. Feed it fear, and it will build limitations. Feed it hope, and it will build breakthroughs. So when the shadows creep in, remind yourself, I'm rewiring. I'm evolving. I'm not stuck. I'm in progress. Stay with it. Keep practicing. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to keep showing up.
Part 4.
Review your thought power. Modern edition. 1. Every problem carries its own solution. When you take a step back and look within, the answers begin to reveal themselves. Your mind responds powerfully when you approach it with clarity and belief. 2. Your habits shape your reality. One of the strongest proofs of your subconscious power is how deeply habits influence your life. From how you wake up to how you react under stress, you are, in many ways, your habits. 3. Repetition wires your brain. Whether it's learning to type, swim, or stay calm under pressure, repetition creates mental grooves that eventually run on autopilot. That's how the subconscious learns. 4. You always have a choice. You can build empowering habits or stay stuck in destructive ones. The direction is yours to choose. 5. Whatever you visualize with belief, your subconscious will work to create. When you consistently picture a goal with conviction, you activate internal forces that bring it to life. 6. The biggest roadblock to your progress is often the mental image you hold. Shift the picture, and you shift the outcome. 7. When your focus drifts, gently return to your vision. This isn't about perfection, it's about persistence. Training your mind is like building a muscle. Consistency is key. 8. Think of your mind like a camera. Your conscious mind frames the shot, but it's your subconscious that develops the image. Make sure you're pointing it at what you actually want. 9. There's no such thing as a jinx. Fearful thoughts repeated often enough can feel like bad luck. Break the cycle by imagining the outcome you want and sticking with that vision. 10. Change starts with desire. The moment your desire for growth outweighs your comfort in the familiar, change begins. At that point, you're more than halfway there. 11. Other people's words only have power if you accept them. Stay aligned with your vision of peace, purpose, and progress. You are the thinker, the editor, and the director of your inner world. 12. Addictions often mask a deeper desire to escape. The root is usually negative thinking. The way out? Start imagining a life of strength, clarity, and freedom, and let yourself feel how good that would be. 13. Growth starts with honesty. You can't change what you refuse to face. Self-awareness is the first step toward freedom. 14. Your subconscious isn't your enemy, it's your engine. The same mental patterns that once held you back can set you free. It all depends on how you train and direct them. 15. Imagination got you stuck. Imagination can get you free. Use your creative mind to picture yourself already living the life you want. Start acting as if it's real. 16. Destructive thinking leads to destructive behavior. If you want to change the outcome, start by changing the script you're running internally. 17. When fear shows up, respond with belief in your potential. You don't need to be fearless. You just need to trust that you're capable of growth, healing, and success. Chapter 19. How to train your subconscious to let go of fear. Subtopics: understanding fear, how fear manifests, rewiring, overcoming fear. How to train your subconscious to let go of fear. Fear is not an external threat. It's a mental pattern. It lives in your thoughts, shapes your behavior, and quietly sabotages your confidence, creativity, and well-being. But the good news is, fear can be reprogrammed. Fear is learned, and it can be unlearned. One of our students once panicked at the idea of speaking at a formal event. The thought of addressing a room full of people made his heart race. But instead of avoiding the challenge, he chose a smarter path, retraining his subconscious. Each night he sat quietly for 5 minutes, repeating calming affirmations to himself like, "I am confident and calm. I speak with clarity and ease. I am in control." By doing this regularly, his fear dissolved, and he delivered a successful speech. His shift wasn't magic, it was mental conditioning. Repetition, relaxation, and intention rewired his subconscious response. Your mind believes what you feed it. Think of your subconscious as fertile soil. Whatever you plant, fear or courage, grows. Negative thoughts repeated often enough become beliefs, but the same is true for confidence, ease, and clarity. When you're relaxed, your conscious suggestions slip deeper into the subconscious, like dye soaking into fabric. Over time, what you affirm becomes what you embody. Most fears are illusions. Fear distorts reality. A child terrified of a monster under the bed believes in something that doesn't exist. Adults do the same, but the monsters just look different. Public failure, aging, being judged, not being enough. In truth, most fears are just stories we've accepted. They're not facts. They're outdated mental scripts that need to be rewritten. Action destroys fear. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "Do the thing you fear, and the death of fear is certain." Avoiding fear makes it stronger. Facing it, intelligently and repeatedly, dismantles it. I used to be terrified of public speaking, but I made a choice. Step up, speak, and let the discomfort pass through me. The fear didn't vanish overnight, but each time I stood on stage, it lost more power. Today, it's gone. How to rewire fear, a real example. A talented young singer struggled with severe stage fright. Her voice was excellent, but every audition ended in breakdown, because her subconscious expected to fail, and it delivered exactly that. We helped her reset her mental pattern using a simple routine. 1. 3 times daily, she sat in a quiet space, closed her eyes, and relaxed deeply. 2. In this calm state, she softly repeated affirmations like, "I sing confidently. I am calm, focused, and in flow. I love performing. I trust myself." Each session lasted about 5 to 10 minutes, including one just before bedtime. After a week of consistent practice, she walked into her next audition composed and delivered a standout performance.
Part 1.
Overcoming the fear of failure. Fear of failure often disguises itself as forgetfulness, hesitation, or self-sabotage, especially under pressure. Many students and professionals know this experience well. You've prepared, studied, practiced, and yet, when it matters most, your mind goes blank. Then, moments after the event ends, the answers come rushing back. This isn't a lack of intelligence. It's fear hijacking your subconscious. When fear interrupts performance, one medical student, among the brightest in his class, repeatedly blanked during exams. Despite knowing the material, he couldn't recall basic facts during test time. What was happening? His fear of failure had turned into a mental script. What if I freeze? What if I fail? Repeated often enough, that internal dialogue became an instruction to his subconscious, and it followed it precisely, causing his mind to go blank during exams. Your subconscious doesn't judge, it executes what you emotionally reinforce. and fear, when deeply felt, is one of the most powerful reinforcers. How he rewired his mind. Once he understood this, the student took back control. Each night and morning, he imagined a clear, joyful scene, his mother congratulating him on his success. He visualized her letter of praise. He felt the pride and calm confidence as if it had already happened. This repetition rewrote the script in his subconscious. Instead of repeating, "I'm afraid I'll fail," he now focused on, "I've already succeeded." His subconscious responded to that emotional clarity, helping him recall information and perform under pressure. With consistent visualization and self-belief, he passed all his exams with ease. Fear of heights, water, or enclosed spaces. Fear doesn't just impact mental performance, it also shapes how we interact with the physical world. Maybe you avoid elevators, swimming, or hiking because of a bad past experience. Fear becomes embedded through emotional shock, and unless addressed, it lingers. For years, I personally avoided deep water after nearly drowning as a child. That fear became a reflex until a psychologist gave me a challenge. Face the fear, speak directly to it, and reclaim your power. He told me to go to the water, look at it, and declare, "You don't control me. I choose to master you." I followed his advice. I took lessons, stayed calm, and reprogrammed the fear by taking small, deliberate steps. The fear dissolved because I stopped avoiding it and started leading my subconscious with a clear new message. I'm safe. I'm in charge.
Part 2.
Mastering fear, a practical technique for rewiring your response. Fear is a learned response, powerful, persistent, and often irrational. But it's also manageable. Here's a mental technique you can use to gradually dissolve almost any fear, whether it's fear of public speaking, flying, swimming, interviews, or heights. It works because it speaks the language of your subconscious: imagery, emotion, and repetition. The visualization method. Train your mind before reality. Let's say you're afraid of swimming. Don't start with the pool. Start with your imagination. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes, 3 to 4 times a day. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and vividly imagine yourself swimming. Feel the coolness of the water, the rhythm of your arms and legs moving, the buoyancy supporting you. Picture it as clearly and emotionally as you can. This isn't idle daydreaming. This is rehearsal. Your subconscious can't tell the difference between what's real and what's vividly imagined. So when you consistently picture yourself succeeding, your brain begins to normalize it. The fear response weakens, and confidence takes its place. Apply the same method to other fears. Elevators, public speaking, mountain heights, networking events, whatever it is. Rehearse success in your mind first. Your body and behavior will follow. Real-world story. Rewriting fear through mental reframing. One executive I knew had a strong fear of elevators. Every day he took the stairs, 5 flights, to avoid them. Instead of forcing himself to just get over it, he started mentally reframing the experience. Multiple times a day, he'd imagine himself riding the elevator peacefully. He'd tell himself, "This elevator is safe, smooth, and designed to serve. I ride it calmly. It's a part of my daily freedom and comfort." He paired this with a vision of entering the elevator, exchanging friendly conversation with colleagues, and arriving at his office feeling relaxed. After 10 days of this intentional mental shift, he walked into the elevator without hesitation and rode it with complete ease. His fear had been replaced with a new emotional association: calm, confidence, and control. Understanding fear. Normal versus abnormal. You're born with only 2 fears: the fear of falling and loud noises. These are basic survival instincts. Every other fear, from fear of failure to fear of embarrassment, was learned. And what's learned can be unlearned. Normal fear helps you react to real danger, like jumping out of the way of an oncoming car. It activates your system to protect you. Abnormal fear, however, is imagination gone rogue. It creates suffering where there's no immediate threat. And when left unchecked, it can become self-fulfilling. When fear becomes a mental trap. A woman invited on a dream trip around the world declined because of her fear of flying. She obsessively read plane crash news, imagined disasters, and rehearsed worst-case scenarios. Her subconscious took these mental images as reality, feeding her anxiety. She didn't just fear flying, she was programming herself to panic. Another case. A successful businessman mentally replayed scenes of financial collapse daily. Despite a stable business, he'd say, "This can't last. We'll go bankrupt, or something bad is coming." Eventually, he drove his company into the ground, not from external forces, but through a consistent internal story of fear and failure. Fear, like a film director, plays scenes in your mind. If you run horror reels daily, you start living in the tension of them, even when nothing's actually wrong. Reprogram your mind. The key takeaway? Your subconscious follows your focus. Feed it consistent, emotionally charged images of strength, calm, and success, and over time, it will reshape your reality to match. Daily practice. 1. Visualize yourself confidently facing what you fear. 2. Feel the experience as if it's real, safe, smooth, empowering. 3. Repeat this mental exercise consistently, especially right after waking or before bed. 4. Replace panic thoughts with neutral or positive ones. I'm safe. This is manageable. I'm in control.
Part 3.
Reclaiming your power from fear. Shift your focus to break the cycle. When fear takes over, it paralyzes action and drains your emotional energy. But here's the truth. Fear always comes with a hidden desire, something you want instead. The moment fear shows up, flip the script. Mentally shift your focus to that opposite desire. Don't fight the fear, replace it with intention. Want clarity? Focus on clarity. Want safety? Picture yourself safe. Want confidence? Feel what confidence would feel like in your body right now. By immersing yourself in the emotion of what you desire, you activate your subconscious mind's deeper intelligence. That shift alone can raise your energy, calm your body, and boost your confidence. Your mind will start moving in the direction of your dominant focus, and fear has no power in the presence of purpose. Face your fear. Don't feed it. A CEO once shared with me how, back in his sales days, he used to walk around the block 5 or 6 times before making a client call. His sales manager pulled him aside and said something unforgettable. Stop imagining a monster behind every door. Fear is often just a story you're telling yourself, and it's usually fiction. Once he stopped feeding the fear with overthinking and started facing it, the emotional charge disappeared. What once seemed terrifying became manageable, then routine. That's the pattern. Fear grows when you avoid it. It shrinks when you confront it. When it feels life or death, ground yourself in inner guidance. A military chaplain once told me about parachuting into a jungle after his plane was hit. Alone and disoriented, panic started to creep in, but instead of spiraling, he grounded himself in a simple truth. This fear is just a signal that I want safety, so I'm going to focus on the part of me that knows the way out. He began repeating to himself, "The same intelligence that keeps the planets in orbit is guiding me now." He repeated it for 10 minutes, over and over, until something shifted. A sense of calm returned. He began walking. Days later, he was found by a rescue plane. His mindset didn't just keep him alive. It helped him think clearly and stay emotionally strong in a high-stress situation. When fear becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Another man I spoke with, an executive, shared that for 3 years he was convinced he'd be fired. He constantly imagined worst-case scenarios. Eventually, it happened, but not because of his performance. His own fear had worn him down. It clouded his judgment, eroded his confidence, and led to real mistakes. He didn't get fired by his boss. He got fired by his own mind. The lesson? Chronic fear sends the wrong instructions to your subconscious. It sets off a loop of anxiety, poor choices, and eventual outcomes that match the fear. Had he shifted his focus early on, his mind could have created a very different result. Inner stillness, your power base. While traveling, I met a high-level government leader who told me that despite political attacks and public pressure, he remains unshaken. His ritual? Every morning, he sits quietly for 15 minutes, picturing a deep, calm ocean within him. He told me, "People can throw opinions, criticism, even threats, but I don't react. I stay rooted in my center. I don't accept negativity unless I emotionally agree with it, and I never do." Even when he learned of a serious political plot against him, his response was simple. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. Right now, I'm going to sleep in peace." That's not denial. That's mastery. He knew that if he let fear into his emotional system, it would take hold. So he chose stillness instead. That's real power.
Part 4.
Step into freedom. How to break free from fear. 1. Do what scares you. Action is the fastest way to kill fear. Decide, I'm going to master this, and then take the first step. The fear will shrink immediately. 2. Fear is a thought. Change it. Fear is simply a negative mental projection. Replace it with a clear, constructive intention. Confidence grows when you choose belief over doubt. 3. Fear blocks progress. Fear holds back health, relationships, and career growth. Replace it with connection, to purpose, honesty, compassion, and a future you genuinely love. When you expect better, you move toward better. 4. Speak the opposite of fear. Shift your self-talk. Instead of, I'm terrible at this, say I'm calm, prepared, and capable. Consistent, positive reinforcement rewires your inner script. 5. Fear can cause mental blocks. Fear can short-circuit performance, especially in high-pressure moments like exams or presentations. Train your mind with empowering affirmations like, I remember what matters most, exactly when I need it. Visualize success. Rehearse confidence. 6. Mentally rehearse courage. Afraid of swimming or water? Start by vividly imagining yourself doing it. Feel the water, the movement, the freedom. The mind doesn't know the difference between imagination and reality. Use that to your advantage. 7. Reframe triggers of anxiety. Fear of elevators, public spaces, or travel? Visualize yourself calmly in that space. Mentally send appreciation to every part of the experience. You'll start associating safety, not panic. 8. Most fears are learned. You were born with only 2 fears, falling and loud noises. Everything else, stage fright, social anxiety, fear of failure, was learned, and anything learned can be unlearned. 9. Normal versus toxic fear. Healthy fear alerts you, chronic fear debilitates you. If fear dominates your thoughts, it can evolve into anxiety or avoidance patterns. Interrupt the loop early. 10. Redirect fear into desire. Don't fight the fear. Focus instead on what you do want. Want health? Focus on vitality. Want love? Focus on connection. Want confidence? Focus on growth. Energy flows where your attention goes. 11. Flip the script. Afraid of failing? Focus on your wins. Afraid of illness? Focus on strengthening habits. Afraid of losing control? Practice inner calm. Fear loses its grip when you give your mind something better to believe. 12. Your desire is the antidote to your fear. Every fear points toward a desire. Fear of rejection reveals a desire for connection. Fear of failure reveals a desire to grow. Identify the deeper want and focus on building that. 13. Fear only lives in the mind. Your fears don't exist in reality, they're mental projections. The mind creates what it focuses on. Think constructive thoughts, and you'll start to notice real-world shifts. 14. Expose and disarm your fears. Call your fear out. Shine a light on it, name it, laugh at it. When you stop avoiding fear and start observing it, it loses its power. 15. No one can control your mind but you. External voices, criticism, doubt, pressure only affect you if you accept them. Your mind is your territory. Direct your thoughts toward clarity, integrity, and hope. That's where real power begins. Chapter 20. How to Stay Young in Spirit Forever. Subtopics. 1. What actually ages us? 2. Age doesn't mean decline. 3. Shift the narrative. 4. The enduring power of life and mind. 5. You're only as old as you think. 6. Your age is your advantage. 7. Age isn't the problem, fear is. 8. Reinvention is always on the table. 9. Retirement, irrelevance. 10. Be a producer, not a prisoner. 11. Youth isn't just a number, it's a mindset. 12. Upgrade your mental script. 13. Your brain doesn't expire. 14. We don't need less from you, we need more. 15. Profitable insights for a long, inspired life. How to stay young in spirit forever. Your body may age, but your inner spirit doesn't have to. That youthful energy, your curiosity, creativity, and emotional vitality comes from within. It's not tied to your age, appearance, or how many candles are on the cake. It lives in your subconscious mind, which remains ageless and boundless, no matter how many years go by. What actually ages us? Hint, it's not time. It's not the years that wear us down, it's how we think about them. Decades ago, a group of physicians at the DeCourcy Clinic in Cincinnati found something profound. The fear of aging often does more harm than aging itself. Worrying about getting old, fearing decline, irrelevance, or loneliness, can accelerate mental and physical deterioration. That fear creeps into the subconscious, and the body follows its lead. Your mindset, not your birth year, shapes your aging process. A case of aging from the inside out. I once visited an old friend in London. He was over 80, but his physical state wasn't the issue. It was his mindset. He felt useless, discarded, and done. "We're born, we grow old, and then we're good for nothing," he told me. He had given up mentally. His thoughts had aged faster than his body, and as he repeated those beliefs, his subconscious obeyed, dimming his energy, motivation, and vitality. This wasn't fate. It was programming. Age doesn't mean decline. It can mean mastery. Aging is not the end. It's often the beginning. Many of the world's most impactful creators, thinkers, and leaders made their greatest contributions in later decades. That's not a coincidence. Wisdom accumulates. Patience deepens. Emotional intelligence sharpens. When you stay engaged mentally, socially, creatively, you stay young where it counts. Growing older can be a gateway to your most productive, meaningful years, if you choose to see it that way. Shift the narrative from aging to evolving. What we call aging is simply change, a natural evolution. It's not something to dread, it's something to welcome. If you keep nurturing qualities like kindness, curiosity, peace, and generosity, you stay youthful. These traits don't wrinkle or fade, they grow stronger with time. Your subconscious is listening to how you think about yourself. If you expect decline, you'll see it. But if you expect vitality, growth, and impact, your subconscious will help create it. Practical shifts to stay young in spirit. Replace fear of aging with excitement for evolution. Ask, what can I still discover? Create, improve. Feed your mind with growth. Read, learn, stay mentally active. Surround yourself with energy. People, places, and projects that light you up help you stay vibrant. Speak life over your future. "I'm entering my most powerful decade yet" is more than a mantra, it's a directive to your subconscious. Stay emotionally open. Joy, love, and curiosity are emotional nutrients. Keep them flowing. The truth about time. Time doesn't diminish your value. Your value is intrinsic, and your ability to create, connect, and contribute can grow over time, not shrink. Youth is not an age, it's a mindset, and your subconscious will follow whatever story you feed it. So choose one that keeps you alive, not just in body, but in spirit.
Part 1.
The enduring power of life and mind. Life doesn't end, it evolves. Modern science has made incredible strides in exploring what happens after physical death. Organizations like the British and American Societies for Psychical Research have documented a wealth of credible, peer-reviewed investigations suggesting that consciousness may continue beyond the body. You can find extensive records in major libraries. Look into The Case for Psychic Survival by Hereward Carrington for a compelling, research-based argument for life beyond death. While we still have more questions than answers, the pattern is clear. Life may not be as limited or linear as we once thought. Consciousness, much like electricity or gravity, exists whether or not we fully understand it. And just like electricity, we can learn to work with it, to use it wisely, creatively, and purposefully. Life is. Use it. Thomas Edison was once asked, "What is electricity?" He replied simply, "Electricity is. Use it." That's also a powerful way to think about life. You may not fully understand what life is. You can't hold it in your hand or see it under a microscope. But you experience it. You shape it every day, with your thoughts, your words, your intentions, and your actions. Life, like electricity, is an invisible force, and your mind is the switchboard. Your role? Use life well. Don't waste time waiting for perfect clarity or spiritual certainty. Just live with clarity, purpose, and the intention to grow. Your mind doesn't age. One of the most damaging myths in our culture is that we peak in youth and then slowly fade. In reality, while your body may slow down, your mind and spirit can keep evolving. Your creativity, compassion, and wisdom don't retire. They deepen. The real danger isn't getting older. It's stopping the mental and emotional movement forward. When we lose hope, stop learning, and shrink from new experiences, we age, regardless of the number on our birth certificate. You can be 30 and emotionally stagnant, or 80 and bursting with curiosity and joy. It all depends on your mindset. Aging is not the end of usefulness. It's a new phase of contribution. If you embrace it, age comes with its own kind of power, calm, grounded, and resilient. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, we do not count a man's years until he has nothing else to count. Keep your mind active, your purpose alive, and your sense of possibility intact. That's how you stay young, regardless of age. You're only as old as you think. After one of my lectures in London, an 84-year-old surgeon approached me. He said, I operate every morning, visit patients in the afternoon, and write for scientific journals in the evening. I feel more alive now than I did at 40. His secret? He never let a number define his value. He didn't stop because culture told him to. He kept doing work that mattered, and that gave him energy, purpose, and joy. He understood something that most people forget. Your beliefs shape your reality. If you think you're too old to create, contribute, or grow, you're right, but only because you've told your subconscious to shut down. He left me with this thought. If I were to die tomorrow, I'd still be healing people. Just not with a scalpel, but with energy, intention, and consciousness. That's the mindset of someone who understands the deeper truth. Your influence doesn't end with your job, your age, or even your body.
Part 2.
Your age is your advantage. Don't retire from life. Never tell yourself, I'm done, just because you hit a certain age or step away from a job. Aging is not a finish line. It's a shift in the game. Some people are already mentally retired by 30, while others are full of life and innovation well into their 80s. What defines you isn't your age, it's the way you think. Your mind is your most powerful tool. It creates, adapts, and evolves. People like George Bernard Shaw were still writing and influencing culture at 90. Aging didn't stop him, it refined him. Why experience is undervalued, and why that needs to change. Many professionals today share a frustrating truth. After 40, opportunities start to shrink, not because they've lost value, but because of cultural bias. Employers often prioritize youth, speed, and appearance over insight, stability, and emotional maturity. This is short-sighted. A resume with experience, resilience, and real-world wisdom is a strategic advantage. You're not selling your age, you're offering everything that came with it: tested insight, emotional intelligence, and the ability to solve problems with perspective. Make your years work for you. If you've spent decades working with integrity, building relationships, managing teams, learning hard lessons, you carry a deeper intelligence. Your gray hair isn't a liability. It's a symbol of perspective. And in fast-changing workplaces, perspective is everything. At 65, many people are only beginning to reach their full leadership and mentorship potential. These are the years when you're most equipped to handle complex decisions, people dynamics, and long-term planning. Don't compete with youth. Lead it. There's no need to compete with 20-somethings in physical endurance or trends. If you're trying to keep up with youth to feel worthy, you're playing the wrong game. Real value doesn't lie in being fast. It lies in being wise, strategic, and self-aware. You stay young, not through extreme workouts or diets, but through curiosity. What you feed your mind matters more than what you feed your body. Stay open. Stay engaged. Think creatively. The subconscious mind mirrors your dominant beliefs. If you focus on growth, purpose, and learning, your energy follows. Age isn't the problem. Fear is the real threat to aging isn't the number. It's fear. Fear of irrelevance, isolation, or decline. But fear is a prediction, not a fact. The more you fear getting old, the faster you disconnect from life. You age fastest when you stop learning, stop contributing, and stop being curious. Stay hungry. For meaning, for ideas, for creativity. That's how you stay young, no matter what the calendar says. Reinvention is always on the table. At any age, you have something to offer. Whether you're 45 or 95, you carry insights the next generation needs. You can mentor, guide, advise, and innovate. What's behind you isn't a sunset. It's your platform. Keep exploring, stay in motion, learn something new every week. Feed your subconscious mind with fresh challenges, and your mental energy will follow. Retirement, irrelevance. Retirement doesn't mean retreat. It can be the most liberating, creative, and fulfilling chapter of your life, if you choose it consciously. Don't ask, what do I do now? Ask, what have I always wanted to do that I never made time for? One man viewed retirement not as the end, but as his promotion to the next level. He began traveling, creating art, and giving lectures. He wasn't making a living. He was finally living. Your later years aren't a slowdown, they're a second act. They hold the potential for reinvention, contribution, and freedom that your earlier years couldn't afford. Be a producer? Not a prisoner age discrimination is a real challenge, and it's deeply flawed. Society often sidelines people over 40, wasting decades of insight and creative capital. That's not just a moral issue, it's economic self-sabotage. No one should be forced into uselessness because of a number. You are here to create, share, contribute, not to sit on the sidelines. Your role in society is active, not passive. The mind doesn't age like the body. In fact, your ability to focus, reflect, and understand can deepen with time, if you choose to keep it alive. Your subconscious is always listening. Feed it a new vision for your future, and it will show you how to live it.
Part 3.
Youth isn't just a number, it's a mindset. Youth doesn't fade because of age. It fades when we surrender to the idea that we're too old to be creative, curious, energetic, or full of life. The truth? You can reclaim the vitality and enthusiasm of your younger self, starting with your subconscious mind. No matter your biological age, your subconscious holds the key to renewal. When you believe you're still growing, still discovering, still capable of joy and impact, your mind and body follow. Close your eyes and feel that inner power rising again. Not some distant memory, but something alive in you right now. Energy, clarity, creativity, hope. These aren't things we used to have. They're things we choose to access. Upgrade your mental script. Stop telling yourself, "I'm old." That statement is not just untrue, it's destructive. Instead, try, "I'm evolving. I'm more insightful than ever. I have experience and energy. I bring value that only time can teach." You're not in decline, you're in a new season of potential. You still get to decide what's possible. The media might tell you otherwise, but you don't have to buy into the story of decline, irrelevance, or fragility. Reject the myth that aging equals uselessness. Replace it with a clear mental vision. You are vibrant, curious, and valuable. Today, your brain doesn't expire. Contrary to popular belief, the mind doesn't get old. It adapts and evolves, if you let it. Learning, curiosity, and creativity aren't traits of the young. They're habits of the alive. Consider these real-life examples. Herbert Hoover stayed intellectually active and wrote books into his late 80s. My father learned French at 65, mastered Gaelic after 70, and mentored others until 99. Cato learned Greek at 80. Goethe finished Faust at 82. Michelangelo, Tennyson, Socrates, and Newton all created their greatest work later in life. What's the common thread? They refused to stop growing. They stayed curious. And most importantly, they didn't believe the lie that age was a limit. We don't need less from you. We need more. Let's stop treating aging like a problem. It's an asset. Our world desperately needs wise voices, thoughtful mentors, and experienced creators. If you've lived, failed, succeeded, or simply endured, you have value, and we need that value. Instead of fading out, lean in. Take that class you've been curious about. Write that book. Launch that podcast. Volunteer your time. Start a business. Explore a new philosophy. And if you're retired, that's not an end. It's a beginning. Your time is now your own. Use it to explore, create, and teach.
Part 4.
Profitable insights for a long, inspired life. 1. The real markers of youth. Patience, compassion, curiosity, joy, and emotional intelligence don't age. Build them into your daily life, and you'll stay mentally and emotionally young, regardless of your age. 2. Fear speeds up aging. Science suggests that worrying about getting old may actually accelerate the process. Let go of fear, and you'll reclaim energy. 3. Age is growth, not decline. Getting older isn't about losing time, it's about gaining perspective, maturity, and clarity. 4. Your prime may be later than you think. Many people do their most meaningful work between 65 and 95. Don't count yourself out. Your best chapters may still be ahead. 5. Celebrate your evolution. Each passing year is proof you're still on a journey. Aging is progress. Let it inspire you, not define you. 6. You're built to renew. Your life has a natural rhythm of renewal and reinvention. That spark inside you, it doesn't expire. It evolves. 7. Life after life, evidence exists. Many respected scientists have explored life after death seriously. If you're curious, check out research from the Psychical Research Societies in the US and UK. It's a fascinating rabbit hole. 8. The unseen still moves you. You don't need to see your creativity, spirit, or inspiration to know they're real. The same goes for energy, purpose, and joy. They're invisible, but powerful. 9. Old age is a higher viewpoint. Later years offer space for deeper reflection. Life slows you down so you can speed up your inner growth. There's a richness here that youth can't access. 10. Age is just a number. Purpose isn't. We only count age when we stop counting dreams, projects, or meaningful connections. Stay engaged and age becomes irrelevant. 11. You are as young as you think. Your body may change, but your mindset writes the script. Stay mentally active, open, and curious, and you'll feel young. 12. Gray hair is a badge of experience. You're not selling youth, you're offering wisdom, perspective, and hard-earned skills. Own that. 13. Mind over mirror. No diet or exercise can compete with the power of your thoughts. Think youthfully, and your body will follow. 14. Fear ages you faster than time. Anxiety about aging wears down your body and spirit. Replace fear with excitement for what's next. 15. Stay interested, stay interesting. You grow old the moment you stop being curious. Keep learning, creating, exploring. That's the real anti-aging formula. 16. Your future is limitless. You're never stuck. At any moment, you're standing at the edge of what's possible. Keep looking forward. 17. Retirement equals reinvention. This is your time. Start that side project. Learn the language. Paint the canvas. Do what you put off. You've earned the freedom. Use it. 18. Contribute, don't conform. You weren't meant to fade into the background. Share your light. Create. Mentor. Lead. The world still needs what you have. 19. The core of youth. Youth isn't about years, it's about your emotional state. Laugh more. Love deeper. Let peace and play guide you. You're not done yet. Some of history's greatest minds did their most important work in their 80s. There's still greatness in you. 21. Emotional wealth comes with real maturity, brings patience, calm, balance, and wisdom. These are the real returns on life. 22. You are limitless. You're not defined by your birth date. You're defined by your mindset, your passion, your creativity. And that, friend, is eternal.